Good morning. My name is Shiva Bharadwaj. I'm a space operations engineer here at SpaceX. Super excited to be with you here this morning. And I'm joined by Dan here.
Yeah, I feel like I never left. I was with everyone for launch, back now to see Bob and Doug take their final approach to the International Space Station coming up in just a couple of hours. Fantastic to be back here. Good morning, good evening, everybody. If you've stayed up the entire time to watch, really appreciate you tuning in to this really historic flight. We are moving into the final stages of the approach. We are coming up on the 4th out of 5th of the major burns on our trip up to station today. It's going to be called the transfer burn. And we're expecting Dragon's thrusters to fire a little more than 30 seconds, and that's going to put the highest point of Dragon's orbit just 2.5 kilometers below the International Space Station.
That's right, Dan. So the Dragon spacecraft has a number of Draco thrusters on board. There's actually 16. And for this burn, the vehicle is actually going to reorient its attitude, use those Draco thrusters on the forward bulkhead right underneath the nose cone, fire those for about 30 seconds, and we're just about, just about 10 minutes away from that burn. So that'll take Dragon right close up to the International Space Station. Will be about, 2.5 kilometers below?
Yeah, just about 2.5 kilometers below. And this burn's actually going to take place before the crew wakes up. So it might wake them up because they can hear those thruster firings while they're inside the Dragon capsule, but their wake up isn't for about another 25 minutes. They're supposed to wake up at about 1:45 a.m. Pacific time. And we're definitely going to be keeping ears up because we're going to be listening for some wake up music, bringing back that old space shuttle tradition of waking up the crews with some music. So the team at SpaceX picked out a song based off of Bob and Doug's personal music taste that they talked to them about before they launch. And so we're going to be looking for that moment. It's going to be really cool. But again, that transfer burn, the next major milestone coming up, that's going to be the 4th out of 5 major burns to get us up near the International Space Station. There'll be one more after that, which I'll let Shiva walk us through a little bit, that final co-elliptic burn.
Yeah, so right after the transfer burn is complete, about, I guess that would be about 30 minutes or so, 45 minutes or so after.
45.
We'll do what's called the final co-elliptic burn. And so co-elliptic is basically saying, hey, both Dragon and the International Space Station, we want them to be on roughly the same orbital ellipse. So the final co-elliptic burn really fine-tunes that so that Dragon and Space Station are in sync. That'll put us really close to the International Space Station, right below 2.5 kilometers below, making sure that everything is perfectly positioned. And then, assuming that the teams are go and the space station is go, we'll do an approach initiation burn, and that'll get us towards docking autonomously with the International Space Station.
Yeah, right before that approach initiation, you can kind of think of it, it's almost like the station and Dragon are flying in formation. So they're just going to maintain that distance. 2.5 kilometers below, about 7 kilometers behind the International Space Station. And then approach initiation is where things really start to pick up. That's when we'll be well in range of the International Space Station. We'll be having some great camera views of Dragon as it makes that final approach. We'll go through 2 of our imaginary checkpoints, the approach ellipsoid and the keep out sphere. And we're also going to get another manual flight test with Bob and Doug at the controls of Dragon again.
That's right, and we actually got some pretty cool views of that earlier on in the broadcast. We've got a camera actually seated right behind them, so hopefully we'll have good ground station coverage and we'll get a chance to see Bob and Doug piloting the spacecraft using Dragon's flight displays. They basically have a touchscreen display that they can fire the thrusters on and control both translation and attitude of the spacecraft.
Yeah, and that first one we were controlling the attitude, and this one we're going to be switching over the translation maneuvers, right?
Yeah, that's right. So we're going to do a quick translation test, and then that really is a capability in case something were to go wrong, in case Bob and Doug had to step in. Dragon is a fully autonomous spacecraft and could dock to the space station pretty much completely on its own. It's really just, this is a demonstration mission 2, and so we're really showing all of the capabilities that the Dragon spacecraft has in case we ever had to use them during future flights.
And Kate and I talked about it a lot right before we did that first manual flight test. If you want to test out actually docking to the space station, while we wait for the crew to wake up, you can head over to iss-sim.spacex.com, and you can practice docking the Dragon to the space station. And it's a display almost exactly like the one that Bob and Doug are at the controls on, and you can get a feel of just how difficult it can be to actually fly a vehicle through space. You're moving on a lot of different axes. You may feel like you're moving really slow, but you actually come in way too quick on those first couple of attempts. I know it took me a couple of tries to really kind of get it down, but you have telemetry, so data feeding to you constantly, letting you know if you're going too fast, if you're rotated too much, if you're coming in too high, all of this. So that display is just really feeding you that information to try and guide you in. So definitely go check it out.
Yeah, and actually when Bob and Doug approach the station, they'll have some pretty great views of the station. There's a camera display, and you'll see that if you go check out the simulator online. They'll actually have an IR camera display of the space station as they're approaching, but hopefully they won't have to step in, and Dragon will just go completely autonomously.
Yeah, Dragon has all of those sensors right in that same area as those forward bulkhead thrusters and also the docking ring itself. And so Dragon's going to be able to just fly itself in fully autonomously. But we still got a little ways before we get there. We're about 6 minutes, 45 seconds from the expected start of the transfer burn and just 20 minutes away from the crew waking up. So we're going to stay with you guys for the next several hours until it's time for Dragon to dock. We're going to stay with you all the way through their docking, their hatch opening, and see them get welcomed on board the International Space Station. The current Expedition 63 crew is on board. They're already awake. So I'm pretty sure Courtney was walking us through. The NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, we've been talking to him. He's been enjoying his time up there, having a little bit of extra space, but I know he's looking forward to having 2 additional crewmates come give him some company.
Yeah, definitely. And if in case you're not completely following the schedule, we're expected to be docked to the space station about 7:33 a.m. Pacific time, and then hatch open will happen a little bit after that, about an hour after that. There's some leak checks that we need to do, and there's some checks to make sure that we have a good seal between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. So as Dan mentioned, we'll be here the whole way to give you live commentary on what's happening and what to keep an eye out for.
And we're also going to get closer and closer to the point where we begin what we've talked about, integrated operations. So the team in Houston has obviously been following this entire mission along the way, but they've been largely in a monitoring mode other than just preparing the station itself for this docking day. They were involved in some go, no-goes and things like that before Dragon even launched. Obviously, you need to make sure the station's ready to receive it before you send it on its way. And once we get close to that approach initiation burn, we'll be in integrated operations, and that's where the mission director here on Hawthorne is going to be talking directly to our flight director on console in Mission Control Houston. It's going to be Zeb Scoville, who's leading the teams for launch. He's going to be in there for docking. He's NASA's lead flight director for the Demo 2 mission.
Yeah, and I'm actually sure that the astronauts aboard will be paying attention closely to the approach. If you followed our coverage of the Demo 1 mission, we actually did a couple of demonstrations where crew members aboard the International Space Station issued commands to the Dragon spacecraft. And again, that's if there's some kind of a contingency or something where mission control couldn't control the vehicle, if the crew for some reason couldn't control the vehicle, the International Space Station crew still have a way to issue commands and make sure that it is safe as a spacecraft approaches it. And I think we've seen a couple of views earlier today of just, it looks like the spacecraft are going real slow, but they're going very quickly. They're going super fast. In fact, right now, Dragon's going about 17,200 miles an hour.
And it's about to pick up a little bit more speed when we do this burn. We're a little over 4 minutes away from the transfer burn. Before we get there, let's go check in, make sure he's awake this early. Gary Jordan standing by over in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston. How's everything looking over there, Gary?
Hey, Dan. Hey, Shiva. I am awake. I don't know about you, but I didn't sleep very much last night. Still coasting off of the excitement of such a historic launch. And I don't think it's going to stop until we actually see the crew members aboard the International Space Station. Here in Mission Control, I'm in the Flight Control Room 1, where the Orbit 2 team is scheduled to come in just about an hour, led by Flight Director Zeb Scoville, Flight Director Anthony Varia in the White Flight Control Room now, leading the teams of Orbit 1 through the overnight shift. And we're just just a couple minutes away from that transfer burn. Everything going well aboard the International Space Station. We're already starting to equalize pressure in the forward end of the International Space Station. The Node 2 forward pressurized mating adapter, making sure that that's equalized and ready to open the hatch. A little bit later, Chris Cassidy working out part of his exercise period this morning before he actually starts working some of the tasks to get ready for Bob and Doug's arrival. Right now, working on the ARED, the Advanced Resistive Exercise device, doing some resistive exercise. Next, he'll move over to some aerobic exercise before going through some of those milestones. Just about the time of the transfer burn, we'll start activating the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, the C2V2 system. This will eventually communicate with Dragon once it's in range, just doing some activation and checkout. After transfer burn, we should have some weak radio signals on S-band that are able to communicate with Dragon, so we'll just test out that connection. Right now, just booting up that hardware. Now, just a few minutes from the transfer burn, everything's going well here from the International Space Station side of things. With that, I'll send it back to you, Dan, and Shiva over in Hawthorne.
All right, thank you so much, Gary. We are just 2 minutes away from the start of that transfer burn. It'll be a little bit quicker than some of the ones we saw a little bit earlier. I think we had about a 10-minute burn earlier on in the flight. This one will be a little bit quicker, but it is the of our 5 major burns. This is going to raise Dragon up until it's just about 2.5 kilometers in an orbit below the International Space Station. Then a little while after that, we'll do that final co-elliptic burn. Our 5 major burns to arrive, and really the neighborhood around the station will be complete, and we'll be ready to actually do all of that final approach maneuver. So about 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. The crew is still asleep right now, so we won't hear the typical calls up to them on good burn performance, but we'll be able to listen in here, and we'll be able to give everybody an update when we hear the status of that burn. And then once the crew's awake in about 15 minutes, we'll hear some chatter with them as well, and some music.
Yeah, that's right. You mentioned it earlier, but it's a tradition that goes back to the shuttle, and I think even as far back as the Gemini program. I think that's the first time it happened. So we're excited to hear what they picked out.
Yeah. All right, well, we're going to stand by. We should be hearing this burn starting in about a minute. We'll bring you updates as soon as we get them.
There will be call-outs on the Dragon. So one thing to note here is the ground control team is monitoring, and they're making calls out on nets here. So the navigations officer will be monitoring the burn, will be calling out if the burn is good, nominal trajectory.
And I did just hear that the transfer burn has begun. All right, so this transfer burn has started. We're going to stand by and wait until we hear how the burn is going. Again, this one is expected to be a little bit quick, less than 30 seconds on this one. And we just had a quick TDRS handover, the tracking data and relay satellites communicating with Dragon. A handover just means that we're going from one of those satellites in geosynchronous orbit to another one. And so we just got that signal back from Dragon.
We just heard from the navigation officer that the burn is ended, and it's a good delta V. Now, delta V refers to the velocity imparted to the vehicle. When we're talking about spacecraft and how fast they're going, their orbit is referred to by a concept called delta V. The velocity controls how high and how elliptical your orbit is. So when we're talking about energy transferred, you'll hear that term.
Yeah, and I mean the big thing that we just heard was burn is nominal burn. Those are the 2 words we want to hear every single time right after those are complete. So that's 4 down, 1 more to go until Dragon's really close to the International Space Station. At this point, though, we are just about 12 minutes away from the crew wake up. They're going to have a song played at about 1:45 a.m. Pacific time. So they'll be using that just to wake up the crew. After they do get up, they have about an hour of what we call post-sleep, and it's the same hour that they're given on board the International Space Station. It's literally just to do whatever you would normally do right after you wake up. For the crew, it could be get some breakfast, brush their teeth, really just kind of wake up, get ready to greet the day, and then they'll be right into their work. So they'll wake up, they'll have about an hour of their own time, and then it'll be right to work for Bob and Doug. They'll be largely monitoring, but they'll be getting into their spacesuits before we get into this final approach and docking to the space station.
Yeah, that's right. The crew sleep period is about 8 hours. We want to make sure that the crew has a chance to get some good rest before stepping into these more dynamic maneuvers. And that little beep that we heard there was it's actually called a quindar. So it's usually a tone that indicates that the core, in this case, the person the SpaceX Crew Operations Responsible Engineer, who's very similar to a Capcom from Mission Control in Houston. Typically, when we hear that quindar, that means that words are going to go up to the crew. So that's why we pause there.
And the core position is one of the really interesting, the unique things about the commercial crew program and where we've come. And we're getting a look at the core on console right here. You're going to have to help me out with the name, Shiva. But, I mean, traditionally, if you go back to the early days of Capcom, it was always an astronaut. And we kind of broke that mold with the International Space Station, where we would have astronauts and we would have people, still NASA employees, that would train specifically to be a Capcom. And we've also had scientists talk to them. But this is the first time we've had a non-NASA person as that main voice, that main link to the ground, not a NASA person. So it's just one of those other new, interesting facets of that new era that we're in now with this commercial crew program.
Yeah, and actually it looks like we've got Mike as our core. Earlier we had Jay, who had some great words for the crew, and later on we'll be transitioning to Anna. Almost all of these folks have some pretty cool experience. I'm lucky enough to get to work with them, and I bet that, just looking at them right now, everyone's in mission mode. Everyone's making sure that the mission's going smoothly and that Bob and Doug get some rest. So, and the video that we've got actually on the right side of your screen there is actually mission control here in Hawthorne. So you can see our various different mission controllers. We're actually standing right outside of mission control, so it's right behind us over here.
All right, yeah, we're just about 9 minutes away from the crew waking up. For them, it'll be, as we were just talking through, about an hour of post-sleep, so Bob and Doug just getting a chance to wake up and kind of greet the day. The next major milestone that we're going to be looking forward to is that final co-elliptic burn. That'll be the 5th burn that we want to see, that's just responsible for raising Dragon's orbit up on the same plane as the International Space Station. They'll be just about 2.5 kilometers below and 7 kilometers or so behind the station by the end of that burn, and then it'll be time for that final approach and docking. We'll get into the approach initiation. They'll cross over into 2 different checkpoints, the approach ellipsoid and the keep out sphere, as they go through a couple of different waypoints. They'll do a final hold that the crew will actually command when they're about 220 meters out in front of the space station. We'll get that final, or that second manual flight test. So we'll see Bob and Doug once again at the controls of Dragon, and then they'll turn control back over the vehicle for that automated approach. And again, all of these burns, everything being executed by the Dragon spacecraft. So charting its own path, executing these burns, everything automatically on the way uphill. The crew able to jump in if they need it, but everything's been very smooth so far today. We already heard that we're going to be go for docking from all the management teams that met a little bit earlier this evening. So everything smooth for an on-time docking this morning, evening, whichever time we're in at this point.
Yeah, that's right. The spacecraft, and hopefully we'll get a chance to see this as it gets closer to the International Space Station. Underneath the nose cone, there's a number of relative navigation sensors that, as part of the guidance and control system, that'll be tracking the position of the International Space Station, tracking Dragon's relative position, and then as we get closer and closer, the software aboard Dragon is going to autonomously guide the spacecraft in towards that first 400 meter hold, and then or first 400 meter location, and then 220 meter for the manual filing test, and then finally the 20 meter go no go for final docking and approach. And we're actually going to be approaching the International Space Station on what's called the V-bar. So what that refers to is, if you imagine the space station floating around the Earth, it is moving very rapidly, about 17,500 miles an hour. And the direction that it's moving, if you imagine the circle, the arrow that would be tangent to that circle would be the direction, or excuse me, the arrow on that circle is called the velocity vector. So that is referred to as the V-bar. That's the direction that the spacecraft will approach from. We'll hopefully get some really good views from space station.
All right, well, we're just about 5 minutes from wake up. We'll just kind of pause for a moment. We should hear some music, hopefully, in about 5 minutes, and then we'll have Bob and Doug wake up and greet the day. So just standing by now for Crew Wake. right, we are just 1 minute away from crew wake up. Again, we're going to be listening out to find out what song is going to get played the first time we're doing wake up music on a brand new spacecraft. It's a really cool tradition that we've had throughout human spaceflight history on the NASA side. It's awesome to bring that one over. We've seen a couple of new traditions like Bob and Doug launching rockets from the beach. We've seen some old traditions like the walkout from the ONC building. And pretty soon we're going to be another old/new tradition, some wake-up music on board Dragon.
Well, new spacecraft, new opportunities to do new things, new firsts. We're excited to hear what Bob and Doug picked for their wake-up music.
And while we wait for that, we are still just hearing the teams down here in Hawthorne and over in Houston still going through some checkouts there as Gary's walking through using the, this might be it.
That's a little more soothing than I thought it would be for wake-up music. I think that was.
Good morning, Dragon. We hope your evening aboard Endeavour was restful, and we are planning to resume all nominal communications at this time. How copy?
Night on Endeavour, and great to talk to you, Mike, and the team, and congratulations, by the way. Hopefully the new edition is doing well.
Thanks very much. Yeah, young Joseph Solomon is doing great. He's at home, hopefully letting his mom sleep a little bit. And Doug, one more piece of info for you, just letting you know cameras are going to remain external only during this post-sleep period. And we are standing by with the systems update and nominally planned for you after you complete your post-sleep activities.
That sounds good, Mike. We are kind of putting things away right now, and we'll give you a call back in a few minutes, and we can tag up then. How's that sound?
Sounds great.
All right, well, the crew has been woken up. If you didn't get the song right off the bat, that was Planet Caravan by Black Sabbath. So that is your first wake-up song played on a Crew Dragon. Planet Caravan, Black Sabbath. We know from their interviews pre-launch, Bob and Doug, definite fans of 70s, 80s rock, and also into the 90s, which I was like, yeah, guys, thumbs up on that one. But Planet Caravan, Black Sabbath, first wake-up song played on board a Crew Dragon. So Bob and Doug now awake. We heard them called down. They were talking to the Corps here in the Mission Control Hawthorne right next to us. That was Mike Hyman. You're going to have to check me on his name. But
That's his name, Mike.
Yeah, Mike. So they are awake. They have about an hour to just kind of get themselves situated, and then we'll see Mike and the crew down here on the ground, talking to them throughout all the upcoming steps. And with the crew now awake, we're now going to be focusing on that fifth and final burn of that final co-elliptic burn.
That's right. The crew waking up, putting away their sleeping bags and putting away their sleeping gear. Probably gonna brush their teeth, get some food, do whatever you do when you wake up. The next burn is going to be the final co-elliptic burn, and that's what's going to really make sure that Dragon and the International Space Station are in a very similar elliptic orbit. Right now, the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station, after we did the transfer burn, are just about 2.5 kilometers away from each other. The final co-elliptic burn really makes sure that the apogees, that's the highest points of their relative orbits, and the highest points of their individual orbits, and their perigees, which are the lowest points of their orbits, will sync up. And that'll put us in a really great position to then perform the approach initiation burn, which will take us into the approach ellipsoid, which is an imaginary 4 by 2 by 2 ellipse, that like a 3D ellipse around the space station that we just use as a space to keep other spacecraft out of proximity to the space station unless they're really supposed to be there.
Yeah, we'll walk you through all of those checks as Dragon gets a little bit closer. But we are just about 27 minutes, 42 seconds away from that final co-elliptic burn. That'll be our fifth and final one before we get over to approach initiation. But crew is awake. It's flight day 2 for them now on board the Crew Dragon spacecraft. Everything's gone very smoothly up until this point. Didn't track any issues overnight while the crew was asleep. We had done 3 of our major burns before they went to sleep yesterday following that ascent and all those initial vehicle checkouts on board. We already just knocked off the 4th burn that we were looking for just about 20 minutes ago before the crew woke up, and we are just 27 minutes away from that final co-elliptic burn. And so with that, our next milestone, they're starting to move in lockstep now with the team in Mission Control Houston. And if we can, we're going to throw it over to Gary Jordan real quick. I think he's got an update. They've been doing some checkouts between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. So, Gary, can you fill us in on what those checkouts have been and how they've been going?
That's right, Dan. I'm here in Mission Control Houston. We just had a successful checkout of what's called the C2V2, the Common Communication for Visiting Vehicles. This is the hardware, the piece of hardware on board the International Space Station, also on board Dragon, that uses to communicate with each other, both audio and video, as well as telemetry and data. So this early in the approach of Dragon to the International Space Station, just really turning on the system, activating it, making sure it's good to go, and then sending some S-band communication one way from the International Space Station down to Dragon. We did have successful, good one-way communication. Still a little bit of time, though. Dragon needs to be a little bit closer to get that bidirectional link between Dragon and International Space Station, but per the timeline, everything's good from the International Space Station side of things. Activation and checkout complete of C2V2. Hopefully we'll get in some bi-directional communication here very shortly. In the meantime, on board the International Space Station, Chris Cassidy's still in his workout period, lifting some weights or the advanced resistive exercise device, more like simulated weights or hydraulics, as there's no gravity in space, something that Bob and Doug will soon use when they arrive at the International Space Station here in just a few hours. That's it from the International Space Station side of things. Everything's go from the C2V2 checkouts. The communication one way from the International Space Station down to Dragon is good. With that, we'll send it back to you in Hawthorne.
It's really great to hear that the spacecraft and communications between the International Space Station and the spacecraft are looking good. Earlier on in the mission, we had a number of burns, so the final co-elliptic burn is the 5th of those 5 expected nominal burns. The earlier, right when we hopped on, we actually had the transfer burn, but starting when the Dragon spacecraft separated from stage 2, there was a phase burn to raise the perigee, and then there was a boost burn as well that really got Dragon into its roughly circular orbit. Then we did a co-elliptic burn, the close co-elliptic burn, and that's very similar to the final co-elliptic burn in that it gets the apogee and perigee of the ellipse of Dragon's orbit, very similar with the International Space Station. And then it's just waiting for the two to be close enough so that we can do those final two burns, transfer burn and final co-elliptic.
Yeah,
So
by the time we get to approach initiation, we'll be just 2.5 kilometers below, about 7 kilometers behind, and then they'll do that final burn. That's going to swing Dragon all the way up until it's just 400 meters directly below the International Space Station. And we're tracking that AI burn to come right around 5:30 or so over here on the West Coast. That's 12:30 GMT. For everyone watching from around the world. And that's when we'll see Dragon start to really get in close to the International Space Station. At that point, it'll cross inside of the approach ellipsoid, and that is a three-dimensional shape around the space station, 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. I think we looked it up. It's roughly the size of, I think, 2 Central Parks.
That's right.
Just to give you kind of an idea of how big that is. And it's just this imaginary zone around the station where we have a whole bunch of rules that govern what your spacecraft has to be capable of before you're moving inside. So they make sure all of the guidance, all of the thrusters, everything working correctly on Dragon before we move inside that zone. And as we've talked about, before you move into that approach ellipsoid, you have to be capable of what we call a 24-hour free safe trajectory. So if Dragon lost all of its control systems for at least 24 hours, it would not be moving inside of that approach ellipsoid. And that's when you're doing space traffic, you got to be very cautious as you're dealing with pretty large bodies moving at very relatively high speeds. And so we just use this approach ellipsoid and then that keep out sphere just as kind of these checkpoints as vehicles make their final approach to the station. This is something the Cargo Dragon has gone through for several years. All of our other visiting vehicles to the space station go through these checkpoints. And that's where the team here in Hawthorne is really working in lockstep with that team over in Houston.
Yeah, and Dan, you mentioned the keep out sphere. The keep out sphere is about a 200-meter imaginary sphere. So if you could imagine 2 football fields in every direction coming out from the station. And that's like that last segment where you're really deep into integrated operations, and there's a lot of coordination between the mission control team here in Hawthorne and the mission control team in Houston, and of course the crews both on board the International Space Station and on board the Dragon spacecraft, to make sure that if anything were to go wrong, that they're all in lockstep and could make sure that both the station and the Dragon spacecraft are safe. But we're a little bit a ways from that. The next burn that's coming up is that final co-elliptic burn. That's targeting 2:16 Pacific time, so that's about 20 minutes from now, and that'll get those two spacecraft really lined up.
Yeah, just looking at the rough timeline, and again, a lot of these times get plotted out well in advance of this flight. But the times are really updating in real time when they do these burns, how long we're doing these burns, just based off of every single time you've completed one. You look at exactly what your delta V or your change in velocity was, and then the Dragon flight computer can actually use the state vector of the International Space Station, so it gets that data fed directly to it of where exactly is the station. Dragon using a number of GPS transceivers to plot its course around the Earth, and then this flight computer is just taking all of those numbers and then plotting out, this is exactly how long I'm going to fire my thrusters for to make sure that I'm going to be exactly 2.5 kilometers below the station. So it's an autonomous vehicle doing all of this in real time. The crew really just along for the ride, but able to jump in if they need to.
Yeah, and we've been talking a lot about the thrusters. The Dragon spacecraft actually has 16 thrusters aboard. So there's the pressure section of the Dragon spacecraft. At the very top of that, there are 4 Draco thrusters that we use primarily for delta V maneuvers. So they're those impulsive maneuvers and these big burns that we've been talking about so much this morning. And then there's actually 12 thrusters on what we refer to as the service section or the trunk. And those 12 thrusters help do attitude control on the spacecraft, and we actually use them as we get into the past approach initiation. We use them to control the spacecraft.
Yeah, there's also those 8 Super Draco thrusters, but those have all been disarmed essentially at this point. Those are only used during that ascent into orbit. for the launch escape system. So those are the biggest ones. They're the ones that are really the most visual on Dragon. They have the very large silver kind of baffles right below them, and those are not used for any of these on-orbit maneuvers. As Shiva was saying, it's just those forward bulkhead and those service structure ones. It's going to be an automated docking. We're going to see Dragon swing itself up. We're not going to go inside of that keep out sphere for about another 5 hours is when we're expected to go there. Before we get to that point, teams in Houston and here at Hawthorne will do their internal go, no-go polls where they're just checking everything's good with Dragon, everything's good with station, we're ready to proceed. We'll get to that just outside of the keep out sphere. They'll command a hold at about 220 meters, so just 20 meters before they cross in, and that's where we'll see the crew do their second manual flight test. So doing some translational maneuvers. They'll actually move Dragon onto the docking axis, so wherever they are in position to it, they'll take control and they'll physically move Dragon to line it up perfectly with that international docking adapter right on the very forward end of the Harmony module, and then they'll just go through a couple of different translational maneuvers. And when we say translational, you can think of it as those are the motions moving you back, forward, side to side, up, down, diagonally. They did some attitude maneuvers on that first flight test. That's literally just kind of where you're pointing. The second one is going to be the translational. And when you're doing a docking to Dragon, you have to use both at the same time. And so that's, again, where we'll do that plug for if you haven't done the docking yourself, you can go try it out. And it's ISS-sim.spacex.com. And you'll have to take the control and do all of those translational and attitude control to do that final approach to the station. It's going to be automated today, but you can go test out yourself what it would be like if you were doing it manually.
Yeah, that's right. The sim is actually pretty fun. I think everyone on my team has given it a try, and it basically puts you in an orientation where you're sort of pointed away from the space station. And you have to figure out how to reorient the spacecraft to point towards the space station, and then use those touchscreen controls on your display to get close enough to the space station. If you're having trouble with it, because I know I failed at least twice trying to dock to the station, try going a little bit slower. That's the best advice I can give you. Luckily, both Bob and Doug, extensive test pilot experience, extensive time training. If they did had to step in and do it today, they'd probably do a lot better than me.
A little more patience built in for them. We are about 16 and a half minutes from that final co-elliptic burn. Just to continue to walk you through everything you're going to see, we're going to be docking to the very forward port on the International Space Station. It's on Node 2, also called the Harmony module. If you were to look at the International Space Station in the direction it's flying, it's the very front of it. So it's the part that's basically going into the wind, if you will. And it's the same docking port that the very last shuttle docked to, so it's almost like coming back for Doug Hurley, who is on that flight STS-135.
Dragon SpaceX for burn performance and upcoming burn.
Now our core, Mike Hyman, giving some calls up to the crew.
Go ahead.
Okay, two things for you. First off, the transfer burn performance was nominal, and we are also go for the upcoming final burn.
Dragon copies nominal transfer burn, and then go for the final.
All right, so we know the Dragon team is go for that final co-elliptic burn coming up in just a little over 15 minutes from now. And so this will be the fifth and final of our major burns. We'll have a couple of smaller ones that are going to be coming up, like that approach initiation, that are really just going to move us right up close to the International Space Station. But this is the fifth one that we've really been looking for, just to make sure that our ascent, our trip up to the International Space Station goes smoothly. And so this is coming up in just about 15 minutes. This one expected to be another pretty short burn. Just about 30 seconds or so firing of those thrusters, and this will place Dragon in a co-elliptic orbit, so its apogee-perigee will roughly mirror that of the International Space Station, just 2.5 kilometers lower.
Right, and if you're wondering what the crew are doing during that time, typically during these burns, especially the big 5 burns, the crew will be seated monitoring the displays. They've got 3 displays and that they're able to control the spacecraft from and issue commands to if they had to for any reason. So they'll typically be seated in the pilot and commander seat, and actually there's a view of the Dragon spacecraft from the International Space Station. Only looks like a little white dot right now, but soon we'll get some pretty beautiful views of the forward hatch and the nose cone as that gets closer and closer to the station.
Yeah, it looks like when we combine everything, we're still a little over 50 kilometers away from the space station. So we're going to be picking up pretty quickly and getting closer after this final co-elliptic burn. But we are going to be docking to that Node 2 forward port. There are currently 2 docking ports on the International Space Station that can accommodate these new commercial crew vehicles. They're both on Node 2. One is on the very forward port, which is where we're going today. The other one is on what we call the zenith port. So it's the space-facing side, or really the top of the Harmony module. And we'll look to use that during some of the future flights, especially if we have 2 vehicles docked at the same time. We could have 2 Dragons, a Dragon and a Starliner. We'll have both of those ports available for all of these new commercial vehicles. And the one that we're using today has only been used once, and it was by a Dragon a year ago on that Demo 1 mission. So exciting to see the docking port in use again. It gives us some great views. We have a couple of high-definition cameras on the very end of that docking port on the pressurized mating adapter that give a view right down the barrel, and we'll be able to see Dragon during its final approach.
Yeah, and that pressurized mating adapter is the interface actually that the Dragon spacecraft will interface with. And so once we actually get to docking, again scheduled for about 7:33 Pacific time, once we get to docking and confirm that we've got a good seal, the crew aboard the International Space Station and the crew aboard Dragon will pressurize the vestibule, the section in between that pressurized mating adapter and the Dragon vestibule. And they'll make sure that that's leak tight, make sure that that's at a good breathable pressure, and then they'll actually open up those hatches, and Bob and Doug will be able to join their friends aboard the space station.
And we're just 12 minutes away now from that final co-elliptic burn. And after that, things will start to pick up a little bit more. The crew should be out of their their initial post-sleep, and they'll be getting another morning meal in. Should be doing that within the next 40 minutes or so. As we talked about on their way uphill, they had their first meal on Dragon just yesterday. They have 12 meals and snacks for the flight up to the International Space Station. We did get to hear them describe them a little bit during their pre-launch interviews and everything, and they're very similar to MREs, or meals ready to eat, that they consumed while they were in the military. And they're really just these pre-packaged meals ready for consumption. They don't need to heat them or add any ingredients, or like their food once they get to the space station, they don't have to add water or rehydrate anything. They do have water, though, to drink on the ride uphill. They have about 30 liters of water just in that interior storage. So they'll be able to get some breakfast before they really start stepping into things. And then we'll be looking to see them suit up in just a couple of hours before they begin that final approach.
Yeah, and actually there's a lot of internal storage in the Dragon spacecraft. It kind of feels like when you're on an airplane and open up the overhead storage bins, there's storage bins all around the interior of the spacecraft that have these supplies and meals and like their clothes and everything else that they'll need for time and for their duration of mission in space. Overall, they're going to be aboard the Dragon spacecraft, if you include the time during the pre-launch activities, about 24 hours. So the trip up to the International Space Station from leaving I think from T0 to docking is about 19 hours. And then there'll be about 2 hours attached to the International Space Station while they're confirming that it's safe to enter and that they're securely docked.
And we are now just 10 minutes away from this burn. This view on your right is some telemetry-driven animation. So this is an animation driven by data coming down from the Dragon spacecraft. So you can see which way it's oriented or what its attitude is. They'll typically do a slew or a maneuver to their burn attitude So Dragon is constantly kind of spun almost like a top during different phases of the flight, either to put those solar arrays pointed towards the sun so they can charge the batteries, or like we'll do shortly to get ready for one of these burns. So you just have to obviously make sure the thrusters are pointing in the right direction before you fire them off. They'll do that maneuver just about 7 minutes or so before that final co-elliptic burn, so we should be seeing that coming up soon. And then we are just 9 minutes away from that fifth and final major burn before we can get into approach initiation and start getting Dragon in close to the space station.
Yeah, and Dan, as you had mentioned, when we're slewing for a burn, we're trying to get those thrusters aligned to the right direction to impart that momentum to the spacecraft in the direction that we want to go. But the rest of the time, we're trying to make sure that the solar panels, which make up half of the service section, are pointed the right direction to take advantage of that solar energy from the sun, and that the radiators on the other side, which make up the other half, are able to radiate heat away from the spacecraft most effectively. Spacecraft does have an environmental system aboard that makes sure that Bob and Doug have breathable air, controls the humidity, makes sure that there's not too much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and also make sure that they're nice and comfortable on the spacecraft. Usually keeps them about 70, 75 degrees in there.
Yeah, that was one of the major upgrades, obviously, to start flying people, is outfitting a new ECLIS, or environmental control and life support system. One of the new upgrades on the Crew Dragon, which you can actually see in this animation, if you're wondering what that circular object is on the top of Dragon, that's the nose cone. So unlike the cargo Dragon, the nose cone stays attached to Crew Dragon throughout the flight. It opens up shortly after it gets on orbit, and it swings up a little more than 90 degrees. I think it's about 105 degrees until it's fully open. And until that's open, those forward bulkhead thrusters are protected during the flight uphill, also containing the docking ring and a lot of those guidance and navigation control sensors that it's going to use for that final approach. And that's going to stay open throughout the entire flight. It only closes right before they come home after that deorbit burn, before they do that re-entry and landing. And for SpaceX, I know that helps just kind of protect that top part, that docking ring, and helps play into the reusability of the Dragon spacecraft.
So what you're seeing on the screen right now, you're seeing some little bursts on that right-hand screen, and that's an animation of what the service section Draco thrusters are doing. So we're slewing the spacecraft to reorient it for the final co-elliptic burn.
Yeah, so we're seeing in real time, we can see Dragon starting to move. We're about 6 minutes and 20 seconds away from that burn. So they're going to get it lined up now using those service section Draco thrusters, the 12 around the lower body part of the spacecraft.
Yeah, and Dan, you were talking about the nose cone earlier. If you're just trying to get oriented, the nose cone actually opens the opposite way from the side hatch. So if you had a chance to tune in earlier and saw Bob and Doug give a tour of the spacecraft, they had shown the side hatch, and that's where they ingressed when they were on the crew arm on the ground. The nose cones actually open the opposite side of that. And so you can imagine Bob and Doug in their seats, which would be facing towards that side hatch. You can imagine them sitting underneath there and probably getting excited for the burn. Just about 5 minutes away from final co-elliptic. And this burn is actually a pretty short burn as well. Only expected to be about 30 seconds, I think.
Yep, only about 30 seconds. Looks like we're looking to change the delta V by about 2.8 meters per second. So it'll be just that final burn. Again, Dragon at this point, about 2.5 kilometers in orbit beneath the station. This will just put it on that co-elliptic, so it's going to maintain that 2.5 kilometer distance below the station. We won't be directly below at this point. We're still several kilometers or miles behind the station itself. We won't really catch up fully until we do that approach initiation, and that's going to bring us directly under the space station, just about 400 meters. And that'll be on the R bar. So a little bit earlier, we talked about how Dragon's going to be on the V bar, the velocity vector, when it approaches the International Space Station for its final docking. The R bar is aligned almost 90 degrees perpendicular to that V bar. So if you were to draw a line directly through the top of the International Space Station down to the Earth below, that is the R bar. And that's what a lot of spacecraft, especially the shuttle, used to approach on during their final approach. Dragon is going to stop on that R bar, and then it's going to immediately swing out in front of the International Space Station to that V bar, that velocity vector, directly in front of the International Space Station. All right, it looks like we have Dragon in the proper attitude. We are just 2.5 minutes away from that burn. We'll stick with this cool animation. We're going to follow the telemetry here on the ground. Again, for these burns, we're primarily using those 4 forward bulkhead thrusters of the Dragon spacecraft at the very top. We're still getting some views from some of the outboard cameras. That screen on your right is a view from one of the station cameras looking at Dragon. We're just 2 minutes away from this final co-elliptic burn.
Looks a lot bigger in this view. It's getting closer to the station.
It's getting closer. Looks like we're at a range of about 50 kilometers away total right now. It's going to continue to close in on this burn. And again, once we do that final approach initiation, we're just going to be 400 meters underneath the space station. And we are 1 minute away from the burn.
Actually, you could see on your screen there was a little burst. That was probably the service section thrusters doing a little attitude correction. If you watch really closely on that white dot, you may see little small plumes coming off it.
Should be just about 15 seconds away. We'll stand by for confirmation that the final co-elliptic burn has begun. And we do see the burn has started. Using those forward bulkhead thrusters, the 4 of them on the very top of the Dragon to fire. We're expecting about a 30-second burn, maybe a few seconds less. But it did begin right on time.
there's confirmation. We just heard over the nets that the burn was nominal. We'll probably hear some word shortly here from the core to the crew, letting them know, since they've also been monitoring from their displays on Dragon. Now, while we are in this co-elliptic orbit, we transition into something called integrated operations. We talked about that a little bit earlier.
Dragon SpaceX for burn performance.
Go ahead, Mike.
Now we've evaluated the burn as nominal.
Dragon copies, nominal.
So Doug confirming there that they also see nominal burn and that they hear the call from SpaceX. Oh wow, that's awesome. That's a great view.
And we're just going to see Dragon get bigger and bigger. So it's closing in now. 5 out of 5 burns done successfully, all nominal burns. Dragon now on that co-elliptic orbit, 2.5 kilometers below the station. It's going to continue moving in a little bit closer. So catching up, not getting any higher, but moving in closer to the space station itself. And then we're going to get close to our approach initiation and our integrated operations. So about over the next hour or so, the teams are going to start doing some go, no-goes here in Hawthorne and over in Houston as they tag up, making sure everything looks good with Dragon. And on the station, we've not been tracking any issues with the vehicle. In fact, the management teams with NASA and SpaceX gave their go to proceed towards docking a little bit earlier this evening, obviously assuming all of our final burns went successfully. So with that, we're really close now to getting to the approach initiation, at which point the Dragon spacecraft is going to swing out just 400 meters below the International Space Station, and it's really going to be in view. Before we get there, though, the crew is going to do their suit donning, so they're going to get back into those SpaceX suits that they were in for the launch portion, and they're going to wear them for all of the docking maneuvers.
Yeah, those the suits look pretty cool. They're designed for SpaceX, and really they protect the crew in the event of an emergency. If there were some kind of depressurization, they're fully rated to protect the crew if something were to happen, and provide them nitrox, that's nitrogen and oxygen mixed together, and oxygen if the pressure got low enough. So the suits they'll don those suits because they're going into a relatively dynamic phase of flight, and we just want to be cautious and make sure that they're prepared for anything that might happen. Although we expect that the Dragon spacecraft will be able to dock pretty effectively with the International Space Station, already having demonstrated that once before during the Demo 1 mission, which went pretty smoothly. So fingers crossed that we have something similar today.
Yeah, going back to the exact same docking port we used for Demo 1, except this time we have 2 crew members on board, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, our NASA astronauts. If you're just now tuning in, welcome. This is the docking portion of our broadcast. We've been on continuously since the crew got suited up about 4 hours before launch. We had that successful launch yesterday, and since then, over the course of the last, I can actually look up exactly how long it's been since we launched. It's been 14 hours almost on the dot since we launched from Florida. And so at this point, we're getting toward the final stages. We're getting really close to them actually approaching the International Space Station. We're going to go into a bit of a lull here for about the next hour or so. The crew is going to finish up their post-sleep, their morning meal, and then in about 2 hours, they're going to be getting into their spacesuits before we begin all of the final approach maneuvers. And so we're going to continuously have some communications between the core here in Hawthorne, who right now is Mike Hyman. He's going to be handing off to Anna Menon, who's going to take over for all of the final approach maneuvers. So we'll hear her talking to Bob and Doug throughout their close proximity operations to the space station.
That's right. The ground teams, both in Houston and at SpaceX, will shift their operations. We have different shifts that come in to support different phases of the mission. Some of them have specialists aboard for particular phases of the mission where for example, this next segment, we're going to be going through all of the close approach operations, proximity operations as they're called, and docking. So we have some specialists who will be on call, and of course we want our ground operators to be well rested, just like Bob and Doug are on the vehicle right now. So give them a chance to get some sleep and be ready for anything should it happen. So that handoff should be happening shortly here, and I'm sure Anna Mike will probably do a sign off, and then we'll hear a sign on from Anna when she's on console.
And like we've said, we're going to be live with you the entire way until Bob and Doug have docked to the International Space Station. We expect that to be right around the 7:30 a.m. time frame here on the West Coast. It could shift by a couple of minutes on either side, just based off of how quickly they go through all of those checkpoints. We'll have 3 different waypoints on the final approach, waypoint 0, 1, and 2. Waypoint 0 will be when they're just 400 meters below the International Space Station. They can pause here if they need to, or if everything looks good on Dragon, they can go right past that waypoint and move on to waypoint 1. That'll be just 220 meters out in front of the space station. And that, again, they can pause or they can continue right along. They are going to command a hold when they are at 220 meters away, and that's going to be the crew on board Dragon commanding that hold. At that point, they'll move into the second manual flight test, where once again, Doug Hurley in the commander seat going to be taking over the controls with support by his co-pilot, Bob Behnken, in the seat right next to him, and he'll be going through some translational maneuvers. So this is a demonstration flight, and we're looking to demonstrate all of the different systems that needs a crew on board, and this is just one of those that the crew could take control of Dragon if required. After they're done with that manual flight test, they'll hand control back over to the flight computers on board Dragon for that final approach. They'll move in until just 20 meters away from the space station, and that'll be at waypoint 2. At that point, the vehicle will do a commanded hold, and that will be built in automatically, and it will just basically hover out in front of the International Space Station. They'll do a final check on all of the Dragon systems, make sure that the space station is ready to receive the vehicle, and then Dragon will press in very slowly. They'll go at about 1/10 of a meter per second, so almost a glacial pace, but again, slow and steady wins the race when we're doing these dockings. And then initially making that contact with the station, it's what we call soft capture. That's when we'll call out docking, but that's not when docking is complete. We're expecting that initial contact right around 7:30 a.m. or so here on the West Coast. And then after that, the soft capture ring will retract. Dragon will look for a number of ready-to-latch indicators, and then it'll drive a series of hooks, giving it a hard mate, and the Dragon will be docked to the space station.
That's right. The soft capture system has 3 pedals on the front of it. They look sort of like pedals, which we'll get a much closer look at as Dragon gets closer to the space station. There's a bunch of sensors all over those pedals, so when they engage with the international docking adapter, there'll be a couple of moments to allow any sort of relative motion to damp out on the system. And then once that relative motion is damped out, the soft capture system will retract, and then we'll go into hard capture, where 12 latches on the capture ring will seal Dragon to the International Space Station. And then from that point, the space in between the crew aboard Dragon and the crew aboard the International Space Station is still a vacuum, because it was just exposed to the vacuum of space. So the crew aboard the space station, and of course Bob and Doug aboard Dragon, will pressurize that volume, make sure that it's leak tight, make sure that it's stable, and then they'll open up those hatches and be able to get aboard the space station.
Yeah, and they'll be greeted by the current Expedition 63 commander, Chris Cassidy. He's going to be working on the station side. We'll actually take atmosphere from inside station and put it into that vestibule to pressurize it. Station obviously has a much bigger reservoir of breathing air to use, so we won't use the air on Dragon. We'll use all the air on station to fill that up. And they'll do leak checks on the vestibule. They also wait for it to equalized thermally. So obviously you can have some pretty wild temperature swings based off of when you're in vacuum, just if you were exposed to the sun. And so they have to wait for both pressure and thermal conditions to stabilize, and then they'll get the hatches open. They'll first get the hatch open on the station side. It's the A-pass hatch. Once that's open, there's a little under 30 inches between the hatch attachment and the bottom of the pressurized mating adapter for the crew to get through. And then we'll wait for Bob and Doug to open the hatch on the Dragon side.
Yeah, and actually during that period of time while they're waiting for confirmation of good seal, and while they're waiting for confirmation of the thermal to decay out, Bob and Doug still have some things that they'll need to do. Up till that point, they would have been suited in their spacesuits, so they'll be taking those off. They'll be putting those away. They've got a number of checklists and things that they need to go through. So that time is actually pretty busy for them, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of coordination between the core and Dragon as they're working through those steps.
And so as we mentioned, though, we're in a bit of a lull right now. The crew should be coming out of their post-sleep period in about 15 minutes or so, and we'll be just kind of following along with them. We're going to hear a call out for something called Rendezvous Complete, and that should be coming up in about an hour and 20 minutes from now. Obviously, we won't be at the International Space Station at that time. All that will mean is that period from initially on orbit to before we do the final approach initiation is complete. And we are getting views, though, of Dragon from the International Space Station as it continues to close in. Again, we're waiting for that docking, targeted around 7:30 a.m. over here on the West Coast. For those of you around the world, that will be at right about 14:30 GMT.
That photo or video just really gives you a sense of scale of how far apart the vehicles are. Dragon right now going probably about 17,400-ish miles an hour. If you were going that fast and hopped on a flight from LA to New York, it would take like 9 minutes, I think. So they're going phenomenally fast as they're going closer and closer together. And actually, both the spacecraft and the International Space Station have quite a bit of energy while they're moving this quickly. So that is actually why we have to take it so slow and steady as we get closer and closer for those docking maneuvers. We really want to make sure that the spacecraft are aligned, that they're healthy, and that nothing unexpected will happen because they just are going so rapidly together.
If you're just now hopping on, though, the crew is awake on board Dragon. Bob and Doug in their second flight day aboard. They were woken up by Planet Caravan from Black Sabbath, the first wake-up music song played aboard the Crew Dragon. So carrying over that tradition that we're very familiar from with the shuttle days now for our new era on board Crew Dragon. Planet Caravan, Black Sabbath. Went a little more subtle than I was expecting. I was kind of hoping we would get them with some thrash metal or something. Not this time, maybe next time.
I was okay with that. I wake up to something pretty subtle, so I'm sure they probably appreciated that.
All right, well, we're just going to continue to follow along. Why don't we check in real quick? I know the International Space Station team is getting ready to do a handover, so let's jump over to Houston real quick to Gary Jordan. Gary?
Thanks, Dan. I know I could have used a little bit of thrash metal myself waking up there. But you're right, the Orbit 2 team, led by Flight Director Zeb Scoville, is starting to come on. This will be the team that will carry us through the rest of Rendezvous, which you just described is just right before joint operations, and of course through the docking and the welcoming of the crew, Bob and Doug, to the International Space Station. That team starting to come in right behind me. For those of you who are just joining, we just had from the International Space Station good checks of the C2V2 system. This is the common communication for visiting vehicles. This is the system aboard the International Space Station, also on Dragon, used to communicate with each other, exchanging audio, video, and telemetry data between the vehicles. Right now, we've established a one-way connection. This is part of the checkout during Dragon's approach to the International Space Station does look very good. The communication from International Space Station being successfully received by Dragon. Right now aboard the International Space Station, Chris Cassidy continuing his workout. He's just wrapping up his resistive exercise on the Advanced Resistive Exercise Device, the ARED. It's a hydraulic machine that simulates weightlifting and able to complete some of the resistive exercise that's necessary for long-duration crew members. They experience some bone and muscle loss during long-duration stays in space. This is one of those mitigation tactics that helps to reduce that, if not completely eliminate it. He'll be moving over to the T2 treadmill and take a short run for his aerobic exercise. Just after that, that's when really he kicks into gear to prepare for Bob and Doug's arrival. One of the first constraints is to close the shutters of the cupola window. Of course, it would be nice to get some of those great views that you're seeing right now from the International Space Station just right out the window there, but this is a safety constraint that's necessary for the rendezvous and docking of Dragon. That'll be one of the first things he does. Then he'll set up some cameras, open up the hatch to the pressurized mating adapter. At the end of that is the international docking adapter where Dragon will be docking today. He's just going to open that up and circulate some station air into that module to make sure that the air is all circulated and there's no unnecessary carbon dioxide pockets or anything like that, that the air is well mixed and ready for Bob and Doug to pass through just after docking. Everything going according to plan. We're just about to enter handover here in Mission Control Houston with the Orbit 2 team. With that, I'll send it back to you over in Hawthorne.
All right, thanks a lot, Gary. If you're just now tuning in, 5 of our 5 major burns to get close to the International Space Station have been completed. We're going to be in a bit of a lull for now until we get to that approach initiation burn. We're expecting that to come up in, let me double check my times real quick, in about 3 hours from now. So right around 5:27 or 5:26 a.m. Pacific, Dragon will execute that AI burn. That approach initiation. And at that point, it'll be just about 7.5 kilometers behind the station and 2.5 kilometers below it. So you're going to see it gradually get a little bit bigger in that view from station that we're looking at on the right. But once we get to that approach initiation burn, that's when we're really going to get in close. At that point, Dragon is going to move inside of the approach ellipsoid, which we walked you through is just one of those imaginary gateways around the space station that helps govern just the different rules for visiting vehicles, making sure that everything's working before you move in that close. And that's when things are really going to pick up. So we have about 3 hours until we get to that approach initiation. We should have a couple of check-ins with Bob and Doug throughout the time here. They gave us a great tour on board Dragon right after they got on orbit. And if we're lucky, we might get another check-in from them prior to that approach initiation.
Yeah, that's right. They woke up about 1:45 a.m. Pacific time this morning. We played Planet Caravan for them, which is a tradition that goes back to the shuttle and even as early back as the Gemini program. Right now, they're awake, going through their wake-up actions, probably getting some food right about now. And Dragon spacecraft is about 45 kilometers away from the space station after completing those 5 major burns. Right now, it's about 421 kilometers above the Earth's surface. So making its way towards the International Space Station, towards that approach initiation burn. But hopefully first, yeah, we'll get an opportunity for more from them.
All right, well, we're just going to continue to follow along. We haven't been tracking any issues with the Dragon spacecraft on the flight uphill. In fact, the NASA and SpaceX management teams already met overnight and were able to give the go for all of the docking maneuvers to take place this morning. And I know the team right behind us in Hawthorne getting ready to do their handover. So the shift coming on is going to be the shift that's going to take us through all of the final maneuvers to get Dragon to the International Space Station this morning. Everything is going very smoothly so far today. We're 5 out of 5 burns complete. We'll hear that rendezvous complete in just about an hour and 20 minutes or so. And that just means we're through that stage of our approach and we're ready for the approach initiation and all of the close proximity and joint operations between the team here in Hawthorne and the folks out there in Houston. So we're just going to continue to follow along. We'll give you some ground tracks to show exactly where Dragon is. We'll have a couple of animations showing which way it's pointing, which you might see Dragon continue to change its attitude throughout the flight, just as it's either putting its solar arrays towards the sun to continue charging batteries, pointing its antennas at those TDRS, those tracking data and relay satellites that it's using to communicate with the ground. And then once the crew is up and about, and they might give us a check-in, if we're over ground stations, we might get a couple of views inside the cabin right over the shoulder of Bob and Doug.
Station, Houston on space to ground 2 for even for PFC. Good morning. We're ready for your PFC whenever you are.
Copy, Houston. Thank you very much.
All right, and so we do have, again, a pretty good amount of time until we have some more events coming up. The crew at this point is just coming out of their post-sleep period, so they're really just in a monitor mode. We might get a check-in with them in about an hour or so, another tour inside Dragon, so we'll continue to update you on that as it comes. We're still several hours away from that approach initiation burn, so before that, the teams are going to do a go, no-go, just make sure everything's ready before they get to that, and they'll continue to close in on the International Space Station in the meantime. So while we do have a little bit of light time here real quick, we're just going to play you some updates, some replays from everything that took place from launch all the way to where we are right now. And then we'll be able to join you right back in as things start to pick up again during this final approach to the space station.
This is NASA TV.
You're looking at the American-made rocket and spacecraft that will return American astronauts to the International Space Station from American soil for the first time since the retirement of the space shuttle, last flown nearly 9 years ago. Today, we're giving it another shot with our partners at SpaceX. Wednesday's first attempt was postponed due to that wild weather. But if all goes well today, we will mark a new first in NASA's storied history and usher in the commercial crew era of American spaceflight. There's astronaut Doug Hurley getting into his spacesuit, and he's being helped by one of the suit technicians there. He has flown into space 2 times before. He was the pilot on STS-127 and 135. And there's a wider shot. You can see astronaut Bob Behnken also in view now. Bob is to the right of your screen, and he also flew on 2 shuttle missions. Bob is a native of St. Anne, Missouri. And Doug is from Appalachian, New York. He was born in Endicott, considers Appalachian his hometown. We can see now NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine. He's talking to the crew, and it looks like Associate Administrator Jim Morhard is also in the room, standing to the right of your screen.
And these are great moments to get a last chance to talk to the senior leadership of NASA as they're about to go off and launch into the cosmos. And I think when you look at how Bob and Doug complement each other, and how these SpaceX suits, you know, they really complement the astronauts too, because they're more form-fitted, they're custom-made, And this is a moment where they're getting ready to, do the real deal. And Lauren, I think, the integration of the suit and the vehicle and these seats is just really, really impressive. How y'all at SpaceX did that.
Yeah, the primary purpose of the spacesuit, it's a pressure suit. Now, the Dragon capsule is already pressurized, so even in the vacuum of space, the crew is safe when inside of Dragon. But in the unlikely event of an anomaly that causes the capsule to depressurize, we can actually flow oxygen or nitrox into the suit, and that will keep the astronauts pressurized in flight. So that's its main purpose. So it's that form and function and some style there as well.
And for the kids out there that have 3D printers or have 3D printed, the actual helmets were made by 3D printing. So you could be a spacesuit designer yourself because you already have the skill set, and or fly in space one day if you wanted to.
And we are looking at a live picture now of Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley walking down that hallway in the astronaut crew quarters. We just saw Doug wave at the screen, and they're just turning the corner, getting inside that elevator. And this, you can't see it from here, but there is a banner hanging there. You can kind of see it in the back. There's a banner hanging on the wall of the elevator with the signatures of all the people who worked on this mission. So it was really important for them to hang that up in there so Bob and Doug could see it. And there the doors are opening.
Here they come.
Great.
And there they are, NASA astronauts.
Small crowd, but big cheers.
NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, Doug on the left, Bob on the right, waving to the crowd there to cheer them on. And there are their families right in front of them.
The virtual hugs, a very special moment. Fist bumps.
Are you going to be on good behavior? Are you going to listen to mommy and make her life easy?
You can hear them.
Ready? Let's light this candle, I agree. Launch America! Bye, guys.
Now they are getting into the Tesla Model X that's going to take them to the launch pad, being strapped into their seats.
Their suit techs are attaching their umbilicals, so integrated into the Teslas. These are not just any Tesla you can just buy off the web or at a Tesla dealership. They've been outfitted with cooling units, and that white umbilical, similar to what you saw in the suit room, that umbilical is being connected to the suit to provide cooling air to the astronauts while they're on the way to the pad. And those Falcon wing doors are closing.
Super sleek.
A rapid departure from the Astro van.
Yes, I would say so.
And their flight surgeon is in the front seat in the passenger side, taking the journey along with them.
As I mentioned last time, we always think about the technology and the rockets, but this is what it's all about. The families coming together, supporting the families, us working together as a team to ensure they get up there safely and back home safely for their families.
I couldn't hear everything they were saying, but I did catch Bob telling his son to be good for mom and make her life easy. As a parent, I appreciate that.
Let's see that prominent NASA meatball.
There's our hangar. We process Falcon Heavy in there. There are other boosters in that hangar as well. And the rocket and Dragon that is on the pad right now was put together, or rather finally integrated inside of that hangar and then rolled out to that pad to go up vertical.
And there it is. That shot really gives you a sense of the scale of the Falcon 9 rocket. Those Teslas look teeny, teeny, tiny, making their way up there.
Yeah, really cool watching the Teslas pull up, driving on the launch pad just a few feet away from the vehicle. This is awesome and getting really excited over here.
Looks like they've already gotten out of the car and they are walking up to the elevator that will carry them all the way up to the 255-foot level, and then they'll have a couple of steps to get up to the level where the crew access arm is.
Core on countdown 1 at 2 hours 57 minutes. The crew has arrived at the pad on schedule.
There they are, taken in the sight, craning to see the top of the Falcon 9 rocket. It's 230 feet tall if you round up, and then Crew Dragon is another 27 feet from the bottom of the trunk to the top of the nose cone. So when you're out there in person, it's really hard to describe just how large it is.
Look at them getting excited. They're ready to get in the vehicle, get in the elevator, and make it to the
Dragon
top.
SpaceX for morning briefing.
SpaceX Dragon, good morning, Anna.
Good morning. Great to hear your voice. I have 4 items for you.
It's great to hear yours as well. Good morning to you and Brian and the team. We're looking forward to rendezvousing with the space station today.
As are you. Really excited. As are we. Really excited to be here. I have 4 items for you this morning when you are ready to copy.
We are ready to copy. Go ahead.
All right, the first item is for thermal imager. Before you went to sleep, we briefed you that the thermal imager shuttering was expected during the warm-up period. One item to add is that we expect this behavior to continue after the warm-up as well, but at a reduced frequency. Thermal imager will turn on at approach initiation. By the time we get to the docking axis, we expect it to be shuttering roughly every 1 to 4 minutes.
Okay, that sounds good. That'll be a little bit better for the manual piloting event there, so that sounds good.
Concur. And next, your rendezvous complete time is expected to be 10:50 UTC.
Okay, rendezvous complete, 10:50.
Good copy. Thirdly, we received several non-required suggestions for the upcoming media event if you are interested. Feel free to call me back when we are done with this briefing if you would like to hear them.
Copy.
And fourth, we plan to go back on board with video at the conclusion of this briefing, if you are good with that.
We are good with that.
We copy you're good with that. Do you have any questions for us?
No questions other than if there's anything particular on the media event coming up, please let us know. We're all ears.
Copy. We do expect the media event to execute at the planned time using the coordination that you exercised similarly for the first event. And we are happy to give you some suggestions for discussion points during that media event if you would like them now.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
So the media team.
All right, so right now the crew is just getting their post-wake-up briefing, and we heard them walk through a couple of those. The first one was a thermal imager that they're going to be using during that approach and docking to the International Space Station. they'll also have it up during their manual flight tests, and they had noticed it was doing some shuddering. They had initially told the crew on the way uphill that was expected as it was just warming up, and it'll slow down once they get to the approach and docking.
That's right. The thermal imager is part of the suite of relative navigation guidance sensors. Earlier we were talking about how Dragon has flight computers aboard that are monitoring its position versus the International Space Station, and they're constantly tweaking the parameters to make sure Dragon is pointed the right orientation and approaching at the right velocity. So the thermal imager is part of that suite of relative navigation sensors, and the crew had noticed that it was flickering in and out, and that was expected.
And we also heard that they're going to get rendezvous complete, so that call out's going to come at 10:50 UTC or GMT. That's just 10:50 Universal Time. It's 3:50 a.m. Pacific over here in Hawthorne, and that is just going to be again, a call out just signifying that the rendezvous stage, so from just after separating the Falcon 9 until we're ready to get into approach initiation, has complete. And then we also did hear that it looks like we're going to be able to go back on board with them. They were giving the crew a couple of suggestions, so we didn't want to spoil it for you, but we are expected to go on board once again with Bob and Doug right at about 3:45 a.m. Pacific time, so in about 45 minutes from now.
We got a chance to check out how they're enjoying the Dragon capsule on orbit right before actually their crew sleep period. Got to meet Tremor, the dinosaur aboard, and got to see some cool views of the interior of the spacecraft. And actually, I think Bob did a little bit of a flip inside, so taking full advantage of microgravity, which is great. So hopefully we'll get a chance to tag up with them again and see how they're enjoying the capsule after getting to sleep aboard. They had an 8-hour sleep period to test out that part of the capsule. This is a test flight, and also to be prepared and alert for the upcoming approach initiation and docking events.
Yeah, and we also heard during that first media event they named their capsule Endeavour. Very significant to both of these crew members, as both Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley flew on the shuttle Endeavour during their shuttle flights. For Hurley, that was his first one, STS-127. I remember that mission very vividly. That was one of the first ones when I first got to NASA.
That's
they
cool.
Delivered the external facility of the Japanese module on board the International Space Station. Chris Cassidy, the current station commander, was also on that flight. And so these two have flown together, and they're going to meet up on the station in just a couple of hours from now.
Yeah, both Bob and Doug are spaceflight veterans. I think they each have 2 shuttle missions under their belt, and each of them have almost about 700 hours. I think Bob actually has just over 700 hours in space. And Doug has, I think, about 680, 690, but yep. with Dragon now, he's probably over 700 too. They've been aboard the capsule now probably about, if you include the pre-launch period, about 12 hours.
We're a little past that. We launched 14 hours and 40 minutes ago.
Oh, that's right.
Time is flying.
And they'll be aboard the capsule probably about 24 hours total. The period to get to the station, they'll arrive about 19 hours after liftoff. And then there'll be a couple-hour period aboard while they're ensuring that they've got a good seal between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station before they open the APAS hatch on the International Space Station side and the Dragon forward hatch on the top of the vehicle.
And that's all going to come, obviously, after we dock. We have been tracking about 7:30 a.m. Pacific for that docking. It could move a little bit earlier, a little bit later. All depends on how all of these final burns go. We're also listening in on the teams. They're starting to track out some new times potentially for that approach initiation maneuver that might be moving up a little bit earlier. And as we get kind of definitive times, we'll be sure to update you on our schedule. But that approach initiation, that's really going to put us right in the neighborhood of the International Space Station.
That's right. Approach initiation is going to take us into something called the approach ellipsoid. That's a 4 kilometer by 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer 3D ellipse that goes around the International Space Station. And that's really to help spacecraft that are operating in the vicinity make sure that they're staying outside of those operations unless they're coordinated with the folks in Mission Control Houston for something called integrated operations. I think we looked it up a little bit earlier, and if you're looking for a visual of how big that is, it's about 2 Central Parks in New York City right next to each other. So once we do the approach initiation, we'll get pretty close to the space station coming up along the R-bar.
Yeah, and right now we'll look at our data real quick. It looks like we're just about 38 kilometers, or about 23, just under 24 miles of Dragon away from the International Space Station. So just continuing to close that gap. We're not going to have any other major burns. They might do a final approach out of plane burn on the way up before we get to that approach initiation. But we'll just continue to track that with the teams. We are waiting for that really final approach initiation time. Again, it might be moving up a little bit earlier. It was originally targeted for about 5:27 a.m. Pacific, but we'll wait and see if we get a new time from the teams as they just fine-tune Dragon's path to the space station.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, spacecraft right now is in eclipse, so that basically means that the Earth is blocking, the vehicle is in the shadow of the Earth. So probably don't have super great views of it right now because everything is dark. The Dragon spacecraft does on the service section, or the trunk as we refer to it, has a half of it is solar panels that they're conformal solar panels, so they contour to the shape of the trunk. There's a graphic of what the Dragon spacecraft looks like and how it's oriented. So about half of that is solar panels that provides power for the batteries, and the other half of that is a radiator that cools off the internals of the spacecraft, radiating away that heat to space. Unfortunately, we don't have the convection that we have on Earth and sort of the cool breeze, so the only way you can get heat away from a spacecraft is by putting that heat in a radiator and then exposing that to something cooler and trying to get that heat off station. Off the vehicle, off the Dragon. And actually, in this graphic, if you're wondering what that section at the very top that looks like it's canted up, the little semicircular section, that's actually a representation of the nose cone, which is open currently. We actually opened that shortly after we separated from the second stage, did checkouts of all the thrusters on the vehicle, and actually checked out the guidance sensors and the avionics on the vehicle, just to make sure they're all healthy before stepping into those 5 major burns that's happened over the last about 24 hours.
Yeah, and that nose cone's going to stay open the entire time Dragon is in outer space. It's not going to get closed until just before they do that deorbit and re-entry at the very end of Dragon's mission. So actually, when it's docking to the International Space Station, that nose cone will look like it's on the top part of Dragon as they're doing that final approach. We'll see them dock to the Node 2 forward port on the International Space Station. But for right now, we're continuing to track. We heard the post-wake-up briefing with Bob and Doug, so not tracking any issues with the vehicle. The only thing that was mentioned was the thermal camera, which had been having some flickering, and that was just due to some of the warm-up of it coming on, and it's going to be at a much more steady state by the time they get to that manual flight test and that final approach to the space station. We are just about a little over 30 minutes away, hopefully from that second check-in with Bob and Doug bringing us on board the Dragon spacecraft. I will note that we will have daylight this time, so hopefully that look out the window will look a little bit better than it did on the first attempt. We should have the sun coming up in just about 7 minutes from now on both Dragon and the International Space Station.
Yeah, actually on the first pass by, I was looking at the data, and I think we were about 4 minutes away from eclipse, so they were scrambling to try to get a view of the Earth before it went into shadow. Luckily, this time we'll have a much better chance at seeing what Earth looks like from the windows on the Dragon spacecraft. But Bob and Doug were actually kind of talking about the windows when they gave that tour earlier, how they could see during the ascent portion, and now as the spacecraft is rolled and oriented to make sure that those solar panels are pointed towards where the sun would be. They could see some pretty stunning views of the Earth. I think they mentioned specifically flying over Newfoundland, and they definitely ended up flying over Los Angeles and Hawthorne at one point. You know, a lot of my friends here were pretty psyched about that, to see Space Station overhead and Dragon as well.
And I mean, the space station itself flew directly over the Cape about 2 minutes before their launch. And Chris Cassidy, the commander on board, was able to snap some really cool photos that you can check his Instagram at AstroSeal, where those have been posted. And I mean, literally just minutes before. And we can bring up, and here is that photo. So again, this is a photo from the International Space Station just 2 minutes before launch, as the International Space Station was passing directly over Pad 39A there at the Kennedy Space Center. At the time of launch, the station was already over North Carolina, though, so that just gives you an idea of how fast they're moving while they're up in orbit.
You know, from Chris's point of view, the weather doesn't look too bad from there. It looks pretty nice.
Yeah, we got really fortunate. We just kind of had the clouds open up. We had a good corridor, not just there at the Cape, but the whole way up the eastern seaboard, where we have to track weather for all of the different potential abort zones for Dragon. It goes all the way up from the Cape, all the way past Newfoundland, up the east coast of the U.S. and Canada. There's a short, or pretty long space in the very northern Atlantic where it's very cold up there. You're pretty remote, so you don't want Dragon to go down there. So we'll either do a retrograde maneuver to go back towards Canada, or what we call forward onto Shannon, so actually moving out over off the coast of Ireland. Thankfully, we didn't have to do any of that today, but the weather was looking good at all those abort zones, and that's just something we have to take into account. There's so much more you have to look at weather-wise when there are people on board.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, sometimes we talk about it internally, so much effort and testing that went into the Super Draco system. But, you know, ideal mission, you never ever have to use it, because you get off of the second stage, you get to orbit, and then you just use the Draco thrusters to make your way to the International Space Station. So happy to see that we didn't have to exercise the Super Draco system today. And hopefully we won't have to exercise it in the future either. The Super Draco system actually safed right now. It's safed shortly after we got on orbit. We've only been using those Draco thrusters. The Draco thrusters actually use a hypergolic propellant. So it's a propellant where when you combine the fuel and the oxidizer, it'll actually create that awesome fire that propels the spacecraft and gives it some impulse. So for Dragon, it uses monomethylhydrazine and NTO as its fuel and oxidizer. And we've seen a few of those burns and a few animations of the burns from the service section checkouts and the forward bulkhead checkouts earlier today.
Yeah, we've walked you through Dragon a couple of times, and just to do it once more, it is kind of split into two pieces, where you have the Dragon capsule itself up on top. That's the pressurized section. That's where the crew is. It's where you can store cargo, all the life support system. You can see the gray spots where the launch abort motors are integrated directly into the Dragon body. It's about 27 feet from the very bottom of the trunk all the way to the top of the nose cone.
Yeah, and actually, as you saw the vehicle spinning around, that the black side there represents the solar panels, and the white side there represents the thermal radiator. That's all on the service section of the vehicle that primarily exists to allow the vehicle to operate in space. We'll actually jettison that service section when we get to the deorbit part of the mission, quite a ways from now. If everything looks healthy on the vehicle, again, this is a test flight. If everything looks healthy, Dragon will be on the space station somewhere about 4 months, close to about 115 to 120 days. So the service section will be well in use on the capsule as it's attached to the space station.
Yeah, we're expecting that the flight for Bob and Doug to last up to that 4 months. One of the things we're going to be looking to do as soon as this flight is over is get to that next one, that Crew 1 flight, that first full-up operational mission as quickly as possible, up to about a month, after Demo 2 is concluded. So it's all going to ride on how this Demo 2 flight goes. Obviously, there's some certification work that has to happen. This is that really final test, though, for NASA to certify SpaceX to begin doing what we call operational flights. So just a regular cadence of long-duration missions. So crew members going up for 6 months or even longer at a time on board the Crew Dragon. This is the whole reason we have the commercial crew program, and we're going to start flying 4 crew members at a time. We've already identified the first 4 crew members to fly in Crew 1. It's going to be 3 NASA astronauts, Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, and Shannon Walker, and 1 astronaut from our partner agency, JAXA, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, Soichi Noguchi, who's going to be making his 3rd flight into space. So a couple of veterans on board. For Victor Glover, it's going to be his first space flight. I'm really excited to see him get in the mix. He's an incredible person. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to see him up in outer space.
Yeah, it's been really fun. We've actually had all 4...
Dragon SpaceX for a media event configuration.
Sounds like they're talking to the crew to get ready for our look inside Dragon, which again we're tracking to come in about 30 minutes from now. And in just a couple of moments, we should be coming up on sunrise.
Go ahead, Anna.
We are about to begin the ground configuration for the media event. Please be aware that the cabin lights will be adjusted slightly by the ground. And please also turn off any task lights that may be on. Finally, please retrieve the floater camera and let us know when you have it out.
Okay, we'll turn off the task lights and go ahead and pull out the media camera.
We copy, thanks.
So the core there, Anna Menon, talking to Doug and Bob on Dragon, letting them know that they're going to do a little bit of configuration. They were talking about a floater camera. We actually have 6 cameras on board the Dragon spacecraft that the ground team uses for a variety of monitoring and troubleshooting. The floater camera is actually a troubleshooting camera, and we got to see some cool views from the first media event earlier on before their sleep period. So just getting those things configured, squared away, making sure that they work.
Yep, and Anna Manon's going to be the voice talking to Bob and Doug throughout all the final phases of this approach and docking. She, again, is the core. That's a new position for human spaceflight. Stands for the Crew Operations Responsible Engineer, and it's seated right behind us in the Mission Control Center here in Hawthorne at SpaceX headquarters. And she's going to be the voice that we're going to hear throughout. Over in Mission Control Houston, one of our newest astronauts, Josh Kutrick, from the Canadian Space Agency, is going to be the voice talking to the crew once they're on board the International Space Station. Once we get a little bit closer, we'll hear some talk about something called the Big Loop. They're essentially going...
And Anna, we've got the media camera out at this time.
We copy, the media cameras out. Thank you.
The media camera getting set up for our look inside of Capsule Endeavour, as they christened it. Should be in about 30 minutes from now. And we'll be in sunlight, so maybe get some better looks out of the window. But again, once we get a little bit closer, we'll hear something called the Big Loop get configured. On the Dragon side, they're talking to the crew on Dragon to grounds through the TDRS satellites. And on the space station side, we talk through the space to grounds. And once they get in close proximity to the station, we tie all of those communication loops together so we can talk directly and we can hear all of those conversations simultaneously on Dragon, on the space station, in Houston, and here in Hawthorne.
Yeah, you mentioned the TDRS satellites. That's the tracking data and relay satellites. There's a network of these satellites that NASA put up into orbit, and they provide telemetry and commanding capability to both the Dragon spacecraft and to the International Space Station, and of course to other spacecraft that coordinate with NASA to use them. And that's actually how we're able to give you some of this telemetry, and how our control teams both in Hawthorne and in Houston can coordinate with both the space station and Dragon and issue commands and see how the health of the spacecraft is going. So as we've been talking through, and we've mentioned a couple of times, the folks on the nets talking about the quality of burn and whether it's nominal or not, and when burns have started, they're using data from a combination of those ground stations and the TDRS satellites to understand how the Dragon vehicle is performing, which is great, especially because it's a flight test.
And just to kind of check in on position, we're over the southern Atlantic part of the ocean right now, both Station and Dragon flying just a little ways behind it. They're about to cross over what's known as the Terminator line. That is the line on the Earth between night and day. So at this point, the sun has risen on the Station and on Dragon. So we'll continue to keep an eye out and see if we start getting any more views. If they're able to track Dragon as it continues to close in on the International Space Station. The orbiting laboratory itself, 270 statute miles over planet Earth right now. They actually just crossed over the Falkland Islands, and they're going to continue to swing up over the southern Atlantic into this orbital daytime.
Yeah, and Dragon going about 17,100-ish miles an hour. It's also about 35 kilometers right now from the space station. So if we get lucky, we might get some views of Dragon as it's getting closer and closer. Earlier on in at least our segment, we had some views of Dragon when it was about 50 kilometers away. So looking forward to seeing it get crisper and crisper.
And at this point, we are roughly co-elliptic, and we are starting to capture Dragon again. The Cronus officers over there in Mission Control Houston controlling all of those external cameras on the International Space Station. It's still co-elliptic with the station right now, so it's roughly 2.5 kilometers below and then several kilometers behind. So we are still a little under 35 kilometers away. It's about 21.5 miles and just continuing to close in. We should hear the rendezvous complete in about 30 minutes, so that might come while we're on board once again with Bob and Doug, which we're looking forward to that in about 25 minutes from now.
We've got some views on your screen right now. On the right side is a view from, transition to a view of us in Mission Control. Earlier on your screen was a view of the Dragon spacecraft, a little dot, a view from the space station. I think that left view was probably of Node 2, right? Or was that a different view of the International Space Station? Right now it's Dragon.
I'll need to see it again, but yeah, right now we're continuing to track Dragon as it gets a little bit closer. Right now, and we're just continuing to check our data. We're about 35 kilometers away, so still a little over 21 miles away. And we're a little over 20 minutes away from that check-in with Bob and Doug on board the Dragon spacecraft. Let's take a moment now, just head down to Mission Control Houston, check in once more with Gary, where I think he's got the Orbit 1 team coming on console. So over to you, Gary.
Thanks, Dan. Yes, we've just completed our handover. The Orbit 2 team, led by Flight Director Zeb Scoville, is here in the room. Everybody's checked in and ready for Bob and Doug to arrive. A docking scheduled a little bit from now. A lot coming up here in the next couple of hours aboard the International Space Station. Chris Cassidy just completed his workouts for the day, completing his resistive exercise on the ARED that simulates sort of weightlifting, and also completing his exercise on the treadmill. One of the requirements for Dragon docking is for the cupola shutters to be closed. That has been completed, and he's scheduled for a conference with some flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston to go over the rendezvous procedures coming up here shortly. Within the next 2 hours, he's got a couple of items to take care of. One of them will be opening the hatch to the pressurized mating adapter. Just a little bit earlier today, the pressurized mating adapter itself has been equalized, and The cabin air has been introduced into pressurized mating adapter. The hatch is still closed. It'll be opened by Chris Cassidy a little bit later today. He'll set up some cameras and start venting the pressurized mating adapter once it's open. A lot's happening in just under 2 hours, though. Right now, we have a good connection one way from the International Space Station to Dragon through the C2V2 common communication for visiting vehicles that establishes a communication link between ISS and Dragon. Right now, just going one way. We got a radio S-band connection one way from the International Space Station to Dragon established. That's looking good. We need bidirectional communication, so a lot's going to happen once that's established here in just a little under 2 hours. We'll establish something called the Big Loop that'll combine the Dragon to ground audio that you're hearing from Dragon with the space to ground aboard the International Space Station. That'll be put together once we have a bidirectional communication with C2V2. In addition, right now, International Space Station attitude is as normal, but right about that time where we establish bidirectional communication with C2V2, we'll move some of the thrusters from the U.S. segment over to the Russian segment only. The Russian segment is at sort of the back of the International Space Station. Any of the firings or plumes will be far away from the Dragon and won't interfere with the docking operation. That's standard attitude control happening just about the time that we establish that communication. Also about that time is when we'll be go for approach initiation. Expected to be slightly early on that approach initiation, everything going per the timeline, even a little bit early. Right on track for Bob and Doug to dock here, upcoming today. That's it from the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Everything going according to plan. All the checks underway and right on the timeline. With that, I'll pass it back over to you over in Hawthorne.
All right. Thanks so much, Gary. We're just listening in. They're getting just kind of a rundown right now on the Dragon system with the flight director over there in Houston. The approach initiation burn is going to be moving up, as I think we were just hearing. So we're targeting that to come at about 12:09 UTC or GMT. That's going to be 5:09 a.m. over here on the West Coast. So Dragon moving ahead of schedule. We were tracking a docking time at about 7:30 a.m. Pacific, but we might even get ahead of that depending on how everything else goes.
Yeah, there's definitely a few steps in between there. There's a couple of go, no-go polls. And, of course, we've got the translational manual piloting test that'll happen when Dragon's about 220 or so meters from the station. So still a few test things to do yet. But, right now, some cool views on your left screen of the International Space Station. And on your right, seeing something that looks less like a speck and more like a Dragon capsule. So excited to see that getting closer and closer. Right now, Dragon about 33 kilometers from the station, about 428 kilometers above the Earth's surface, making its way slowly towards the space station.
And as Shiva was just saying, still a couple of steps. One of the steps that not necessary for the rendezvous, but we're going to be looking forward to in just about 20 minutes from now, or actually about 15 minutes from now, or 20.
Dragon Tally Ho, I know you guys probably see it on the video cameras, but with the naked eye we can see it as well. Looking like a nice shiny new friend.
And Station on 2, good morning to you as well, and thanks for pointing that out. I hadn't, but I see it now.
So pretty cool. We were, as part of our nets, we can hear station to ground and a couple of folks on station confirming that they could see Dragon with their just with their eyes, without a telescope or anything.
Yeah, the Expedition 63 Commander Chris Cassidy confirming a tally ho, and we'll have those space to grounds in the mix so you can follow along. But he's just getting awake and up and running on board the International Space Station. Chris Cassidy's mainly going to be in a monitoring mode. He'll actually have the ability to send commands to Dragon as just another layer of redundancy built into everything. But he's going to be watching during this final approach.
Yeah, if you watched our coverage during the Demo 1 mission, then at the crew aboard at the time issued a few commands to turn on a blinking light on the Dragon spacecraft just to exercise the system. The crew aboard space station act as another layer of redundancy if something were to go wrong. So I'm sure he's very excited to be part of this test and to see his friends Bob and Doug coming closer and closer to station.
Yeah, So we'll be checking inside the capsule with Bob and Doug in just about 15 minutes from now. Some of the other major milestones that we're going to be looking forward to, again, is going to be that approach initiation burn. We're tracking that to come at right about 5:09 a.m. Pacific, 12:09 GMT or Universal Time. And that'll be the burn that's going to bring us in really close to the space station. At that point, we'll be about 7.5 kilometers behind, and that's going to bring us just 400 meters directly below the International Space Station.
There'll be a call out here from the core, probably in about 20 or so minutes for rendezvous complete. Bob and Doug will have a few actions that they'll need to take care of there. And so we'll be sure to give you the play-by-play as that's happening and listen in as the ground teams and crew aboard Dragon coordinate these next steps.
All right, we are just 15 minutes away from that second check-in with Bob and Doug taking us on board and a quick look through the Dragon spacecraft. They woke up several hours ago. Their wake-up time coming right at about 1:45 a.m. Pacific.
Station Houston on Space Ground Super Chris conference. We're ready anytime you are. No reply needed, but we're ready to go, or we can go on time.
Yeah, just getting 2 minutes.
And Chris Cassidy on board the space station is about to do just a quick rendezvous conference. So he's been doing a lot of training just to get ready for this, everything that he's going to be responsible for. He's largely just monitoring Dragon during its final approach. And then he's been having a lot, or he'll have a lot of tasks to actually get the hatches ready to open up. So again, you're going to be hearing communication coming from a couple of different paths. You're going to hear the core here in Hawthorne talking directly to the crew on board Dragon. And for this morning and for our approach, it's going to be Anna Menon. And you're also going to be here Josh Kutrick, one of our newest astronauts from the Canadian Space Agency, talking directly to Chris Cassidy and the crew on board the International Space Station. And pretty soon, in a couple of hours, all of them are going to get pulled together and they'll all be able to talk simultaneously with each other.
Yeah, and in our procedures, there's some call-in points, there's some synchronization points. The cores try to keep the crew apprised, especially after burns or after events, to let them know that the ground is monitoring. If there were to be any kind of an alert or caution on the vehicle side, core would also hop on and let the crew know that the ground has that caution and is working it. So a really important relationship between the ground operators and the folks on the spacecraft, goes back all the way to the early days of the Flight Operations Directorate and the Mercury and Gemini programs.
Yeah, and it's been pretty quiet, and that's mainly because we haven't really been having any issues with the Dragon spacecraft. We know Bob and Doug beforehand talked that they wanted every piece of insight possible into Dragon on their way uphill. So any alert, anything that could possibly happen with the spacecraft, they wanted to make sure it was on their displays, and they wanted that feedback fed to them from the core. And it's been pretty quiet. We haven't had any major systems issues with the Dragon spacecraft that we've tracked the whole way uphill.
Yeah, honestly, I hope it's been a little bit boring for them. Just a quick little ride up to the space station. I know it's super exciting for all of us here at SpaceX and for everyone who's watching live. But ideally, we want the flight test to be pretty boring.
That is the goal.
If you're just joining us live on your screen right now, the left-hand screen is a view of the Earth from the International Space Station, camera aboard that. On the right-hand screen is actually a view from the space station. Oh, well, there was a view there of the Dragon spacecraft from the space station. Hopefully we'll get that back. So it's getting closer and closer to space station. It's right now about 31 kilometers away from the space station, and just wow, when you look at it like a speck like that, it just really puts into perspective how vast distances in space are. Both the ISS and Dragon are going about 17,500-ish miles an hour, going really fast, zipping around the Earth. I think when we looked that up earlier, it's about a 9-minute trip from LA to New York, which I would love.
I would definitely get on that airline. And just a reminder, so that view on the right, that is from a camera outside the International Space Station. Those are being pointed by a person on the ground.
Dragon SpaceX for upcoming media event configuration.
Go ahead.
Yes, we have some early ground station coverage, and thus we have several requests for you. The first is just a reminder to please turn off the lower task lights as well.
Okay, we'll take a look, and I do not think we turned them on.
Copy. Secondly, we would like you to do the sync test at this point, and for that we ask that you please use the cabin mic and count verbally to 15 with mouth visible to the camera.
Okay, if you're ready for that, we are.
And we are ready.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Thank you for that. We've gotten confirmation of a good sync. And finally, during the first media event, we actually noticed a good bit of reflection from the windows when you tried to show us the Earth view. We are hoping that this will be mitigated now that we are in full daylight, but to pre-test this, do you mind going over to the window at this point and giving us a view so we can see how that looks?
And so right now the core here, Anna Menon, just walking the crew through a couple of early setups as they get ready to bring us on board one more time. You heard them doing a long 15 count, and it's something. It's something that almost seems a little bit mundane.
It's interesting. I think we've all had that moment of putting on like wireless headphones, trying to watch a movie, and then everything's a little bit out of sync. That's what the test that we were just doing, make sure that the mic feed is in sync. And really, we need the ground stations to get high quality video footage. So we have you may have heard Anna mention, we have good ground station coverage, so we wanted to do a couple of tests there before this, which makes me really excited because that means we're getting pretty close to getting back on board the spacecraft.
Sounds like they'll have a slew or an attitude change shortly after we come on board, which we should be in about 7 minutes. We said this a little bit earlier, even the behind-the-scenes technical checkouts, all that stuff, that it still feels pretty surreal that we're doing this on board an entirely new spacecraft with humans. So we're going to get to go on board with Bob and Doug in just about 6 minutes. The sun is up, so we'll get a much better view out of the windows on board the Dragon spacecraft.
Yeah, you mentioned how surreal it is. I think I had a moment before the crew had even gotten on board the vehicle where it was just the 4 seats with the crew arm attached. I think that was the moment when it really hit me that, oh my God, we're flying people.
It didn't really hit me until we saw blue skies. I was definitely holding out for the weather. We had that scrub about 17 minutes before flight on Wednesday, and things weren't looking super great on Saturday, but we kind of managed to shoot the gap. And as we saw from those images from the space station, it almost looks like we had a corridor of clouds that were just on either side of our ascent trajectory. So the weather did cooperate. We were able to get them on orbit. And I mean, right now they're over planet Earth, orbiting at about 270 miles over. They're actually right over the Democratic Republic of the Congo, so flying over Central Africa, and they're on a northeasterly trajectory. So they're going to cross over Sudan, the Red Sea, and the Arabian Peninsula before swinging out over Central Asia.
Yeah, and Dan, you mentioned the weather. I mean, I think a lot of people may look at how the weather is directly at the Cape and say, hey, it looks great, like, why don't you launch? But really, it's all about weather along the entire ascent trajectory. The Dragon vehicle does have an integrated launch escape system, so if something were to go wrong, the entire ascent portion, the Super Dracos could then fire and safely take the Dragon spacecraft away from the Falcon 9. We actually got a demo of that during the in-flight abort demonstration test. So when we're considering weather, it's really a check all along that ascent corridor to make sure that the sea state and the wave heights and the clouds, thunderstorms, all of that wouldn't impact recovery operations if we did have that unlikely abort scenario. So luckily, things worked out for us. We were able to launch. I think launch time was 3:22 p.m. Eastern time yesterday. And now we're about, I want to say 15 hours into the mission.
Yeah, we can pull up our clock real quick. We are 50, you're right on, 15 hours, 19 minutes and counting into our mission since we launched from Cape Canaveral. We are just about 4 minutes away from Bob and Doug bringing us once more on board the Dragon capsule. I think we saw it called Dragon Ship Endeavor, as we saw Elon tweet out. But the crew revealed that they named it Endeavor in honor of
two
things really. Both of them obviously flying on the Space Shuttle Endeavor, which itself also pulled its name from a famous exploring ship.
Yeah, and actually they had some really cool words there for the endeavor here between SpaceX and NASA for this venture into commercial vehicles taking people to orbit. Dragon is the first commercial vehicle to take people into orbit, and hopefully will be the first commercial vehicle to take people to the International Space Station. So, those docking steps happening. about 7:20 a.m. The timing might adjust a little bit. It kind of depends on how well the approach steps go.
Yeah, we heard the approach initiation burn did move up about 18 minutes up to 12:09 GMT, which is just about 5:09 a.m. over here on the West Coast. While we are just a few minutes away from getting back on board with Bob and Doug, some behind-the-scenes tests are still happening. They're still doing tests of that C2V2 connection between Dragon and the space station itself. It's the common communications for visiting vehicles, and that's going to establish a data and a command link between the Dragon spacecraft and the station on board. Just gives another path for data to flow back down to the ground, again, coming from those Tedra's satellites that both Dragon and the space station are communicating with. And when we're over some of the SpaceX ground stations, as we are now, we're able to get data down, also able to get video down from the Dragon spacecraft, which we're going to be seeing in just about a minute from now. But I mean, meanwhile, view on the right, Dragon getting bigger and bigger. We're continuing to close in. Right now, we're under 30 kilometers away. We're about 28.5 kilometers away, or about 17.8 miles from the International Space Station. And we're on that co-elliptic orbit. We're just kind of catching up from behind now.
Yeah, the International Space Station is on a slightly elliptical orbit. So co-elliptic orbit meaning that Dragon's apogee syncs up with the station's apogee, the apogee there being the highest point of the orbit, and the perigee, which is the lowest point of the orbit. Those two will sync up as well. So right now, Dragon's apogee about 432 kilometers above the Earth's surface. Not quite at apogee yet. About 15 kilometers from apogee. So.
All right. Well, we'll listen in. We should hear the call now to come on board any moment. Just a reminder, the rendezvous complete will happen during this event, and that largely just signifies that we've completed all of the maneuvers from the separation of Falcon 9 up until this point prior to approach initiation. And as Shiva, I think, talked about, there's a couple of steps for the crew that they'll get into once they're complete with our look inside Dragon. And it looks like we might be getting the videos synced back up with good ground station views. Standing by to go on board with Bob and Doug.
Dragon SpaceX, we are go for you to begin the media event at this time.
Dragon copies. Well, good morning, everyone from Endeavour. We had a great night last night, got to get a little sleep, and as you can see from the video, we are just passing over Saudi Arabia in the Middle East. A beautiful day pass right now. And heading northeast up towards Central Asia, and then we'll work our way out the western part of the Himalayas there, and work our way all the way out over, looks like Japan, out into the Pacific for this particular pass. If you look closely in the video, you can see just a sliver of moon kind of halfway between the surface of the Earth and the window pane as we're flying at about 17,500 miles an hour around the planet. Getting pretty close to ISS. When we were in the night part of this orbit, we actually got to see ISS out the window, which was pretty neat to see it for the first time on this trip. Bob's panning the camera back now, just kind of taking a look at around the cabin just to see how things look after a crew's lived in Dragon for an evening. We last night, the way things went, we had our normal activation, got out of our suits, had some a little bit of dinner, then reconfigured the cabin for orbit ops. Did a couple other events, including the media event last night, and then we proceeded to get ready for bed, which in space takes a little bit longer than I think on planet Earth. We had to pull out sleeping bags and sleeping clothes and all those kinds of things. Got kind of cleaned up, and then we ended up sleeping just like we are right now, right in our chairs, which was actually a pretty comfortable night's sleep. One of the things we did yesterday was actually manually fly Crew Dragon for the first time, and I want to compliment the teams at Hawthorne. Just a spectacular job with the simulator, as the vehicle flew exactly like the simulators out in Hawthorne. So just want to thank the teams that did all the work on that particular training device, as well as all the modeling and the GNC. It really worked out well and was a joy to fly. And I'm guessing it was the first time a space vehicle was flown with a touchscreen before. So we got that going for us. I'm going to hand the mic over to Bob.
Well, hello, folks. Welcome aboard the Dragon capsule endeavor. Doug and I had a good night's sleep last night. We were surprised, I think, at how well we actually slept aboard the vehicle. A little bit quieter than Space Shuttle, a little bit more, I guess, environmentally controlled. So we had didn't have CO2 pockets or things like that building up, giving us congestion, which was super awesome. He talked a little bit about the changing and going back and forth between our suits and our sleepwear and the clothes we're in now, and managing all those things. But we've managed to keep the ship pretty tidy at this point as we went through the night's activities and then got into our preparation for today. We did get our suits dried out, get them packed away into the black bags that are stowed in the outboard seats. You can, if you look closely, you can see we've got them strapped in with the regular straps that you'd use for riding into orbit, and then over against kind of that former window location, there is a you can see Doug's sleep bag there next to his crew notebook, and so that's how we're keeping all of our laundry constrained, floating all around today. Doug mentioned the manual flying and how well the simulator matched that. I'll tell you that for the ride uphill on Ascent, they just are never able to capture that at the simulator. And so I think Doug and I were talking about all the observations that we had all the way uphill. While it was an exciting ride, I think we got a couple of minor surprises just in terms of the way the vehicle is kind of moving and shaking and taking you into orbit. You can tell that it's fighting against the Earth as it makes its way into space, and that's just something a simulator can never truly simulate. We do have a friend on board with us. We introduced you to Trimmer yesterday when we did our little activity with the camera. Trimmer also had a good night's sleep. I know that both of our sons are pretty happy about that with their pet dinosaur making it into orbit, and and having a good night in zero gravity. We plan, once we get on board the space station, to reunite Trimmer with Earthy, and plan to bring both of them back to Earth. I know that we'll get Trimmer through the safety brief and get all the education that's required so that we'll have a safe operation while we're on board the space station should anything come up that we need to be prepared for. I know that Trimmer's also looking forward to helping us out with EVA preparations, just in case we need to do a spacewalk, and so we're looking forward to that as well.
2 minutes until LOS.
Let's see, I think we'll go ahead and bring the camera out a little bit, and we'll show you what's going on underneath the seats on board the Dragon capsule Endeavour. We've got quite a bit of cargo that we'll be taking to the space station. We've got some hard racks as well. The hard stowage that we have can also be swapped, these hard containers here, for powered cargo, which lets us bring back refrigerated things from the International Space Station. And if you're super lucky, we don't have that this time, but I bet you some crew will take ice cream to the International Space Station with those. That'll be exciting for those crews to get to have that. We do have some emergency equipment labeled in red, which is nice to have and easy to see, as well as the other stowage bags that we have down here as well. I don't know if you were watching closely during our strap-in and insertion on the pad, but we did have the seats rotate at one point. We were down in an easier configuration to ingress the vehicle in, so when we climbed aboard, the seats were rotated down, and after we were strapped in, they rotated up our activities. And so those seats will rotate again in preparation for splashdown when we eventually come home. So if any of y'all know Uncle Kirk Shireman, as we call him, you could ask him when we're coming home and make sure that he starts having a plan for us.
Well, we appreciate you having them coming on board again with us on Endeavour, and enjoyed showing you around both inside and out. The next time we'll be on video for you, we'll hopefully be on board Chris Cass in just hours. So we appreciate you stopping by and from Endeavour.
All right, it looks like
Dragon SpaceX, thank you so much. That was a great event.
it looks like they wrapped up right as we went into.
We enjoyed it. Hopefully everybody else did too. We're going to go ahead and put the floater cam back in the compartment, and if there's anything else you need, just let us know.
And Dragon SpaceX, thanks. We all really enjoyed it down here. And if you don't mind holding that floater camera out still until we confirm it is off, I will give you that go to return it once we have turned it off.
No response needed, but if you're ready, we're ready early on the Node 2 hatch, so you have a go at any time to open the Node 2 hatch. Reminder not to ingress off that yet, because we will be ventilating it. But go to open.
I'll put that in work right now.
Pretty cool there to get an inside look into the capsule a second time. Tremor looks like he's having a lot of fun. Bob and Doug also look like they're having a lot of fun. Can we just call them and ask for a few more views of Earth? They said they were going to keep that camera out for some stuff, right?
I definitely wish we could be in there the whole way, but we do have a couple of more major steps coming up as they are continuing to close in on the International Space Station. During that time with them inside the capsule, we passed the rendezvous complete stage, and so now we're just moving up on the approach initiation. In about 20 minutes, we're going to do something called the approach out of plane burn. And this was described to me by our lead flight director over in Houston, Zeb Scoville. As you're doing these approaches, you might have a little bit of margin that you need to clean up, and so they can do this out of plane burn just to get exactly where they want to be for that approach initiation, which we are targeting to come right at about, pull my time up again, right at about 5:09 a.m. Pacific, so in a little over an hour from now, 12:09 UTC or GMT. And that's the burn that's really going to begin putting us really close to the International Space Station.
Yeah, as we were talking about, out of plane versus in plane, if you imagine the International Space Station on sort of a flat sheet as it's going around the Earth, that's the plane of its orbit. And we're trying to make sure that the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station are on that same plane. Right now, the two are both co-elliptic, so they should be pretty close. But this small out of plane burn will help us do any small corrections that we need to do so we can get that more or less perfect for the flight.
And in the meantime, we did hear that on board the International Space Station, Chris Cassidy getting the go to open up the Node 2 hatch. And so Node 2 is where they're going to be docking to today on the very forward end. There is a hatch between Node 2 itself and the pressurized mating adapter. So Chris Cassidy's going to get the go to open that up. He's not going to go inside yet. They're going to install some ducting to begin circulating some air through the pressurized mating adapter itself. And then once that's complete, he'll be able to get the APAS hatch, so the hatch on the station side configured, and that's exposed to the vacuum of space right now. And then once the Dragon docks, that will form what's called the vestibule, so two different sides of hatches normally exposed to the vacuum of space will form a tight link, and then they'll be able to pressurize that section before they actually get those hatches open.
Yeah, that's right. Dragon will be docking to the International Docking Adapter, which is attached to that pressurized mating adapter, PMA, as you might hear it called as we're listening into calls on the nets. The fun fact that both of the International Docking Adapters actually flew up on previous Dragon CRS missions. So the adapter on the V-bar, so that's, if you imagine the windward direction, as Dan had mentioned earlier, of the space station traveling through, that is where the Dragon capsule today will be targeting for docking. And actually, it's only been used once before for the Demonstration 1 mission, when that vehicle docked to space station.
And we have two of those docking adapters on the station right now. We're once again using that one in the forward part of Node 2. The other one is on a pressurized mating adapter on the zenith part of Node 2. Zenith is just the space-facing side of the International Space Station. So if you were inside and just looking up away from planet Earth, you're looking zenith. And so we'll have two docking adapters available for any vehicles using these international docking standards. And that's obviously the Crew Dragon, which is also a version of it going to be carrying cargo up on SpaceX's resupply missions in the future. And then somewhere down the road, we'll have the Boeing Starliner. So, I mean, we'll be in a reality where we could have two brand new spacecraft docked to the International Space Station at the same time. Could even have two Dragons there at the exact same time. We haven't used that Zenith port yet. We will have to down the road inevitably, as one thing that we're going to be looking to do is something called direct handovers. And so right now we do a lot of indirect handovers on the International Space Station, where you have one group leave, and for a period of time you only have 3 people on board, and then until another group shows up. With direct handovers, you can have 2 vehicles docked at the same time, and so you don't have those long periods of only having about 3 crew members on board. We've only had 3 crew on board since Expedition 62 ended, with Chris Cassidy the only U.S. crew member on board right now.
Yeah, so I'm sure he's excited to have 2 more U.S. crew members join him. People I'm sure he's trained with, and he actually flew right with Doug on the last, not the last STS mission. You mentioned a mission he flew with him.
Yeah, Cassidy flew with Doug on STS 127. That was back in 2009.
Dragon SpaceX for 3 items.
Anna. Just give us 1 second up here, and we'll be right with you.
Copy. Sounds great.
So I think the core there giving Dragon a call, probably for that rendezvous completion, and then some words about what they'll be stepping into next.
Again, the core right now is Anna Manon. She's going to be the one on console here for all of our approach and docking maneuvers coming up over the next several hours. She's the one talking directly to the crew, Bob and Doug on board Crew Dragon, doing that from Hawthorne Mission Control right behind us. Core, a brand new position in human space flight. This is the first mission it's been used on, so we've had a couple cycle through already. Just going through their different shifts with the different control teams as they shift around. When we have humans in space, we're pretty much going around the clock. I know that the...
Go ahead for those 3 items, Anna.
At this point, you are go to stow the floater camera, and I have the burn time for approach initiation when you are ready to copy.
Houston, no 2 forward hatch open.
Station, we copy. No 2 forward hatch open.
Stow the floater, and we're ready to copy.
The burn time for approach initiation is 1209 UTC. Note that you will see approximately 1213 for the time in your displays, but we expect it to trend towards 1209.
Okay, new time for AI, 12:09. We'll see 12:13 on the displays, but it'll trend back towards 09. How copy?
Good copy. And I thirdly have a request regarding the handheld gas detectors when you are ready to copy.
Josh, a couple days ago we had a question whether or not the hatch holding mechanism was in there, and it is. We had previously grabbed
We have a request for you to please turn on the fire detector handheld gas detectors. Those are numbers 1 and 2.
Copy that.
And report readings of CO, HCl, and HCN. Then turn the draggers off, confirm they are off, and restow.
Okay, we'll turn on detectors 1 and 2. We'll get CO, HCl, and HCN readings, and then we will turn them off.
Thank you so much.
All right, so the core here in Hawthorne just running down a couple of items with Bob and Doug. One of the ones right at the top is that next big milestone that we're really looking out for, and that's that approach initiation burn. Before that happens, we'll get into the integrated operations between the team here in Hawthorne and the team out in Houston.
Yeah, that's right. The integrated operations really represents a close partnership between the operations teams both in both sites. And that's because we're getting really close to space station. So we want both the teams in Hawthorne who are able to control the Dragon spacecraft and give real-time updates to how it's performing and how the systems are functioning. We want them to be completely synced up with the International Space Station. And the space station also needs to be ready to go to allow approach initiation to enter into the approach ellipsoid around the space station.
And speaking of the space station, we're getting some live views inside of Node 2. We just saw him on screen. He's floating out to get some tools for the actual hatch operations for Dragon, but this is a live view inside the International Space Station. We'll see Expedition 63 Commander Chris Cassidy in there getting the hatchway open. You can see at the very far end a space that looks like it kind of dips down and then goes to a small white hatch. That's the pressurized mating adapter. So that's the attachment point, really, along with the international docking adapter between Dragon and the International Space Station. So there's a small corridor that's now exposed. Chris opened up the hatchway on Node 2 to open that up and begin circulating air through it. And there we can see him floating once again into screen. or actually, that looks like Russian cosmonaut Anatoly Ivanishin, who's just going to be assisting with some of the hatch opening ops. But Chris Cassidy is going to be our prime. He's been training for this on board, and we're going to see him quite a bit once we get to that hatch opening in just a couple of hours.
Yeah, and you mentioned, circulating some air in there. I think that's something that here on Earth we take for granted.
Yeah.
The combination of convection on Earth and just fans moving air around, and also gravity and stratification of the density of fluids. So carbon dioxide being a little more dense than nitrogen and oxygen that primarily make up air, really allows that carbon dioxide to sort of get out of the way. On Space Station, it is an enclosed space, so all of the carbon dioxide that the crew are breathing out.
Dragon SpaceX, there is an OOP burn coming up in 7 minutes.
Dragon copies.
So core letting the crew there know about the upcoming out-of-plane burn. But as I was saying, the carbon dioxide will tend to build up unless there are fans and filters to capture that. So the circulation step here is to try to get some of that air circulating, make sure that there's no unexpected or sort of stale air in that hatch. And actually, Dragon has similar measures on the spacecraft to make sure it's circulating air and cleaning up that cabin environment for Bob and Doug.
Sorry, I'm trying to hold it together for a minute. We heard them call it the OOP burn, and my colleague just said OOP. There it is. The OOP is the out-of-plane burn, and as we described, as they've made all of these careful approach burns.
Dragon SpaceX, we are also less than 2.5 hours to the earliest docking time.
Dragon, detector readings if you're ready to copy, Anna.
I am ready to copy.
For the detector 1, L reading is 0.0. Detector 2, the CO is 8 parts per million, and the HCN reads negative 0.4 parts per million. How copy?
I copied HCl 0.0, CO 8 parts per million, HCN negative 0.4 parts per million.
Good copy.
Thank you so much.
We will turn them off and then put them back in volume 14.
Perfect. Thank you.
So the core, Anna, they're letting the crew know to do a quick functional test of the handheld gas detectors. We have a few of those on board Dragon. If there were to be some kind of an anomaly on board the spacecraft, they help the crew diagnose whether there's any kind of an emergency situation. And just doing a quick check, making sure they're functioning as intended.
Yeah, we heard them checking for 3 different ones, and they were HCN, hydrogen cyanide, HCl, hydrogen chloride, and CO, carbon monoxide. And again, these are detectors. They are in a closed environment, so all of their atmosphere is in there with them. So onboard Dragon, and also once they're onboard station, there are always a number of detectors set up throughout, just looking for any trace contaminants, as we call them. So any very tiny bits of any of these substances that are used in spacecraft for anything from cooling the vehicles, being fuel, refrigerants, things like that. just to make sure we always have a safe breathing atmosphere through that life support system for our crew members on board. So yeah, they went through. We heard a confirmation just on our side from our life support officers in the control rooms, everything at the expected values, no concerns, and they were able to switch those detectors back off.
Yeah, and shortly here, actually, the crew, so once we get the go-ahead to do the approach initiation, the crew will also begin to don their suits. So those cool suits that they had on during the ascent portion, they'll put those back on, go through some leak checks on those suits, make sure that they're good to go, because they are getting pretty close to the space station. It's a relatively dynamic phase with a number of burns and attitude, thruster movements of the spacecraft to try to make sure you're completely centered and pointed relative to the International Space Station. So we just want the crew to be safe in their suits in case anything were to happen. They're safe and ready to go. And those suits can provide nitrox, which is a mixture of nitrogen and oxygen, or pure oxygen to the suits if the pressure were to get low enough in the cabin.
But meanwhile, we are counting down to another burn. This is going to be a really small adjustment coming up in about a minute. It's an out-of-plane burn just to really fine-tune their path and set them up for that approach initiation. Only going to be changing their velocity by about 0.66 meters per second. So again, just a really slight adjustment to the Dragon spacecraft's velocity as we get closer to that approach initiation burn, which is when things are really going to start to pick up. And again, we're tracking that in under an hour from now at about 5:09 a.m. Pacific, 12:09 GMT. So we'll stand by for one more burn. Again, we'll wait to hear out once it starts. This one's planned to be about 40 seconds in length. Again, firing those Draco thrusters to begin moving Dragon just a little bit closer, just fine-tuning its path right now before we get to approach initiation.
Yeah, and actually we saw during the 5 sort of big burns that happened earlier in the mission that the Dragon spacecraft reoriented itself. So it did what we call a slew maneuver to try to get those forward bulkhead Draco thrusters, the ones that are underneath the nose cone, or rather protected by the nose cone during the ascent portion, to get those Draco thrusters to provide most of the momentum to the spacecraft. For most of the burns going from here on, we'll actually be using the service section thrusters. So there are 12 Draco engines that provide attitude control and small thruster corrections as we make these fine-tuned approaches to the space station.
And I mean, just watching the data, it's been all service section Dracos for this burn so far. So again, just a really slight burn just to really fine-tune our path, to put Dragon in the right position before that approach initiation.
Dragon SpaceX OOP burn complete, nominal burn.
And once again, OOP, there it is.
Dragon copies, nominal OOP burn. Thanks, Anna.
So one more nominal burn in the books. We are now 53 minutes away from the planned approach initiation. So before we get there, they are going to do a go, no-go between the teams, both in Hawthorne Mission Control right behind us and with the teams over there in Mission Control Houston. So they'll do that about 20 or so minutes before they get to the actual burn itself, which we are still tracking for under an hour from now, 5:09 a.m. Pacific, 12:09 GMT.
Yeah, and it's really a chance for all of the subsystem area experts, so the folks who really understand the avionics and the guidance system and the propulsion system and their counterparts on the station side, to really take a look at the data on both spacecraft, make sure that both vehicles look healthy before they start going into what are a little bit more risky operations, because you're getting closer to the space station. Bob and Doug actually touched on it, and we've talked about it a few times. They're going about 17,500 miles an hour right now, which is just it's really, really fast, incredibly fast, especially when you put into perspective that most commercial airliners are around 500 miles an hour. things happen very quickly unless you're very controlled about your approach maneuvers. And so these go, no-go polls serve as opportunities for the ground teams to feel confident that the spacecraft is going to perform as expected.
With that out-of-plane burn now in the books, the crew should be getting to go to start their suit donning in the next 15 or 20 minutes. And that'll be one of the go, no-go criteria we look for before they get to the approach initiation burn. And so we'll hear them. We saw they had the suits in bags just strapped into the seats next to them. As both seats 1 and 4 inside the spacecraft empty for this. So Bob and Doug able to store their suits in those seats. So it was pretty cool seeing them strapped in, almost like we saw Ripley strapped in last year on Demo 1. But they'll get into their suits and get strapped in, and then once again be monitoring those touchscreen controls, just watching Dragon systems as they start to move through the final approach.
Yeah, and the ground side and, of course, Bob and Doug on the vehicle will have some steps that they need to do here. We talked a little bit about suit donning. The ground side will actually give them a call, let them know that they're go to put on their spacesuits. Once they get into the spacesuits, there's a few checks that we need to do.
Dragon, SpaceX for suit donning and pre-suit donning activities.
There it is.
Go ahead.
We are ready for you to step into suit donning a little early, and we have a couple of requests for you before you do so. Let me know when you're ready to copy.
Sit on 2. Hey, Josh, are you guys seeing what you need to see from the cupola SSC?
We're ready to copy, Anna.
We're checking.
The first is that we noticed that the carry-on bags are temp stowed in the cabin. We ask that as a part of your suit donning that you please re-stow those because the material that they are made out of is a flammability risk.
It all looks good, thanks.
Okay, great.
Okay, we'll re-stow those.
Thanks so much. Secondly, a reminder to please power off and clean each of your displays using your comfort garment, and then power back on as a part of your suit donning.
Okay, we will power off via the push buttons each display and then clean them with a comfort garment and then power each back on. How copy?
That's a perfect copy. And we will be putting the external video configuration in work as we speak, and we'll let you know when that's ready for your suit donning.
Okay, sounds good.
So the core there letting the crew to do a few actions. They talked about cleaning up the displays a little bit, making sure that they're nice to go before they step into that manual piloting test later on. Also the suit donning and camera reconfiguration, so give Bob and Doug a little bit of privacy while they slip into those spacesuits. And they actually mentioned the comfort garment there. It's actually it's a layer that they wear underneath the suit. It's kind of like soft, comfy material. I kind of think of it like soft, comfy pajamas, but it's like athletic material that they can use for soft touch cleaning items.
Yeah, one of the most common questions we get when we see spacesuits is kind of what's underneath, because we know that there's a lot of layers built in. For the large EMUs that they'll wear once they're doing spacewalks on board, which Bob Behnken received some training for, and we might be seeing him go out the door with Station Commander Chris Cassidy, who we can see start to peek into view there on the International Space Station. They have an actual liquid cooling garment that's flowing cool water, but I know the SpaceX suits were just able to use some cool air flowing through those umbilicals to help keep them cool while they're inside those suits. Because, I mean, We've called them kind of mini spacecraft inside a spacecraft. You're in a sealed environment, essentially, when everything's zipped up. So it can get kind of warm if you're just sitting in there by yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I think it's something important to make the distinction there that the SpaceX suits are what we call IVA suits, or intravehicular activity suits. If you're thinking about, the EVA suits or extravehicular activity suits, they're a little bit different. The suits provide some protection. They've got that 3D printed helmet portion with the integrated mics. So of course that protects if the crew were to get a little bump or something during the ride or during some of those dynamic maneuvers. But more importantly, the suits provide protection if there were some kind of a depressurization event in the vehicle. If we were to somehow lose cabin pressure aboard, then those suits would inflate and keep pressure on Bob and Doug. Since we have about 14.7 psi depending on where you live on the ground, so the Dragon cabin's roughly about that as well. So it tries to keep them at an appropriate positive pressure differential to keep them safe. So the suit's important function for all the safety activities, for the ascent portion. They also actually have some restraints.
And Dragon SpaceX cameras are now external.
It sounds like we're getting a lot of camera configuration work right now for the ones on Dragon. They're external now for on station. We see Chris Cassidy. He's going to do his best.
Dragon copies. And with that, Anna, we'll take that as our cue to start transitioning into our undersuit garments.
You are go.
There we go. Bob and Doug getting the go to start their suit-up procedures from the core here in Hawthorne and in Manon. Meanwhile, though, again, on board the space station, Chris Cassidy getting some cameras set up, so we hopefully get a pretty good view down that PMA hatch. It's a bit of a tight squeeze. Again, just as a data point for you, when that APAS hatch is open, they only have a little over 30 inches between the attachment point of that hatch and the bottom of the pressurized mating adapter where they're going to be coming through. But definitely big enough for the crew and definitely big enough for cargo that this version of Dragon is going to be bringing up on future flights starting later this year. It'll be the first flight of a cargo variant of this spacecraft, which, I mean, even that in of itself is going to be really exciting. There have been over 20 cargo deliveries on the original cargo Dragon, which all went through this berthing procedure. To see one come up for cargo and dock, that's just going to be another first that we have. So 2020 is already being a year of a lot of firsts, and still a lot more to come.
Yeah, in fact, actually, on those Cargo Dragon missions, a couple of the early Cargo Dragon missions actually brought the international docking adapters that both the Demo 1 vehicle and hopefully today's Demo 2 vehicle will attach to. And when we got that awesome look inside the Dragon spacecraft earlier with Bob and Doug, we got a little look at some of the cargo that they have underneath the seats. So they had a few cargo pallets and storage items down there. And, this version of Dragon can also hold a decent amount of cargo in the pressurized section of the vehicle. So nice to see that all that is being taken advantage of on this test flight.
Yeah, and if you give me a few minutes, I could pull up the manifest for this flight. A lot of the cargo on the way uphill is things like vehicle spares, some hardware specific to Dragon itself that's going to stay on board station for future Dragon flights. They have some cold freezers on board, which are empty right now on the way up, but those are going to be packed full on the way back down. One thing that Dragon's always provided to the International Space Station is the ability to bring cargo home, as even the cargo version of Dragon had that heat shield and survived the heat of reentry to splash down in the ocean. And that's critical for bringing a lot of these science samples back down to Earth for analysis. A lot of the science gets done on the station, but you don't have an entire analysis laboratory, which are spread out all over planet Earth. So the Dragon capsule has always been able to bring some of that cargo home, and when Bob and Doug come home in a couple of weeks or a couple of months, they're going to be bringing down a whole bunch of science samples. A lot of the stuff that goes into those cold sections and it gets a little gross, but it's a lot of the human research samples, so samples from the astronauts themselves. We don't like to call them guinea pigs, but they are the research subjects for a lot of the academic research being done on board the International Space Station.
Yeah, some of the crew members have been on, up to a year up there, and microgravity is definitely a different environment from Earth because you're constantly in a state of free fall. So subtle changes to the inner eye, subtle changes to your bone density, all kinds of things that I'm sure there's awesome research going on in the station.
Affirmative, copy that.
I also want to check the cable routing for this camera.
Roger.
So pretty cool that Dragon can bring those cargo samples back and enable better understanding of human physiology in space for some of those deeper exploration missions that are hopefully to come.
Yeah, we have a bit of a backlog still of just all of these cold samples, and these are samples that we have a number of freezers, like the Melfi, the minus 80-degree laboratory freezer on board the International Space Station, that you have to keep them at these very cold temperatures just to preserve them for further analysis down here on the ground. And so Cargo Dragon, not only delivering crew, but also going to be delivering some of our science samples back down to planet Earth. So it'll come from a lot of those human research studies. There have also been a number of rodent research studies on board the space station, pharmaceutical companies doing research for drugs ranging from cancer treatment to a number of very specialized diseases like Duchenne's muscular dystrophy. So a lot of this work being done on board the International Space Station, not just to learn more about flying in space, but to benefit life back down here on Earth. But we're getting some cool views inside the space station right now. Let's go down to Gary in Houston, check in with the station team. They're doing some final work to get the station configured for this approach and docking. Over to you, Gary.
Thanks, Dan. That's right. A lot has already happened. We are right on the timeline, ready to receive Bob and Doug here at the International Space Station. You're getting a look from the inside of the space station at the forward end, right where Chris Cassidy is, down that hatchway. That's where Bob and Doug are going to be docking. That's called the pressurized mating adapter. Chris Cassidy opened the hatch to essentially ventilate that pressurized mating adapter. That hatch normally closed for day-to-day operations, but opening it up allows the air from inside the International Space Station to circulate inside and really get rid of some of those CO2 pockets. One of those things you got to worry about when you're in the microgravity environment. But now that the air is circulated in the pressurized mating adapter, we got good ventilation of that segment of the space station. Cassidy's prepping the pressurized mating adapter to close the hatch there. Just don't want anything floating in while we have a good mix. So just an extra precaution before we get towards the docking of Bob and Doug. He's also configuring some cameras. You're getting a view now. That's one view that we'll be able to get from the inside there. Should be a few more coming shortly. Chris Cassidy has also completed a rendezvous conference to go over the procedures, everything he has to look forward to for the monitoring of the approach and docking of Bob and Doug here shortly. The International Space Station itself is also being configured for Bob and Doug's arrival. Attitude has been switched to proximity operations, and the solar array joints, the solar alpha rotary joints, are being configured to be locked. This is, again, one of those precautions needed for Bob and Doug's arrival. Everything is on track. We're a little bit less than an hour from bidirectional communications with the C2V2, common communication for visiting vehicle. There's one on the space station, also one on Dragon. That bidirectional communication will allow some good solid video, audio, and telemetry data to be exchanged from between Dragon and International Space Station. Dragon at that time won't need to rely on TDRS satellites and the ground stations. Really, everything can be accomplished through that C2V2 link. That's coming up here in just a little bit less than an hour. Also about that time will be the go, no-go for approach initiation, joint operations coming up on the space station very shortly, and of course the Attitude will be configured for docking, those thrusters on the U.S. side being shifted over to the Russian side. Don't want any of those plumes interfering with Dragon's docking. Everything's going according to the timeline here from Mission Control Houston. We'll send it back over to you at Hawthorne for some of these next few steps.
Awesome. Thanks, Gary. That's a cool update to hear about all the cool research and the next steps coming from your perspective, too.
All right. Well, yeah, just another time check in. We should be getting the go, no-go for that approach initiation within the next 15 minutes. That's something that's going to be on internal loops and nets with the SpaceX and NASA team. We'll be able to report to you once we get a go or a no-go, but everything's still trending towards the go. We've not had any issues with Dragon on the whole way uphill until this point. All of our burns have been nominal. We had those 5 major ones to get us in this close proximity to the International Space Station. Right now, they're only 16 kilometers away, just about 10 miles. They're going to continue to close in until they're about 7.5 kilometers, and then we'll be able to begin that approach initiation.
Yeah, currently Bob and Doug are getting into their suits. As they get into their comfort garments and then eventually get into the entire suit, then they'll let the ground team know. And then there's a couple of pressurized leak checks that we'll do on them, just to make sure that the suits are leak tight, and if there was any reason why they would need to pressurize those suits during the approach portion, then they'll be ready to go for that. They also stowed a few items in the cabin, getting it cleaned up. We like to keep the cabin relatively clean just as an operational control anytime we're doing any kind of burn or maneuver. Of course, as the spacecraft accelerates, anything that's not locked down or Velcroed down will move around the cabin until it sort of gets pushed along by the spacecraft. So we try to keep those things stowed away for most of the flight, and Bob and Doug actually talking about that a little bit after their crew sleep period, where they said, hey, the spacecraft's relatively clean after a couple people have lived in it for a day. So nice to see that they're getting ready for the approach initiation maneuver.
All right, well, we'll hear that go, no-go internally in a little while. We are tracking to about a little under 38 minutes from that approach initiation burn. At that point, we're going to start getting into some of the different waypoints. Again, there's 3 waypoints on our final approach, waypoint 0, 1, and 2. There's going to be a couple where we might pause. We might go right through waypoint 0 and waypoint 1. And then right after we get past waypoint 1, we're going to do a commanded hold at 220 meters away from station.
Yeah, the 220 meters is actually pretty intentional. If you can see on your screen now, there's something called the keep out sphere. That's a 200-meter radius imaginary sphere around the space station, and that's really to protect the crew both aboard the space station and the visiting spacecraft. It's really intended to be a control, so that if the ground teams in Hawthorne and Johnson Space Center see anything wrong with the vehicle, then they can troubleshoot those issues before doing that final delicate step of docking. When they get to that 220-meter hole, which the crew are going to command, then the crew aboard are going to do a quick manual piloting test. They actually did one of these in the far field, which just refers to being relatively far away from station. In this case, Bob and Doug will issue some commands using those touchscreen displays in the Dragon spacecraft to a few quick bursts of translational thruster fire. So what that means is if you imagine Dragon pointed at the space station, they're going to go left, go right, go up and down a little bit. And then once they've confirmed that they're able to issue those commands, they'll switch it back over to Dragon for final approach. There'll also be a go, no-go poll there from the joint operations team, Hawthorne and Johnson, before that happens.
Yeah, and we'll have that final hold once we get into waypoint 2, and Dragon will only be 20 meters away from the space station. So it'll be lined up perfectly in front of that docking adapter at the very forward port of Node 2, the Harmony module. It'll hold at that 20 meters. Shiva said we'll do a go, no-go poll, and then they'll get to go to press in. Dragon will approach extremely slowly. And it's going to slow all the way down to about 1/10 of a meter per second or even slower as it does this final approach. At one point, we may hear something called CHOP, or crew hands-off point, and this is just a call out for the crew to know that they should not be sending any commands, because at that point, The Dragon vehicle would be the only one able to make any aborts out of that zone, and that's literally when we're just about 2 meters away from the space station, so when we're really close. We'll get that initial contact and capture, which we were tracking for about 7:30 a.m. Pacific time, or a little under 3 hours from now. And then they'll wait for the relative motion to damp out, and then they'll begin to retract that soft capture device and get a hard mate, and we'll get the docking complete call. Meanwhile, though, we're getting some views back inside of station. Chris Cassidy getting everything ready for his crewmates, Bob and Doug, who are about to be arriving on board, hopefully in the next 3 hours.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit about the docking maneuvers there. When we get to the actual stage of docking the vehicle, Dragon has a docking structure on the top of the vehicle that's normally protected by the nose cone during the ascent portion. Now, of course, the nose cone is open, and those the sensors and the docking system underneath it are exposed to space. And so on that docking ring, there's actually 3 pedals that'll interface with the international docking adapter. They've got a ton of sensors and switches on them that'll detect whether we've made good contact with the space station. And then, of course, both the spacecraft, they're going really fast. They may have small relative motions in between them. So the docking system for that first soft capture will actually damp out some of that relative motion. And once that motion is damped out and both the space station and Dragon are stable dynamically, then we'll actually retract the soft capture hooks. Dragon will get pulled in towards the IDA, and then a set of 12 hard capture hooks on the ring will interface with the docking system and confirm that good hard seal. And that'll create something called a vestibule between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station.
All right, we are coming up on 6 minutes from our anticipated go, no-go poll for the teams. We can hear the lead flight director for Demo 2 for NASA, Zeb Scoville, polling his teams in Mission Control Houston, getting them ready. So we'll report on the results of that poll as it completes. We are about 31 minutes away from the planned start time of the approach initiation burn. Again, we're tracking to right at about 5:09 a.m. over here on the West Coast, and that's 12:09 GMT for those of you around the world. And that's going to be the major burn that's going to be bringing us in really close to Dragon. We're going to go from several kilometers away to being only 500 or 400 meters away from Dragon at the end of it. The approach initiation burn planned to be about 90 seconds, so about a minute and a half firing of those thrusters on the Dragon spacecraft. Just, again, swinging it up. We're at an orbit roughly co-elliptic still with the International Space Station, about 2.5 kilometers below, and just continuing to close in. As of this moment, the Dragon spacecraft just about 14 kilometers or 9 miles away from the space station.
Demo 2, I put the spare 8-pass hatch standoff assembly back in its kit in PMM P2D.
Copy, Chris. PMM P2 Bravo.
Delta P2 Delta.
P2 Delta.
Gotcha. Anything I can get ahead on in stuff? I guess the only thing that appears on the Optimus is the ISS Experience camera. Other than that, it's just kind of waiting for stuff to happen, I think.
That's the affirmative from our vantage right now, Chris. We are going to be doing a bunch of big loop comm checks here. That's kind of next on the agenda. It's not on your timeline, but I'll give you a heads up on it.
Okay. About what's the ish time frame on that? Like an hour, 2 hours, less, more?
We're inside of the 5-minute window on it, and this will just be Cor and myself talking between you and Dragon and making sure all the elements of the big loop are in place.
Copy that. We're using Space to Ground 1 for the big loop, correct?
It'll be Space to Ground 2.
Glad I asked. Thanks.
And that was just a quick conversation between Chris Cassidy, the commander on board the space station right now, and Josh Kutrick. He's the Canadian Space Agency astronaut who's serving as the Capcom right now in the flight control room over there in Houston. You heard him talk about the big loop coming up. And so this is what we talked about a little bit earlier, where they're going to now be mixing the communication between the team here in Hawthorne and Dragon, which is done over Dragon to ground loops, and the team in Houston.
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground. The 144K bidirectional link has been established. Please change your push-to-talk destination to ISS and then initiate a comm check.
So we're hearing a bidirectional communication link between Dragon and the station has been established. And we're going to be coming up on a series of communication checks, kind of similar to what we heard.
Okay, Anna, we'll put that
similar to what we heard pre-launch, where several parties went around and did communications checks with each other. Pretty soon we're going to have all of the audio tied in. So from the core here in Hawthorne to the crew on Dragon.
And Dragon, this is Houston. We have you loud and clear on the big loop. Stand by one. I'll try to get SpaceX up.
Okay, Houston, we copy you also on the big loop. Great to talk to you guys from a brand new spaceship.
Yeah, likewise, a bunch of smiling faces here. It's good to talk to you, Doug. From SpaceX, they did return your call on the big loop. So I just want to make sure you did not hear from SpaceX. Is that correct?
Correct, Houston. We did not copy SpaceX. We have heard your com minutes on the big loop, so we have been hearing both you and the station, but I don't believe we've heard SpaceX on.
Okay, Bob, we copy, and let us just have a look at that. We'll get right back to you.
Doug promises he'll make it up for you next weekend.
Sounds good. Really looking forward to it, gentlemen. Have a great dock.
And we've started some communications checks. So on the big loop, so again, we're now tying together communications from the core here in Hawthorne to the crew on Dragon, so they can also talk to the crew on station and also talk to the team there in Houston all simultaneously. So it's called the Big Loop. It's just tying everybody together. We got that first exchange between Bob and Doug and Chris on the space station, so they're going to be able to talk directly to each other. Everyone's just going to be tied in as we get closer to these integrated operations.
Yeah, a lot of what we've been hearing on the way is what we refer to as Dragon to ground, and in some cases space to ground. So the big loop really just tying all of those different nets together so everyone is communicating at the same time. And in the operations room, really any time that the crew aboard station or on a vehicle speak up, the ground team really wants to be listening. So having everyone on the same loop helps us make sure that we're listening for anything that they may have any sort of urgent communications.
And so They did have one issue that they're going to troubleshoot. The crew not able to hear the core here in Hawthorne on the big loop, so they're going to get that figured out and get that integrated in. Right now, though, we're standing by for everyone to finish their go, no-go for approach initiation. So that should be coming up any time now. We're about 22 and a half minutes from the planned start of that approach initiation burn. And again, this is going to bring us from about 7.5 kilometers behind and 2.5 kilometers below the station all the way up to 400 meters directly below the International Space Station. And we should hopefully be coming up on some daylight pretty soon, and we might be getting some more views from the station of the Dragon capsule.
Yeah, right now that approach initiation burn, I believe about 22 minutes or so away. Definitely about 20 minutes away. But of course, have to get through that go, no-go poll. Have to make sure that everyone on the ground teams feel comfortable with spacecraft health, that everything that can be stacked up for success is successful.
Sounds like we're getting another comm check. So still just troubleshooting, trying to get the core in the mix to be able to talk on the big loops with the team.
While they're working that issue, I mean, this is pretty much been very few issues this flight. It's been very, very clean, pretty much since ascent. There was a couple of small questions about a thermal imaging camera where the crew noticed a flicker, and that turned out to be nominal as the camera is doing some calibration steps. So for the most part, it's been pretty clean. I'm sure the ground team's pretty happy to see good performance both out of Dragon, and Bob and Doug probably pretty happy too to see everything pretty much going as they've trained it.
Dragon SpaceX comm check on Big Loop.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear now on the Big Loop. How us?
Wonderful to hear. I have you loud and clear as well. Station SpaceX, comm check on Big Loop.
SpaceX International Space Station from Expedition 63. Wonderful to hear all of your voices there in Hawthorne. Congratulations and good luck to everybody today.
Thank you so much. Great to hear your voice as well, and I hear you loud and clear. And with that, we have actually verified all of the other comm paths already, and so that completes our Big Loop comm checks.
All right, so with the core now in the mix, all four of our parties, the core here in Hawthorne, the Capcom in Mission Control Houston, the crew on board Dragon, and the crew on board the space station now all in the mix. In the meantime, the SpaceX team has reported that they are go for that approach initiation burn that's set to come up in just a little over 18 minutes from now. And so we're just waiting on everyone for the final go, and we should be able to do that burn on time. Again, it's targeted at about 5:09 a.m. Pacific, 12:09 GMT.
Yeah, and you heard the core there, Anna, mention that we had gone through a number of other comm checks to make sure all the other parties were involved. We also did a checkout of the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, or C2V2 system. So that's communication between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. There's Dragon, and I think we can make out, that looks like the nose cone at the top left corner of it. Right now, Dragon is about, if I can pull up some data, just about 11.5 kilometers from the space station.
Approach initiation. We will be enabling the maneuver shortly, and our updated expected maneuver start time is 12:11 UTC.
So Dragon getting really close. It's getting really exciting now.
We just heard we have the go for the approach initiation burn.
Dragon SpaceX, how copy?
That's coming up in about, let's see here.
We got an updated time. We're expecting that to start at about 5:11 now a.m. Pacific, 12:11 UTC.
Yeah, so less than 20 minutes away.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. We copied 12:11. How do you hear?
I hear you loud and clear. Good copy.
We tried you twice on Dragon to ground with no response. That's why we called you on the big loop.
Copy. I did not hear you on Dragon to ground. We will look into that. Thanks.
All right, so Dragon really starting to come into view. Right now we're just about 10.7 kilometers away, 6.7 miles. And we should be just about 15 minutes away from the start of this approach initiation burn. We are waiting to hear confirmation the crew is getting through their suit up steps. But moving closer to this approach initiation burn, it's going to be about a 90-second firing of the thrusters just to bring Dragon well inside of that approach ellipsoid. They're going to be only 400 meters directly below the space station. So we'll start getting some pretty spectacular views as it begins to close in on the station.
Yeah, and at this point, we are well within integrated operations. I mean, that's why both Johnson Space Center and Hawthorne Mission Control are coordinating so closely.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop.
And the approach ellipsoid that we mentioned earlier.
Dragon to ground. Please change your cabin mic, push to talk, destination to ground, and meet me on Dragon to ground for a comm check.
Okay, we'll try it again.
There's a view. This is a camera overlooking the exposed facility. So that's one of our fun facts. Both Chris Cassidy and Doug Hurley flew on STS-127, which delivered that facility to the International Space Station. They're just going to continue to close in those. So this will be their second time flying together. Chris hasn't flown with Bob Behnken before, but the two did transition the leadership role in the astronaut office, with Chris taking over from Bob once he was assigned to go off and begin training for these commercial crew flights.
Your screen now is a view of Dragon. You're starting to be able to distinguish the features a little bit more. The left side there, that semicircle, is actually the nose cone, and you can start to see the aerodynamic fins on the service section. Those small little blips at the top and bottom of the spacecraft. I'm sure these features are all going to get much, much better as we get closer and closer to station. We definitely had some spectacular views on the Demo 1 mission.
Yeah, we've been pretty fortunate. The outboard cameras catching Dragon when it was still several hundred kilometers away, which is pretty unusual for visiting spacecraft. But right now it's continuing to close in. We're less than 10 kilometers from station, so just a little over 6 miles away, continuing to move towards that approach initiation burn. The target time that was just radioed up to the crew is about 5:11 a.m. Pacific, 12:11 Universal Time. And so we're going to be looking for that. And as Shiva said, we are inside integrated operations now. The teams here in Hawthorne working extremely closely with the teams in Houston. We heard all of those communications checks to establish the big loop. So all four of our major players in this operation, the ground teams both here in Hawthorne and in Houston, and our crew up in space, both on Dragon and the space station, all able to talk to each other and listen in simultaneously. So all of those bidirectional links have been established. The Dragon spacecraft communicating directly with the International Space Station at this point, and we are just coming up on a couple of minutes away, a little over 10 minutes away from that approach initiation burn. Cameras from station continuing to track Dragon. We are waiting for the confirmation from the crew on that suit of activity. They did start that a couple of minutes ago, and at this point we're about 7.5 minutes, or a little bit closer to 8 minutes at this point, away from that approach initiation burn.
Yeah, right now Dragon's flying actually over the South Atlantic, in between sort of South America and Africa, sort of over the ocean.
It looks like we're getting it in focus now. You can see the nose cone pointed to the bottom left corner. You can see it exposed right in the center, the smaller dark circle of Dragon. That's the docking ring that is going to be used to attach Dragon to that international docking adapter once it begins that final approach and initial contact.
And if you're trying to get your sense of bearings here, the nose cone actually opens away from the side hatch. So the hatch that Bob and Doug entered the spacecraft through on the crew access arm, and if you've had a chance to tune in to our live events with them on the capsule, they've shown that side hatch. That's on the opposite side of that nose cone. So you can imagine Bob and Doug and their seats are facing towards that side hatch. And so that's where they would be sitting once they're complete with suit donning and once they've stepped into those leak jets of their suits. The very top in that ring that Dan had mentioned, so along that ring are the 4 forward Draco thrusters. That's what we were using for those 5 burns that happened earlier over the past 16 hours of this mission. And right in the center there is the forward hatch. So hopefully only a few hours away from seeing Bob and Doug climb through that and aboard the International Space Station to meet their colleague Chris Cassidy aboard.
Yeah, just a couple of steps coming up after this approach initiation burn. They'll do what's called a mid-course burn, so just kind of a mid-course correction that's already programmed in. That comes about 25 minutes following the actual approach initiation burn itself. And then prior to them getting to waypoint 0, which is about 400 meters directly below the station, the teams will go ahead and do a go, no-go to enter the keep-out sphere. And again, that's that imaginary sphere with a radius of 200 meters around the station. They won't cross into that keep-out sphere until after their manual flight test when they're moving into waypoint number 2, but they'll do that go, no-go just before they're even at waypoint 0. And again, waypoint 0 could be a hold point, or if everything looks good with Dragon, they'll continue right on past it. So they'll swing up initially to that spot just 400 meters directly below station, and then they'll conduct another maneuver to go right out in front of station. So they'll go right up in front and line Dragon pointed directly back at the station itself and lined up with that hatch.
Yeah, and once they get to that 220 meter point, you'd mentioned the manual flight test that they're going to do. The Dragon spacecraft can approach completely autonomously, but of course the crew aboard, and actually the crew aboard the crew aboard Dragon can issue manual piloting commands and control the translation if they needed to step in, or issue commands to have Dragon retreat or break out from its approach. And the crew aboard station as well can issue commands to Dragon. That's part of what Chris Cassidy aboard station will be monitoring as they approach. If you want to give your chance at trying to fly the spacecraft, we actually have a cool simulation on our website. It's iss-sim.spacex.com, and you can actually fly pretty much the display that Bob and Doug will be flying when they do that translational test. It's a little bit difficult. I definitely didn't dock the first time I tried it. I don't know if you had better luck, Dan.
No, I could lie and tell you I did, but it did take me 3 tries. I think I made the same mistake as everybody. That first try just ended up going in way too fast. That second try tried to over-adjust, and all of a sudden I was spinning backwards. And you really learn that just the tiniest adjustments when you're in a spacecraft and you're flying in microgravity can have a really big effect on the vehicle. And you just kind of have, if you start to turn left, you need to turn right just to make sure you kind of null it out or stop that motion. Otherwise, you're just going to keep on going. Same thing as when you're doing that approach. You have to slow down. There are very slow speeds that are acceptable for the docking. They'll be going right around 1/10 of a meter per second when they make that initial contact and capture, so extremely slow. If you're doing the simulator, you can pick up speed pretty quick, and then you have to start slowing down pretty quick because you'll move in, and you have to constantly be thinking about all of the different...
SpaceX Dragon, comm check from the CDR in suit.
And this is SpaceX on Big Loop. I hear CDR loud and clear. Help me.
SpaceX Dragon on the Big Loop, comm check suited. We've got you loud and clear on the Big Loop.
Great to hear your voice.
All right, that was Doug Hurley. It sounds like they're in their suits. You heard him refer to CDR, Doug Hurley, the spacecraft commander for this mission. Bob Behnken's in the pilot seat. He's also the Joint Operations Commander. And so this is actually one of the main areas of his concern is when we're doing these joint operations with the space station. So we're doing joint operations here on the ground. That obviously just means that the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station, close proximity and about to be linked up. Bob Behnken, the one kind of overseeing all of the operations while Dragon is attached.
Wow. That is a very pretty view.
Yeah, getting a view of Dragon. We're coming up pretty soon on that approach initiation burn. Dragon itself is inside that 7.5 kilometer range that we're expecting it to be away from the space station before this starts. And we did hear confirmation that the AI burn, the approach initiation burn, is in progress. Again, this is about a 90-second firing of those thrusters on the Dragon spacecraft.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop, burn complete, nominal burn. Reminder to review your impulsive retreat recovery cue cards if desired.
Copy, nominal burn on the Big Loop. We will review our cue cards.
So Anna Menon, the core there, giving the crew some insight that the burn was completed nominally. As Dan had mentioned, there is that mid-course correction. And Anna had mentioned impulsive retreat cue cards. Bob and Doug have the ability to issue commands to Dragon if they see anything that's unsafe. So of course on those 3 displays that they have between the 2 of them, they can see the rate of the vehicle, how quickly they're closing, and they have a set of criteria that they're looking for to make sure that they're safely approaching the station. So Anna just giving them a heads up that they should review that criteria if they so desire, so they feel fully confident before the mid-course.
And here's a really cool view. So on the right is a view from station looking at Dragon. On the left, a view from that camera, that thermal camera on Dragon looking back at station. So it's continuing to close in. It's about 6.5 kilometers, or just over 4 miles away. That AI burn, that approach initiation burn, was done successfully, reported up to the crew and the teams down here on the ground. They're going to do a mid-course burn, so just about midway through their track up to 400 meters below the space station. That'll come in about 23 minutes from now. And then we're waiting until we get to waypoint 0. It should take about 43 minutes for this kind of gentle glide from 2.5 kilometers below to just 400 meters below. That'll take about 43 minutes until they arrive there.
Yeah, and if we hopefully have good video of Dragon during that mid-course correction, you may see some small plumes coming off of the sides of the vehicle. That's those 12 service section Draco thrusters doing small attitude adjustments, just to make sure that we're coming to station as expected. Really small, minute corrections at this point. Kind of fun to see the
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground, just checking for a status on suit donning.
You're welcome to come back on board. We're both in our suits, and we're just finishing up the procedure now.
Copy, thank you. And can I get a comm check with Bob when he has a moment, please?
About to do that, maybe a minute or so.
Okay, sounds good.
So Bob and Doug finishing up their suit donning. At this point in their procedure, they will be seated in their suits. The feet of their suits actually have restraints that clip into the footrests. And so once they are complete with all their suit donning activities, seated in the suits, then they'll be ready to work with SpaceX to do a pressure check on those on those IVA suits. That's intravehicular activity suits. And cool thing actually about the suits, so that the helmet is 3D printed, and the mics that they're doing their comm checks on are integrated into the body of the helmet. So all part of integrated design, and the suits have a single quick disconnect umbilical, as you might hear it called, that actually carries the either nitrox or oxygen, depending on the cabin pressure state, and the comm signals to and from the suits.
And they're going to be in these suits through the duration of this docking procedure. Again, they're always just donning those suits for anything we consider kind of a dynamic operation. So obviously, the launch and ascent, the docking and undocking from the space station, and they'll be back in them when it's time for deorbit and landing at the end of their mission. Right now, though, Dragon and station flying 260 statute miles over Nigeria. They're about to make a pass right over the central and northern parts of Africa and over the Sahara Desert. We're past the approach initiation burn that was done successfully. They'll do a mid-course burn in a little under 20 minutes from now. We're still about 40 minutes away from the arrival at waypoint 0. So at that point, Dragon will be exactly 400 meters directly beneath the International Space Station. On the way uphill, we're going to listen in for the teams in mission control.
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground. Friendly reminder to please unlatch the toilet button before you get back in your seat.
Okay, we'll unlatch the toilet, bud.
Thank you.
Well, you know, as they mentioned earlier, it is a lived-in spacecraft. So, of course, as part of the life support system, you have to take care of those things about being human.
For now, we're just keeping our eye on Dragon during this approach. It's in the approach initiation. Our next thing coming up is going to be that mid-course burn coming in just a little over 18 minutes. We're a little under 38.5 minutes away from the arrival at waypoint 0. That's going to be the first of 3 waypoints on our way to a docking today. Again, we were targeting about 7:30 a.m. over here on the West Coast for that docking. We might get there a little bit early as they have been moving through a couple of these steps. We were able to do that approach initiation burn about 16 minutes ahead of the original timeline. So we might get it a little bit early on the docking today. We do have a number of different steps, including a manual flight test, so it'll all depend on how that goes. But progressing smoothly. We may pause at waypoint 0. We may continue right along if everything's looking good with Dragon, and then they'll be able to move over to waypoint 1, which will place them just 220 meters away from the station.
Yeah, and earlier we were talking about how gentle a lot of these movements are. Small thrusts, small corrections, because you do really want to be very controlled as you're approaching the space station. There are a couple of maneuvers, though, if Dragon were to detect something, or if the ground teams, or if the crew were to detect something, where they could do what's called a breakout maneuver, which is very dynamic. And that's part of the reason why we have them in the suits. That's part of the reason why they're going to be strapped in. If something were to be detected that was off nominal, that could be a risk there. That's always a possibility. Of course, we're not expecting that. We are expecting Bob and Doug to exercise the hold functionality just outside waypoint 1 to do the manual piloting test.
And after that test is complete, they'll hand control back over to the Dragon spacecraft. It will resume its automated approach to the International Space Station. They'll move into the final waypoint, waypoint number 2, at which point they'll only be 20 meters away from station. And there we will have an automated hold where the teams will do a final go, no go, just to push in for that final approach and docking. They'll move in pretty slowly, and then just seconds before docking, a little less than 30 seconds before, we may hear the call out for CHOP. That stands for the crew hands-off point. And this is literally just the point where the crew will not be sending any commands to the vehicle. It's all over to Dragon if any aborts need to be called, just due to the latency with the flight computer responding to crew actions at that point. And then we'll stand by for the contact and capture. Again, we are tracking
SpaceX Dragon from the PLT comm check. Dragon to ground.
I hear you loud and clear. How me?
Loud and clear. Anna and Doug and I have a good intercom check as well.
Copy. Good intercom checks. Let us know when you are done with that full suit donning procedure, and we'll bring you into suit leak checks.
So Bob Behnken hopping on the comms there. He used the acronym, or I guess the letters PLT for pilot.
Okay, we're donning our gloves at this time.
We copy.
So for ISS missions for NASA, there are 4 seats in the Dragon spacecraft. If you were looking in from the side hatch, it would be seat 1 on the far right, all the way counting up to seat 4 on the far left. Doug Hurley in the commander or CDR seat, that's seat number 2. So it would be the second seat on the Second seat from the window.
Right.
Yeah, second from the right.
It goes backwards from the way we're normally taught to read, and so it is a little bit confusing when you're looking at it, unless you're in the crew's point of view, and then it makes sense because you're going left to right, 1 to 4.
And Bob Behnken in the pilot seat right next to him. It's second from the left, and in front of them are those 3 displays and the button panel that we got a chance to see earlier that they'll be monitoring telemetry on and using to exercise that manual piloting test.
And it looks like the crew just has a couple of steps left until they're done getting into their suits, and then they'll go ahead and do another leak check. This will be the 3rd leak check they've done in these suits since their day started yesterday. They did an initial one when they got suited up in the operations and checkout facility down on the ground in Kennedy Space Center.
SpaceX Dragon, I'm dragging the ground. We're complete with 4.010.
Copy, complete with 4.010 for suit donning. At this point, you are go to begin your suit leak check procedure.
We'll put 4.011 in work.
And so with that, the crew are going to step into leak checks again. This is going to be their 3rd one. They've already done one when they initially got suited up in the operations and checkout facility, another one once they climbed into Dragon when it was still on the pad and connected their suits via umbilical to the seats in the Dragon spacecraft.
SpaceX Dragon in 2.2, we are ready to pressurize.
And Dragon, SpaceX on Dragon to ground, you are go to pressurize.
Okay, visors are down. We'll put that in work.
So now the crew are going to step through and pressurize. Normally when the suits aren't pressurized, they can keep one of the zippers kind of just cracked open, and they're able to just flow cabin air through the spacesuit itself just to provide some cooling while they're inside. We can either flow nitrox into the suits. You could do that if you had a contaminated environment on board the Dragon spacecraft. It's something we also look for on the space station, and they had some air samplers out a little bit earlier just looking for any trace contaminants in their breathing atmosphere. The suits also can have pure oxygen flown to them or flowed to them should the cabin itself depressurize. That'll happen below a certain PSI threshold as we don't pressurize the suit all the way up to 14.7 psi if we're in a depressurized environment. Otherwise, you would be in essentially a pretty big balloon and it'd be really hard to move. So they pressurize it to a much lower threshold, and just to make up for the lack of oxygen, therefore in a lower density air, you'd be flowing them pure oxygen. So those suits just serving as another barrier protection for the crew for anything like a contaminated atmosphere or a depressurized cabin inside Dragon. But crew suited up now. Sounds like we're about to step through these leak checks.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit there. So as you're listening to comms, there's some call outs for 4.010 and 4.011. Those are referring to procedures that the crew have on the spacecraft. So they have procedures built into their displays. These two just happen to be the two that they're running right now. They also have those on their tablets, so they can follow along there if they needed to. We were also talking a little bit about 14.7 psi. I know you and I both have engineering backgrounds, but if you don't have an engineering background, the atmospheric pressure at roughly sea level, sometimes referred to as 1 atmosphere, is roughly about 14.68 to 14.7 psi. So if you're at sea level right now or pretty close to, what you're walking around in is 14 pounds per square inch of force about on your body. And that's roughly what the Dragon capsule is also at when they're flying up.
And while those leak checks are in work, the station itself is in the docking attitude. We get to do a pretty cool thing with station during the docking of the Crew Dragon. Normally, the station's attitude, or which way it's pointing, is controlled by these very large gyroscopes called control moment gyros. And it's a pretty efficient way, only using electricity, to keep these large gyros spinning pointing in opposite directions to help stabilize the station. It's a very large spacecraft, so using thrusters a little more work intensive. We actually switch over to the Russian thrusters during the initial docking of the Dragon spacecraft, and then after that...
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground, we saw 2 good leak checks.
And Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground, we saw the same. Great news, thanks.
And we just got confirmation, 2 good leak checks on those suits, so another milestone down as they continue their approach. But just to finish that thought, we're on Russian thrusters right now, controlling the attitude on board the space station. We'll flip over back to the control moment gyros, so those are over on the U.S. segment once we make that initial soft capture, just because we don't want, during that final pull-in of that soft capture ring before we get to that ready to latch, the thruster controls of the attitude can be a little bit more jarring, so we switch back over to the control moment gyros and then let Dragon resume its hard mate. But all that coming up in just about 2 hours, hopefully, away from our targeted docking time, right around 7:30 a.m. Pacific here in Hawthorne. But everything continuing to go well. We have that approach initiation burn happen about 16 minutes ahead of schedule. In just under 8 minutes from now, we'll do our mid-course burn, and then we're standing by for that arrival at waypoint 0 in just under 28 minutes from now.
Now on your screen is a view of the Dragon spacecraft from the International Space Station. We're on the sunlit side of the Earth, so daytime for those folks. Middle of the day, I'm sure. Right now, actually, Dragon is just about to fly over the Caspian Sea. So if the clouds sort of break a little bit, we might get some cool views of planet Earth behind us. You know, once that suit leak check is complete, Bob and Doug might pop open their visors. Those can come open for their comfort. So you may hear some calls about that coming up here.
Right now, Dragon just continuing to close its way in. Right now, we're about 2.5 kilometers away from the station, so just a little over 1.5 miles, closing in at a rate of about 3 meters per second, or about 6.7 miles per hour. The Kronos flight controller over in Houston, controlling this camera outside the station. He's controlling it from that mission control center on the ground, giving us a nice zoomed out view as the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station actually just flying over Kazakhstan. They are a few hundred miles to the west right now of Baikonur, which until yesterday has been the only gateway to orbit for our U.S. crew members to the International Space Station. So they're going to make a pass just to the north of Baikonur. We're looking at Kazakhstan in the background. But with this, a U.S. vehicle launched on a U.S. rocket from U.S. soil, now in the mix, a new era and a new path to station for our NASA crew members.
That's right. Actually, Chris Cassidy would have blasted off out of Baikonur not that long ago on a Soyuz vehicle, so he would have been launching from right where the crew are flying over right now.
But everything's still looking smooth with their trip up to station. We're about 4.5 minutes away from that mid-course burn. We should be arriving at waypoint 0, which we may pause at. We may go right past depending on how all the Dragon systems are looking for the teams down here on the ground in Hawthorne and the team over in Mission Control Houston. We'll get to that waypoint 0 at about 24 minutes from now, and then continue on to waypoint 1, at which point we'll watch Dragon go from the bottom of the station, where it's going to be on what's known as the R bar, or the radial vector. That's if you drew a line straight through the International Space Station down to planet Earth. Dragon's going to be pausing or going right through 400 meters on that line, and then it's going to swing itself up out in front and align itself with the docking adapter on the Node 2 forward port, and they're going to pause at about 220 meters away from the station.
Yeah, right now Dragon is in a pointing mode that has it and its variety of guidance and navigation control sensors pointed directly at the station. Earlier on in the webcast, we actually got a few glimpses, I think, thermal images of the International Space Station. So we had a cool side-by-side of the space station and Dragon next to each other, views relative to each other. So those sensors are pointed at the station right now. Right now, Dragon's attitude control system is trying to maintain its attitude, null out any sort of roll or any sort of motion that it might pick up from just as it's flying towards the station. That's part of the reason we've had those great views looking at the forward hatch and where we can see the nose cone. Right now, that's that little dark dot at the bottom of your screen. You can see it highlighted against the clouds as we're flying over the middle of, it might be over Russia, I think, right now. Unfortunately, my ground trek map does not tell me all of the country labels, so.
It looks like we're still over Kazakhstan. We should be over Russia for a short little bit in a few minutes, and then they'll fly out over northern Mongolia, continue down, flying over northeastern China, make a pass over the Korean Peninsula, out over Japan, and by that point, they'll be in an orbital nighttime. So moving pretty quickly, a little over 17,000 miles an hour. But relative to each other, their speeds are pretty close. Dragon's only moving in at a rate of about 2.4 meters per second right now. So we're a little under 1,800 meters away from the space station at this point, standing by for that mid-course burn. And at this rate, we're going to get to waypoint 0, so just 400 meters below the station in just under 22 minutes.
And we talked about the approach ellipsoid and the keep-out sphere a little bit earlier, but around the space station there's a 4 kilometer by 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer ellipse. It's an imaginary shape around the space station, which is designed to help vehicles make sure that they're staying clear of the station unless they have business to conduct, which of course the Demo 2 mission does today with docking at the station. So being 400 meters below along the R bar, as Dan had mentioned earlier, will be well within that approach ellipsoid, but not quite within the 200 meter keep-out sphere around the station. So that'll happen when we get just past waypoint 1, which is waypoint 1 is at that 220 meters away from station there.
Dragon at this very moment only a mile away from the International Space Station. So it's continuing to close in. We should be just seconds away from the start of that mid-course burn. This just to help fine-tune its path up towards waypoint 1, or waypoint 0 rather, just 400 meters below the space station, which we'll get there in about 20 minutes. About halfway there, though, the teams will do a go, no-go if they're just going to pass waypoint 1 and then move on to, they'll go past waypoint 0 onto waypoint 1. Try to keep everything lined up here for you, not to confuse you. We'll have 3 waypoints. It'll be waypoint 0, 400 meters below the station, waypoint 1, 220 meters out in front of the International Space Station, and then waypoint 2, just 20 meters in front of that docking port on the Node 2 forward port. And so we're going to move through all of those quickly. We should be in the mid-course burn at this point, And so Dragon just doing a slight adjustment as it continues to swing up. It's eventually going to be just 400 meters directly below the International Space Station. Bob and Doug strapped into their seats, suited up, along for the ride for now, as this is automated, but we won't be automated the whole way since this is a demo flight.
Yeah, and actually on the screen to our, I guess on the right side of your screen, there you saw some orange blips. That represents the service section Draco engines firing. So there are 12 of those on the service section or the trunk of the vehicle. And once we get through this mid-course maneuver, we'll probably hear some words from the core to Bob and Doug letting them know.
That's right. And we do have confirmation that the AI mid-course or the approach initiation mid-course burn is underway. Again, we expect this one to last just a little over a minute. And this is, again, just to really fine-tune that approach.
Yeah, all of these maneuvers are pretty small at this point.
Dragon SpaceX on big loop, burn complete, nominal burn. Trajectory has converged on waypoint 0.
I can copy, nominal burn.
There's those two words, nominal burn. So we won't have any more significant burns. We're still going to be using those engines, obviously, for the final approach maneuvers, but at this point, Dragon now approaching waypoint 0.
And really at this point, it's all relative maneuvers, a very slow and steady approach to the station. Of course, that small translational test with Bob and Doug commanding Dragon to do some small manual piloting maneuvers.
Things are going to start to darken, but hopefully we'll still be able to keep Dragon in view as they are crossing pretty soon into an orbital nighttime. At this moment, we're less than a mile away from station. Dragon just under 1,200 meters away, continuing to close the gap. Pretty slow rate right now, moving in at only about 1.7 meters per second. We're going to be standing by. There's going to be an internal go-no-go poll about passing waypoint 0. That should be coming up in about 7 minutes. We'll continue to listen in with the teams. We're expecting Dragon's arrival at waypoint 0, which we heard its trajectory has converged on. So that means Dragon pointed in the right direction on its way to that waypoint just 400 meters below the space station.
Yeah, and to maybe put that 1.7 meters meters per second in perspective, if there are any runners or joggers listening, that's a pretty reasonable pace jog. So right now the spacecraft is moving towards the ISS about as fast as if you were going on a morning jog.
All right, so at this point, we're inside the approach ellipsoid that we were talking about. So as Dragon moves inside of just about 1 kilometer away, again, the approach ellipsoid is an elliptical shape, 4 kilometers long by 2 kilometers tall by 2 kilometers wide, essentially a 3-dimensional oval. And that's just one of those checkpoints around the station that governs the approach of visiting vehicles. Before we were in this point, Dragon was on a 24-hour free safe trajectory. So if we had lost control of Dragon, it would have been at least 24 hours before we moved inside. But we're now inside this approach ellipsoid. Dragon given the go as it was given the authority to do the approach initiation burn. And so that next imaginary gateway around the space station is the keep out sphere. That one's a little bit smaller, has a radius of only 200 meters, and we won't be crossing that until we're done with the manual flight test, but we'll do the go, no go to cross that sphere well in advance of them actually moving in.
Yeah, in about 14 minutes from now, there'll be a small correction maneuver to take us from waypoint 0 to waypoint 1 right outside the keep out sphere. So if we have a video of Dragon at that point, you may see the Draco thrusters firing. Right now, vehicle looking healthy as it's making its way towards that R-bar approach, just 400 meters below the International Space Station.
Pretty dramatic shot of Dragon as it continues to close in. The station and Dragon right now just over the northeastern part of China. They are in an orbital nighttime, so the sun is setting on both vehicles right now as they're flying about 262 statute miles over the surface of planet Earth. Two crew members, NASA's Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, inside Dragon, closing in on their home for the next several months, completing the first crewed flight of the commercial crew program era to the International Space Station. So we should be under 2 hours away from the planned docking time. We were looking at a docking around 7:30 a.m. Over here on the West Coast, but they were able to move through a number of their maneuvers a little bit quicker. We've got about 16 minutes ahead of the approach initiation burn, so that docking time will be a little bit variable and will hinge on how quickly they're able to move through that second manual flight test. But everything continuing to go smoothly. We're waiting for their arrival at waypoint 0, should be coming up in just about 12 minutes from now.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop. The ground is go for approach 0. We will be enabling the maneuver shortly. The expected maneuver start time is 1256 UTC. Reminder that Dragon will nominally continue approach through waypoint 1 toward waypoint 2 without stopping at waypoint 1.
Next Dragon on the Big Loop, we copy go, and 12:56.
Good copy.
All right, so we heard both teams, the NASA and SpaceX teams, are go to continue on past waypoint 0. So they'll be coming up on that point in about 10 minutes from now, and they're just going to continue on along up until waypoint 1. And so it'll be a quick pass through. They'll go from just 400 meters directly below the International Space Station up to waypoint 1. So they're going to do pretty much a 90-degree maneuver to go from directly below station to directly in front of it. And this is always something really cool to see. So you're seeing city lights on the ground below Dragon right now as we continue to fly. We just made a pass over Japan. So those were city lights in Japan as Dragon and the station just made a pass over, and now they're about to cross over the northern Pacific Ocean. So things will be dark for a little while as Dragon continues to close in. We should have sunrise coming up at about 21 minutes after the hour. So if everything holds on track, we should have some good sunlight for docking, hopefully, but we'll have lights on board the Dragon itself. You can see the red and the green telling us where it is as it continues to approach. At this moment, we are just about 585 meters away. All right, in just about 8 minutes, we're going to pass through waypoint 0 and continue on to waypoint 1. And then shortly after that, the crew is going to get their second chance to jump in and start sending some commands to Dragon.
That's right. On the displays, they have some commands in the upper right-hand corner. We got a little sneak peek at that while they did one of their video sessions showing us the displays earlier in this mission. And they'll command a hold once they get to about 220 meters away from the station. That's where they'll conduct that manual piloting test.
And again, this will be their second manual piloting of the Dragon spacecraft. We were able to watch them yesterday.
Copy that. Be ready.
Yesterday, shortly after getting on orbit, they were able to take control of Dragon and go through a number of pointing maneuvers or attitude adjustments. And in this case, they're going to be doing pretty much the second half of everything. When you're flying a spacecraft, you're worrying about attitude adjustments, and then you're worrying about translational adjustments. And this is going to be their chance to do those translational maneuvers.
Yeah, and once they finish that manual piloting test, then Dragon will take over. They'll transition and go towards waypoint 2. That'll put them just 20 meters away from space station.
All right, well, as we're just about 5.5 minutes to their arrival and quick pass through waypoint 0, let's jump over to Gary Jordan over at Mission Control Houston to check how everything's lining up with the teams in Houston for this approach and docking. Gary?
Thanks, Dan. Really good to see Dragon, Bob, and Doug inside of 500 meters, so close to the International Space Station, just flying through all of the milestones we have to get towards docking towards the International Space Station. A lot of prep work went into this moment. Just previously, we transitioned control of the station's attitude to Russian thrusters, also configured the station itself for the docking attitude. Chris Cassidy was just finishing up his midday meal. His next activity, just a little bit more than 20 minutes from now, will begin to set up for Dragon monitoring. He has a tool called the RPOP. We'll be able to display some of the telemetry data coming from Dragon through the C2V2. This is the common communication for visiting vehicles. It's established a link between the International Space Station and Dragon. Dragon's telemetry data, all the information being relayed through the International Space Station. And Cassidy will be able to monitor from this tool, again, setting up in just about 20 minutes. Everything going according to plan from the International Space Station side of things, getting great views from Dragon of the International Space Station. Look at that, the lights reflecting from the outside of the International Space Station turned on. So Bob and Doug have a very clear view of the International Space Station. Should be entering into an orbital sunrise here shortly. From there, we'll take you through the next few maneuvers, again, passing waypoint 1 and going right into that manual flight test. Again, everything here from Mission Control Houston, International Space Station configured for docking. Everything's go from our end. Back over to you in Hawthorne.
All right, thanks, Gary. We're jumping in now with Bob and Doug inside the Crew Dragon. Again, you're able to see what they're looking at on those displays there. And this a view from the Dragon spacecraft itself. You can see the International Space Station continuing to close in. Right now, they're only about 430 meters away. They're going to be quickly passing through waypoint 0 in the next 3 minutes, and they're going to continue their way up to waypoint number 1, which is going to be just about 220 meters out in front of the station itself.
Yeah, and Dragon has a number of relative navigation sensors, items that are used for guidance and control of the vehicle. So right now, Dragon's in a pointing mode that has those relative navigation sensors trained on the space station, with the attitude control system making minor adjustments as it needs to, if there's any roll correction or anything that it needs to perform. And Bob and Doug getting closer and closer to that manual flight test. They looked pretty comfy in those seats for that view right behind them.
Yeah, they are suited up, and again, they get suited up for anything we consider kind of the dynamic operations inside the spacecraft. So anytime that they're either in an approach and docking maneuver or an undocking maneuver, and then obviously at the very start and the very end of their missions, which are probably the most dynamic phases, that launch and ascent, and then that deorbit and splashdown when they come home and splash down in the Atlantic. We are just 420 meters away from the space station, less than a third of a mile. Should be just about a minute and a half until we're passing through waypoint 0, and then Dragon's going to begin a little over 20-minute, about the 25-minute trip up to the docking axis. So this will be waypoint 1. There'll be 220 meters directly in front of the station, and it'll be lined up perfectly with that international docking adapter at the very forward port of the Node 2 module, also known as Harmony, on the space station.
Yeah, and there'll be a small attitude correction there. The navigation and prop specialists on our team will monitor that burn. Then hopefully we'll hear some words from the core to the crew, letting them know that we've had a good course correction towards waypoint 1.
And again, things a little bit dark right now. We should have sunrise in about 25 minutes. And so things will light up as we get closer to that manual flight test, and hopefully by the time we're there, we'll be right in front of the space station itself. We should get some good light on Dragon, and hopefully some views from the station looking straight out at the spacecraft using the cameras that are right next to that docking port on Node 2. And then Bob and Doug will once again take the controls using those touchscreens to maneuver Dragon. They'll do a number of different translational maneuvers. So physically moving the Dragon spacecraft in space. Oh, we're seeing some thruster firings there. And so those are using some of those, we call them the service section Draco thrusters. There's 12 around the lower part of the Dragon spacecraft.
Very cool to see those Dracos firing. They actually use a hypergolic propellant, so it's monomethylhydrazine and nitrox, which very, very handy because you mix those two propellants together and they make fire, which is exactly what you want when you want a reliable engine when you're doing these proximity maneuvers. So nice to see those.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop, approach 0 has started and the trajectory has converged on waypoint 1. Expect arrival at waypoint 1 at 1322 UTC.
Dragon copies on the Big Loop, 13:22.
So those words from Anna there, confirming good convergence. So what that means is the trajectory of the spacecraft is now syncing up with where waypoint 0, waypoint 1 would be when both spacecraft are moving forward in time. So that means that Dragon will be right where it needs to be, and we're expecting Dragon to reach waypoint 1 about 25 minutes from now.
Yeah, and that still puts us about 16 minutes ahead of the original timeline. So we're expected to arrive at waypoint 1 at 13:22 UTC or 6:22 a.m. over here on the West Coast in Hawthorne. And if we continue to track about 16 or so minutes early, we may get to that docking a little bit early as well. And again, we were tracking right around 7:30 a.m. Over here on the West Coast. So we may be more in the neighborhood of about the 7:15, but obviously that just depends on how all of the additional maneuvers go. But Dragon so far moving ahead of schedule in its flight to the International Space Station. We've moved past waypoint 0, so we're inside 400 meters right now, just under 370 meters away from the station. Already converged on its next stop is going to be waypoint 1. And once it gets there, again, the crew is going to jump in and command a hold before they move into their manual piloting test. All right, it is 6 a.m. here in Hawthorne. If you're just now tuning in, the Dragon spacecraft well in range of the International Space Station right now, just 350 meters away. We've stepped through all of our procedures, all of our burns, all of our maneuvers to get Dragon to this point. since we launched just a little over 17 and a half hours ago. Dragon was able to make all of its maneuvers to get it on the same orbital plane as the International Space Station, and we've already begun integrated operations between the teams here in Hawthorne and those out in Mission Control Houston, and now we're just really getting into some of the final steps before Dragon makes it to the space station.
Yeah, and on your screen right now we're in orbital night, so the Earth is blocking the sun, but you can see the lights from the Dragon spacecraft. That flashes a light that's right along the forward hatch. Right now, Dragon is in a relative pointing mode that's pointed directly at the space station and making its way towards waypoint 1, which is about 220 meters below the station. The International Space Station, when we're doing proximity operations, has a couple of imaginary gates. They're sort of three-dimensional shapes around the space station for vehicles that are approaching. Right now, we're moving towards a hold just outside of the 200-meter keep-out sphere. And Bob and Doug aboard, currently seated in their spacesuits, monitoring the transition. And when they get to waypoint 1, they'll issue a hold to conduct a manual flight test on this test flight mission.
Yeah, this will be their second manual flight test, and really the second kind of key objective for them to really put Dragon through the ringers. This is a demonstration flight. This is that final test before we certify the SpaceX Dragon to operationally carry full crew complements to the International Space Station. They were able to complete their first flight test shortly after getting on orbit. That one, they focused on changing Dragon's attitude, using the Earth as a guide to put Dragon in a very specific orientation known as local vertical, local horizon, essentially putting it in an orientation the same as a plane flying over the surface of the Earth. So the attitude control of Dragon, just one part of, or really one half of controlling the spacecraft. Now they're going to be testing out the translational maneuvers. So once they command that hold, the first thing that they'll do is align Dragon very precisely with the actual docking axis, and then they'll step through and send a number of commands to the spacecraft through those touch screens, moving it across a couple of different axes. So again, translational means you're moving left, right, forward, backwards, up, down, and that's one half of really controlling the spacecraft, is you have all of these different axes to worry about, both translational and for attitude. So they'll step through those. Depending on how those go, we'll then be able to move in for the final approach.
Yeah, that's right. One thing to consider with a spacecraft is it is a three-dimensional body that's moving in space. So you not only have to control your X, Y, Z position, that up, down, left, right, forward, back motion, but you also have to control which direction you're pointing. So we've alluded to the sim online that starts you off in a skewed attitude. Anytime you're pointed in a different direction, then do those translations, you have extra motions that you need to cancel out in space.
Yeah, I remember the simulation too can show you how deceiving it can be to fly in space, because when you initially look at it and you load up, it almost looks like you're already pointing directly at the docking port, and I just need to go straight, when in fact you need to physically move the capsule down and left and roll it so you're completely lined up, and then change which direction you're pointing. It's just infinitely more complex than just getting in your car and doing a left, doing a right, going forward, backward. You're operating in all dimensions when you're flying in microgravity in a spacecraft. So Dragon doing that autonomously right now. The crew will step in to do some manual control, just to again prove out the Dragon systems for the crew to jump in should they have to. Looks like we're getting some thunderstorms actually on the Earth below. Let's see where they're flying over. We're still over the Pacific Ocean. We just flew over the island of Fiji in this orbital nighttime, about 264 statute miles over a restless planet Earth.
Beautiful to see those views of the planet. Even more beautiful when we had orbital daytime. But we had some really cool shots. There was one point when we flew over the Caspian Sea, saw some really cool clouds there, and I think we also saw nighttime over Japan as we were flying over the Terminator.
Yeah, we're able to see a couple of city lights on the Earth's surface below. We're a little more than halfway through this orbital nighttime. We should be getting sunrise in about 15 minutes from now. And at that point, we will be just about arriving at waypoint 1. So we should be getting sunrise right as Dragon is arriving, just about 220 meters out in front of the space station.
Here's a cool view from the station camera. You can see Dragon approaching. We've just got those red and green lights on either side of the capsule. It gives folks looking at the capsule a sense of orientation of the vehicle. And here's a view from Dragon. Dragon's got a number of relative navigation sensors, as well as a couple of cameras that can look forward. That will hopefully get some additional views far as we get closer to docking. So here's a good view of the space station. Pretty cool. You can actually you can see the solar panels and actually the thermal radiators there. Here's a great view from a camera behind Bob and Doug. Bob in the right-hand seat in the pilot seat, Doug in the commander seat or the CDR seat. They've got a display in front of them that's the forward view. It's got some procedural information on the left-hand side that's telling them criteria that they're looking for. Anything off nominal, they could, of course, step in and issue a command if necessary. And then on the left-hand and right-hand screen, we're actually their piloting controls. So when the vehicle is in an appropriate state to receive those commands, they can just hop in and use those touch-sensitive gloves, issue commands to the vehicle's attitude control system.
Have a little over 13 and a half minutes still in this maneuver. It is really cool to get this look inside. And again, that screen in the middle, you can see the trajectory that Dragon is on. And if they were to just continue, it would eventually take them on a path away from the International Space Station. But at the very top of really their orbital path right now, they'll converge on a point just 220 meters directly in front of the space station. So once they do get to that point, they'll be able to command a hold and have the vehicle essentially hover just a few hundred meters in front of the space station itself. They're moving at a pretty slow pace right now, but again, slow and steady wins the race whenever we're doing these docking maneuvers in close proximity to the station. We have about 13 minutes to go. They're moving at less than half a tenth of a meter per second as they continue to close in.
There's another view from the space station looking back, and there's a brief moment there when we were looking at Doug's display where you could see that same view that we had of the International Space Station. So they have those views from the vehicle overlaid on their displays to give them some awareness of their relative motion to the space station, especially handy if they had to actually step in for manual piloting to dock. Fingers crossed they won't have to do that today, though, and that the flight control system will operate as intended.
Yeah, we'll get the manual piloting demo, and then it'll be handed over to Dragon to do a nice, smooth operated, automated docking. Again, we've not been tracking any issues with the Dragon spacecraft on the whole flight uphill. Been moving through each of these burns a little bit ahead of schedule, running about 16 minutes or so ahead of the timeline as it was originally mapped out.
Yeah, very, very healthy vehicle, this test flight, very little. I'm sure Bob and Doug have few things as well that they're getting used to. There's only so much a simulator can train you on. I think they had mentioned a little bit of that during the ascent portion. There are a few things that are a little different than what they expected. But just because when you're actually launching on a rocket, that's a different feeling than sitting in a training capsule.
Yeah, can't quite simulate a 9-minute ride on top of a controlled explosion in an office. But as they did give credit to the teams here at SpaceX, the actual piloting of the spacecraft went off exactly like their simulators. And so they're able to do all of that training here in Hawthorne, both in a cockpit simulator and in a full mock-up of the Dragon spacecraft itself, even able to get fully suited, plugged into the seats, go through all of the different systems that they had to get familiar with before they moved into their flight today.
Yeah, you and Jesse actually had a really cool opportunity to step in and see the training capsule. The team that I work on actually gets to help train the astronauts that are coming through, so I've had some cool opportunities to interface with the Crew 1 crew. They've already started their training for the Dragon vehicle.
Yeah, you get the really cool job. I get to come tag along every once in a while. But yeah, it was really exciting to literally sit in the seat where Bob and Doug were as they prepared for this mission. It was really exciting.
Station, it's Houston on the big loop for Chris, crew monitoring. Chris, you can begin to monitor the approach per step 1 of 1.104 Crew Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
Copy and work.
So heard some cool stuff over the loops there. Looks like Chris Cassidy aboard the station is getting ready to monitor. We'd sort of talked about this earlier, but during the Demonstration 1 mission, the crew aboard the International Space Station had issued commands to Dragon. That's a capability that they have. So
yeah, so with Chris Cassidy now monitoring, we're a little under 9 minutes away from that arrival at waypoint 1. Let's jump over to Gary real quick for a quick station update, and he can walk us through some of the systems that are going to be in play during this manual piloting test. Gary?
Thanks, Dan. Yes, we're monitoring the approach of Bob and Doug. Now just about 300 meters from station, heading towards that waypoint 1. One of the next milestones here coming up is going to be the manual flight test. Chris Cassidy already getting in position in front of the RPOP. This is the rendezvous software that he'll be using to watch some of the demonstration and the rest of the docking procedures for Bob and Doug as they move in to dock with the International Space Station. Right at about the time of the manual flight test, they will be communicating through the C2V2, Common Communication for Visiting Vehicle. You heard the call on the big loop. That was Joshua Kutrick here in Mission Control Houston, Capcom, talking with International Space Station Commander Chris Cassidy all over the big loop. That's an integrated communication loop with space to ground on station, Dragon to ground on Dragon, everybody hearing the same thing. Once we're in position of the manual flight test, C2V2 will transition to receive video as well. We should be getting some great video from Dragon all through the hardware that is on the International Space Station, integrated and linked with the Dragon. Now just inside 300 meters from station, I'll toss it back over to Hawthorne as we go through these next steps, heading towards waypoint 1.
Right on. Thanks for that update, Gary.
As Gary said, we're inside 300 meters away from the space station. Should be getting that arrival at waypoint 1 in just about 6.5 minutes. And then we'll see some dynamic action pick up with Bob and Doug stepping in to command a hold to the Dragon spacecraft and then step into their manual piloting test. Just to give you a long look at everything, we were originally tracking the docking just a few seconds before 7:30 a.m. Pacific time. We have been moving well ahead of the timeline, so we may only be about an hour away from docking at this point, as they're moving about 16 or 17 minutes ahead of schedule so far with all of Dragon's maneuvers. We'll consider that initial contact and capture of the vehicle to be that initial docking. After that, though, there are a series of steps that have to take place with the Dragon vehicle, actually done in concert with the station itself, which will do a quick handover of its attitude control systems, and then the soft capture ring on the Dragon spacecraft will begin to retract, and then a series of latches or a series of indicators will tell the Dragon spacecraft when it's ready to start driving hooks, which will secure it very firmly to the international docking adapter on the very forward Node 2 port on the International Space Station. And then once we have docking complete, there will be a series of steps both for the crew on Dragon and for the crew on the International Space Station.
Yeah, that's right. Once docking is complete, the cavity in between the PMA node and Dragon, which we refer to as the vestibule, that is still a vacuum. So we'll do some steps there to bring air in from the International Space Station to pressurize that volume. There'll be a leak check on that volume to make sure that we truly have a good seal. Don't want to lose that precious life support to the vacuum of space. And then, of course, when we pressurize that volume, that area has been exposed to space for a pretty long period of time, and we're expanding a gas into it. So the temperatures will fall in there a little bit. So there'll be a period of time for a thermal hold to wait for temperatures to stabilize and to confirm that the pressure is good. So once all those things are good, then we can hopefully open the hatch, the forward hatch.
Yeah, we do expect it'll take about an hour and a half or so typically before we start seeing hatches opened between the station and the Dragon spacecraft following a docking. And there are going to be two hatches. The first on the station side is the A-Pass hatch. That one will get open first, and then we'll wait for everything just to make sure that, again, we're at an equalized pressure between the cabin inside Dragon and the now open hatchway on the station side before Bob and Doug are able to open up the Dragon hatch. A number of other things are taking place while we're waiting for the hatch opening to occur. Dragon, once it's docked to the space station, will be able to connect via an umbilical to transfer power from the International Space Station, so no longer needing to use its own solar arrays to power batteries and all the systems on board, be able to draw power.
Dragon SpaceX for approach 1 on Big Loop. Approach 1 and the soft capture ring extension will begin shortly. Command a hold 20 seconds after beginning approach 1 for the manual piloting demo.
Copies on the Big Loop. 20 seconds after approach 1, we will command the hold.
Good copy.
And so real quick, what they're referring to there, in about 2.5 minutes, we'll be at waypoint 1, so about 220 meters out in front of the space station. And then, just like waypoint 0, the vehicle able to bypass waypoint 1 and continue on its approach to the space station. The crew is going to jump in 20 seconds after they hear that approach 1 has started, command a hold, and then they're going to move into that second manual piloting demonstration on board Dragon. So we should see that all start to happen in just about 2 minutes. And thankfully, as promised, the sun starting to come up on both of our spacecraft.
Yeah, they also mentioned the soft capture system. So they'll do an extension of a ring with 3 pedal-like structures on it that are covered in micro switches and sensors. And when we do finally get to waypoint 2 and final approach for docking, those will interface with the international docking adapter and give us a confirmation that we've made what's called soft capture. Now, at that point, the spacecraft may have some relative motion, so that system helps get rid of any of that relative motion before we go in for final closure of the hard capture hooks.
All right, so just a little under a minute to go now. Dragon just about right out in front of the International Space Station. Again, in less than a minute, it'll begin its approach one, and then our crew members inside of Dragon will command the vehicle to stop. It will hover, and then they will be able to begin that manual piloting demonstration.
Just about 240 meters away from the space station. We're pretty much lined up right in front of it along what we've been calling the V-bar, and you may hear that on comms.
We do have a short communications blockage with the space station. We have pretty continuous coverage. We've had pretty continuous coverage getting views from the station cameras, which come down through our higher data rate, our KU band antenna. Sometimes it can actually get blocked by some of the station structure, whether it's solar arrays or other pieces of the station, depending on where the actual TDRS satellite that it's pointing at is located. And it looks like we do have that blockage for the next 5 minutes or so. And then once that clears up and we have a clear line of sight for that antenna, we'll get that video back from the International Space Station. So we're expecting that to come about 28 minutes after the hour, so in about 5 minutes from now.
Ground control teams still certainly have good data to both Dragon and the International Space Station, so they're still able to monitor what's happening, have good telemetry, so different sensors, the velocity of the vehicle, how the prop is doing, if any thrusters are firing, what commands are being sent.
Just had a quick TDRS handover for Dragon, so transitioning between those tracking and data relay satellites and standing by for confirmation of that hold.
Station at Houston on the big loop for Chris monitoring.
Right, easy.
Station in preparation for Endeavour's manual piloting demo. You can monitor now for block Charlie in 1.104 Crew Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
I'll be block Charlie.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop. Expect reconfiguration of the C2V2 return link shortly.
Copy.
All right, so we had confirmation the crew was able to send that hold. They're at right about 203 meters away from the space station right now, it looks like.
Right now, just flying in formation right in front of the space station, which is really cool.
Again, we should be getting the video views from the station itself back in just about 2 minutes from now. But yeah, Dragon holding just about 200, a little over 200 meters directly out in front. They're going to take a few moments to reconfigure C2V2, that common communication for visiting vehicles, to begin getting some higher data rates to get video from Dragon through the station as we begin to step into this near-field manual piloting demo. And just a reminder, Bob and Doug are going to be doing some translational maneuvers, so they're going to precisely align the Dragon with the docking axis, so lining it up directly in the center of the docking target, and then they'll begin to move along a number of different axes through translations, forward, backward, up, down, left, right, just another test of the manual control function on board the Dragon spacecraft. And then once they're complete with that, they'll put Dragon back into automated control and begin to move in towards the final waypoint, waypoint 2, just 20 meters in front of Dragon. So before we start that, we do need to wait until we get that high data rate communication with the station locked back up. Again, should be just about another minute or so until that's in place.
And hopefully when we get that high data rate communication back, we'll also get some views into the cabin behind Bob and Doug. We got a few cool views of that earlier as they were getting closer and closer to station. So if you're just joining us.
Station Houston on the big loop for Chris. Dragon's now transmitting docking camera video. We want to confirm that video and data is updating in the Dragon 2 docking monitor.
Work. Confirm.
Copy, confirm, thanks.
So as I was mentioning earlier, if you're just now joining us, Dragon is now just 220 meters in front of the space station. The astronauts aboard, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, have commanded a manual hold. That's to perform a manual piloting test. There is a very nice shot of the Dragon vehicle from cameras aboard the space station. You just saw one of the Draco thrusters there firing, just to keep it in that hold attitude, flying right in front of the station.
Yeah, we have two cameras on the very forward port of Node 2, so right where Dragon's going to be headed following the completion of this manual piloting test.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop. C2V2 link reconfiguration is complete. The soft capture ring extension is also complete.
Dragon copies on the Big Loop. Good ring extension and C2V2 reconfig.
So those comms on the Big Loop, the core, the crew operations and resources engineer here at SpaceX letting the crew know that we have a good TDRS link again. Good C2V2 link again. It's common communications for visiting vehicles. And we actually heard a little bit earlier as well comms to Chris Cassidy to monitor this manual piloting test.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop, you are go to execute the proximity manual flight test per procedure 4.041, and I have the target fuel levels when you are ready to copy.
You are go for 4.041, and we're ready to copy the fuel constraint.
Your 1/3 fuel usage will be 60.9, 2/3 58.9, and terminate 57.9.
We copy 60.9, 58.9, and 57.9. We'll pick up in 4.041.
Good copy, and we're with you.
All right, so they're going to start maneuvering Dragon again, making some translational maneuvers. We did get some insight that it looks like they're a little bit to the left of the docking axis right now, and so we should expect them to move directly into the center line as one of their first maneuvers. That's going to be their very first maneuver. And then they have a strict list of choreographed steps just to test out moving on the other axes. And we heard the core Anna Menon calling up the expected fuel usage inside Dragon. They're going to be keeping a close eye on that just to make sure they're not overusing the propellant in those flight tests, making sure we still have good margins for all of the approach maneuvers, and then obviously for everything at the end of the mission itself.
Yeah, and the thrusters that we're using here.
Dragon, on the Big Loop, we are commencing with docking axis capture.
We are following along with you.
So the thrusters that we expect to see firing here would be on the service section or on the trunk. And you'll see some plumes coming out from the shot on your screen.
First part of this maneuver is just to really line them up perfectly with that docking axis. So they were already several meters off once this hold occurred, and so they're making very low impulse commands being sent to those Draco thrusters. Again, as Shiva was saying, there's the 12 around the lower part of the Dragon capsule that they're going to be using, and we're seeing small bursts now.
Yeah, And they actually have a couple of precision modes where they can put in sort of coarse and fine inputs into the vehicle. That's all stuff that they can control off of those touchscreen displays to get the right amount of impulsive thrust into the vehicle. If you're trying to get a little bit oriented to how the vehicle is positioned, that's the nose cone on the top of your screen. So Bob and Doug would be sitting sort of underneath that nose cone and see the pressurized portion of the capsule, and their seats look up into the displays and also would look towards the side hatch, which is currently sealed underneath on the opposite side of where that nose cone is. Very cool to see those thruster plumes.
Yeah, the Kronos emission control Houston actually opened up the iris a little bit on that camera on the space station so we could see these plumes.
And SpaceX Dragon, we've completed the docking axis capture maneuver. We're going to move on to the YZ translation.
Copy, we're with you.
All right, sounds like they've got themselves lined up exactly on the docking axis, so directly in front of that international docking adapter on node 2. Now they're going to begin some lateral and axial maneuvers. So again, just putting Dragon now off the docking axis and to just continue these translational maneuvers. So at this point, we should see them head up to the right and up from this view as they're just making very small adjustments in the Dragon's positioning in front of the space station right now.
And here comes the translation.
We copy.
Yeah, in the data, it looks like we're seeing the 6 thrusters essentially on the bottom of the spacecraft right now from this view, lighting up. So it's going to begin to move them straight up. And it's difficult to tell, but there is a very slow drift upward right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're going about 0.1 meters a second, if I'm looking at this data correctly. So very slow and steady. And they will probably do a quick correction to stop that upward movement. It's a little surreal seeing Dragon so close to the space station. Less than 18 hours ago, I was on the pad at Launch Complex 39A, Now it's so close to its destination.
And being piloted by humans for the second time already in this mission.
And I would just be too excited. I don't know how Bob and Doug keep this so professional.
It's that test pilot mentality.
Yeah, they both have thousands of hours in aircraft. Both test pilots.
Yeah, both came from military test pilot backgrounds. Bob Behnken, the Air Force. Doug Hurley, a Marine Corps aviator.
And then I believe Naval Test Pilot School, so... A little bit overexposed there, but you can still see the thrusters firing.
Yeah, our Kronos working to do that deliberately for us so we can see those thruster plumes from this camera view. We're at a normal exposure, so not able to see those jets into the darkness of space. But when we do overexpose a little bit, you're able to see those thruster plumes coming out of the Dragon spacecraft.
Yeah, it's amazing how the plume has to catch the light just the right way for us to even see that it's happening outside of data. Yeah, and looking at the data now, it looks like we have zeroed out that radial velocity delta. So Bob and Doug cleared out that small translation test that they did. We may get a radio call down here that they've completed the Y direction testing. Now, I know we've mentioned this a few times, but it looks like the spacecraft are totally still right now. And that's partially true. They're still relative to each other. But right now, both the space station and Dragon are going around the world, what is it, about once every 90-ish minutes?
Yep.
Or less?
Once every 90 minutes, seeing 16 sunrises and sunsets every single day. And while our view right now...
We've completed the Z translation, moving on to the Y.
We copy, we're with you.
A copy. So I was a little bit mistaken. They just finished up the Z direction, doing the Y next.
Dragon, SpaceX on Big Loop, you have used approximately 1/3 of your prop test budget.
And Dragon copies 1/3 of the prop test budget.
So the Corps letting the crew know how much prop they've worked through. Still have 2/3 of their budget left to do test maneuvers. And of course, any bit of propellant that they're using is just a little bit less margin if they needed to use it for something else. But a good way to exercise the system, see that manual piloting works as intended, and I'm sure for them to have a chance to provide some feedback on how manual piloting actually felt in space and how the control felt.
Yeah, a big part of their job for this mission is really to not only put the vehicle through its paces, but to take a lot of detailed notes and mental notes that they're going to be passing along to any future crew members flying on board Crew Dragon. As we've talked about, the simulators have been a pretty good guide for how the actual manual piloting goes, but things like the ascent up to orbit were quite a bit different from what they expected. And so they're just taking all of that in, internalizing it, and a big part of their job once they come home is to pass that along to all of our upcoming crews, one of which is targeted to launch just about a month after they come home. That Crew 1 outfit of 3 NASA astronauts, Victor Glover, Mike Hopkins, and Shannon Walker, and a Japanese astronaut, Soichi Noguchi, will be aiming to do that flight a little bit later this year. So going through the paces right now, looking at our data, I think I made the same mistake you did, where I assumed them going up would be the y-axis. It looks like that was actually their z-axis, and the y now them moving to the right. So we're seeing some small shifts. They're continuing to use up a little bit of their prop budget. We heard they're already a little past 1/3.
Yeah, it's actually something interesting about both aircraft and rockets. When you consider the coordinate system, what we refer to as the x-axis is usually the one that goes through the nose. So in the case of Falcon 9 and Dragon sitting on top of each other, the x-axis would have been pointing through the nose cone going up. Can be a little bit counterintuitive. And then actually in aircraft, the z-axis usually points down, depending on whether you use European or American coordinate systems and the type of aircraft you're working on. But important for both Space Station and Dragon to be on the same coordinate system as they do this eventually as they step into the approach maneuvers here towards waypoint 2. Dragon will be using its relative navigation sensors, again, for relative position to the station, to make sure that it's on the approach, within the bounds of the approach corridor going towards the station when we get to that after this manual piloting test.
Should be getting to that shortly. This manual piloting test was slated to last about 25 minutes. As we have been running ahead of schedule today with all of Dragon's maneuvers, we could be looking at a docking only about 25 or 30 minutes from now. So once they're done with this manual flight test, they'll turn control back over to Dragon's flight computers, and they'll resume their approach, which had actually already started automatically before the crew issued a hold command to the vehicle. And then they'll press in to arrive at waypoint number 2, at which point the teams will do a final go, no-go for docking. They'll depart that 20-meter hold point, and it should be just about 5 minutes following that departure until we get contact and captured.
Yeah, and the crew right now are seated in Dragon in the pilot and commander's seat. Both of them are suited for what are relatively dynamic maneuvers. And they'll continue to be suited until we have confirmation of good hard capture on the space station. So right now, just interfacing with the touchscreen displays, testing out manual piloting. Hopefully secretly a little bit giddy to be piloting a spacecraft.
I mean, before they had launched, Bob Behnken had referred to this mission as every astronaut's dream, getting to launch in a new spacecraft, putting it through its paces. he and Doug Hurley with those test pilot backgrounds, testing out a new spacecraft has to be as good as it gets. But they're still stepping through this manual piloting. We should have just a few more minutes until they're done with this Y-axis translation. And then they'll be able to turn command back over to Dragon, which will return itself to the docking axis and then begin that approach into waypoint 2.
Yeah, and as a look ahead, so when we do transition into that approach, Dragon will autonomously go towards waypoint 2, which is just 20 meters away from the forward international docking adapter on node 2. And it'll hold there. That'll give the ground team some time, both in Houston and here in Hawthorne, to do a go-no-go poll, make sure that the vehicle still looks healthy, make sure that everyone on board the space station and of course on board Dragon.
SpaceX Dragon, we've completed with the translation maneuvers. We're going to pick up with the closure maneuver.
We copy. We're following along with you.
All right, sounds like they're done with their translations. They're going to start moving it back to the docking axis, put us right back on the center line, and then we're going to resume that approach into station.
Dragon SpaceX, you have used 2/3 of your prop test budget.
I can copy 2/3 of the budget. SpaceX Dragon. That completes the closure maneuver.
We copy. Closure maneuver complete.
Decimal 041, section 4.
We copy and concur.
All right, so our manual flight test has been completed. We're standing by for them to now resume approach 1. So to move in from that waypoint 1, we're already inside of the keep out sphere at this point. Dragon's holding just 176 meters from the space station, and pretty soon they're going to be approaching.
Dragon, that completes the manual piloting demonstration. I only had to twist Doug's arm for 2 or 3 minutes to get him to allow me to deactivate the piloting controls.
We copy. Excellent. Thank you. And with that, we ask that you, from the display used for manual piloting, please go to audio settings and adjust a gain setting for seat 1 or 4. And in addition, we would appreciate any handling qualities evaluation of the proximity piloting possible.
We've completed the gain setting adjustment for seat 1, and I'll turn it over to Doug for the handling qualities quick look.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop for the handling qualities. It flew just about like the sim, so my congratulations to the folks in Hawthorne. It flew really well, very crisp. It was a little sloppier and wide, just like we saw in the sim, but all the other axes, as well as closure and opening, were all just as per.
Excellent to hear. Thank you.
That kind of gives you an indication of sort of how the design process works. You know, Bob and Doug have had lots of opportunities to test this out and sim it and give their feedback. And pretty cool to hear that their sim experience was very similar to what they saw actually on orbit. Just, I think you said 170 meters away from station right now?
Yeah, we're just 176, and I imagine as a spacecraft designer, that's exactly what you want to hear, is the way that I trained you in it here on the ground is exactly how it performed once you're there for the real thing. So the second manual piloting test in the books, Bob and Doug putting Dragon through its paces. Now we're time to put it all to where we get to our endpoint. We're ready to get Dragon docked to the International Space Station.
Dragon SpaceX on big loop. The ground will be resuming approach shortly. We do plan to hold briefly at waypoint 2, so reminder that crew visors down are not required until the ground is preparing to command the final approach.
SpaceX Dragon, we copy. We'll hold at waypoint 2 for a pause, and then we'll get our visors then launching command.
We copy.
And station, it's Houston on the big loop. As you've heard, Endeavour is resuming its approach to waypoint 2. Chris, you can monitor now for step 2. That's step 2 and 1.104 Crew Dragon approach and retreat monitor.
Copy, step 2 will work.
Pretty cool view of the International Space Station from Dragon. This would actually be overlaid, or rather their controls would be overlaid on the displays on top of this view. And we got to see some pretty cool views from behind. Actually, there's a view right there. You can see the station on their displays. Visors up, Doug in the left seat, Bob in the right seat.
Yeah, so at this moment, Dragon is going to be resuming the approach. As we heard them informing the crew, They're going to have that one final hold when they're just 20 meters away. That's going to be at waypoint 2. We're expecting it to be a brief hold while the teams all tag up and do a final go to move in for docking. Getting a great look at the space station itself. The docking port is right in the center of our screen. You can see another spacecraft currently docked to the space station. The Japanese HTV spacecraft currently docked to the Earth-facing port. One of those common berthing mechanisms also on Node 2. So Dragon will be the second vehicle to be docked to the Harmony module once it makes its final approach. And it's moving in right now. Again, just to give you an idea of how quickly they're moving, they're going at about 0.3 of a meter per second right now. And so if you're having any trouble with that docking simulator online, remember to just slow things down a little bit and your chances will go up exponentially. We just passed 140 meters away. We'll get our live video comm back with the space station momentarily. As soon as we do, we'll bring you back up there. But for now, Bob and Doug continuing to fly in. They're just 135 meters away.
Station on the big loop in step 2, review of steps 3 and 4 is complete. Crew on the International Space Station is ready for docking.
Station Houston on the big loop, we copy the review of 3 and 4 complete. International Space Station ready, thank you.
Expedition 63 Commander Chris Cassidy giving the report. Station is ready for docking.
Yeah, and you can see the trajectory of the spacecraft. There are small corrections that are happening. So as we get closer and closer to station, we're trying to stay within those 2 corridors, which are shown coming out of the docking port that we're going towards. That little dot, I think, was the 20-meter hold point, so that's where we expect there to be the spacecraft holding right in front of the International Docking Adapter. There'll be a go, no-go poll. The ground teams have worked hard over the past probably years to come up with a set of what we call flight rules. So those are technical constraints, items that we look for, that if any of those criteria were violated, then we have a rule that we've predetermined, gives us guidance to say whether we could approach or not. So far, our vehicle has been very healthy, but technical ground teams will all do their due diligence to make sure that it's still safe to approach.
Right, and at this moment, that approach is continuing, still moving in at about 0.3 of a meter per second. Dragon's coming up on just 100 meters away from the space station.
So the very top there is the nose cone on the spacecraft, where we've got a cool view. Left side of your screen is the International Space Station. Right side of your screen is Dragon.
We're inside 100 meters, continuing to close. Again, we're going to have a short hold at 20 meters. Teams will just do a final check, and then they'll give Dragon the go. We're expecting it to be pretty brief. We should get to that hold point in just about 4 minutes, moving at our current pace.
I think you can see a meatball and American flag on that on the spacecraft. The NASA logo, of course, referred to as the meatball. I think there was some spirited discussion about the meatball versus the worm during ascent. And you can see those logos. That structure on the fairing structure is actually what the Super Dracos are housed in. Of course, all of those are deactivated now, only used for launch escape during the ascent portion. Nose cone right at the top of the vehicle, and you can see sort of the sealing surface. Those four circular slots right underneath the nose cone within that red ring are the forward bulkhead Dracos. That's what we were using while we were conducting all those burns, the 5 burns to get to this point. Right now, we don't have a reason to use those. We'll only be making small attitude corrections with the service section Dracos. And you can see the service section actually pretty clearly here too. There's a black portion and a white portion sort of separated by a fin. The black portion is solar panels, solar cells that'll charge Dragon's batteries, and the bottom side are the white portion is actually a thermal radiator that's used to keep the spacecraft nice and cool. Of course, the avionics and the cabin, making sure that Bob and Doug are comfortable inside.
Looks like we're getting a shadow cast. We are just 60 meters away, continuing to close in, just about 40 meters to go until we're at that hold point. Should get there in just over 2 minutes. Meanwhile, teams in Hawthorne and in Houston doing their internal go, no go for docking. They're going to get all the teams polled. Once everyone's go, we'll be able to give Dragon the final go ahead for the vehicle to autonomously fly in and dock with the International Space Station. Should be coming up on waypoint 2 arrival in just about 1 minute, 45 seconds. At this point, it'll be 20 meters away from that docking port. The International Docking Adapter number 2 attached to pressurized mating adapter number 2 at the very forward end of the Harmony module.
Right there on the, right around the center, you can see the forward hatch. It's got a window in it. You can see a couple of handles, and there's some features that look sort of bronze-ish. Those are the pedals that we were talking about earlier as part of the soft capture system. So pretty wild, too, to see. We're so close that we're getting shadows from the station on Dragon. Wow.
And we're getting these views of Dragon's approach from 2 cameras that are right next to that docking adapter. And the movement's a little jarring at times. These cameras are being commanded by a person at the Cronus console in Mission Control Houston, and they send some very basic function commands to the camera, which it then executes automatically. And so they're continuing to follow Dragon in, so we do thank them for their diligence to give us these views of this historic moment as we are just less than 30 meters away from docking.
Right above the NASA meatball logo, you can see 3 of the service section Draco thrusters.
That's right, 12 in all. So the 4 of those clusters spread around the vehicle, used for a lot of the attitude control and any small translational maneuvers like we just watched Bob and Doug execute with their second manual flight test.
Yeah, and actually oriented in a way, too, where if you were to lose some of those thrusters, you still have redundancy and control in those axes. That's part of the reason why they're sort of at the angles that they are.
All right, so we should be getting to waypoint 2 right now. So it looks like we do have that hold.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop. The ground is go for approach 2. We will be enabling the resume shortly. As a reminder, ensure your visors are closed prior to Dragon's departure from the waypoint. And once Dragon is inside the crew hands-off point, retreat and breakout are not permitted. And for your awareness, we have sunset in a little less than 8.5 minutes.
Copies all on the Big Loop. Go for docking.
So Doug on the spacecraft confirming their go for docking. They're going to put down their visors. Got some instructions there about the crew hands-off point that we had talked about earlier. That's a point where we don't want the crew issuing any commands to the vehicle. It's about just about 2 meters away from the docking adapter. I believe the number is about 1.7 meters.
Station Houston on the Big Loop. Houston and station are now go for docking. Chris, you can monitor per steps 3 and 4. 3 and 4 in 1.104 Crew Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
Copy steps 3 and 4.
SpaceX Dragon on the Big Loop. Our visors are down.
Copy, visors down.
The crew confirming their visors down. We should see the final approach resume.
Dragon on the big loop. We are inbound from approach 2.
Copy inbound.
Mission copy.
And we're going to be racing that sunset. The approach has resumed. Dragon closing in. We're inside 20 meters. And yeah, that crew hands-off point should come up in about 3 minutes or so. Right before we get that final docking, it comes about 20 seconds prior, or just about 2 meters away from the station still. And that's just the crew not issuing any abort commands. At that point, it would be too late. And so any aborts would be executed automatically by Dragon itself. So we're closing in at less than 1/10 of a meter per second at this point.
You can see the service section Draco is just doing all these very small, minor attitude corrections. Really, the autonomous docking system at work, making sure that the vestibule and the soft capture system is lined up with IDA2. It's the International Docking Adapter. You can see much more clearly there the hinge mechanism for the nose cone. Those 4 black circles are the forward bulkhead Dracos, not to be used at this time. And then, of course, the pedals of the soft capture system. Wow.
Dragon on the big loop. We're inside 10 meters. We cannot make out the docking target, but we do see the outline.
We copy and concur, 10 meters.
All right, we're less than 10 meters away. Again, we're closing at that rate of less than 1/10 of a meter per second. We should be just about 1 minute, 45 seconds away from docking.
There's a center line camera right in that middle, so that you can see where the forward hatch is, and right in the middle of that there's a window and there's a center line camera that is aligned with the center of the vehicle and the center of the docking mechanism. So that is what the autonomous docking system is using to line up with sort of a cross hatch, cross target on the docking port. Again, the forward docking port on PMA2, or the pressurized mating adapter.
And we are just 5 meters away. Again, we're racing that sunset. This Dragon continues to close, 4 meters to go.
Those shadows of the space station on the vehicle. Yeah, you can actually see the centerline camera pretty clearly there, sort of with the contrast of the sun right now.
3 meters to go. Two meters. We are inside the hands-off point, the chop, the crew hands-off point. 1 meter to go. Soft capture complete.
Dragon in space. Soft capture confirmed. Stand by for retraction and docking.
Bye.
And we just heard it, soft capture. We have docking, that coming at 7:16 a.m. Pacific time, with the station and Dragon flying 262 statute miles right over the border between northern China and Mongolia.
You saw a little bit of motion there of Dragon. That was that relative motion that the soft capture system is damping out. once that motion is clear, then the soft capture system will be retracted, and Dragon will go for hard capture.
Again, if just now tuning in, that soft capture, that docking coming 7:16 a.m. Pacific, 10:16 a.m. over on the East Coast. Dragon and the International Space Station were flying 262 statute miles right over the border between northern China and Mongolia. So that soft capture ring now going to retract. It's one more step on the way to docking complete.
Yeah, we take it on board.
Yeah, and so the next step here is once the soft capture ring is retracted, there are 12 latches that we refer to as hard capture latches. Those are what will really create that pressure-tight seal between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. So once soft capture is complete, and I believe we'll get that call from our core here, Anna, then we'll get confirmation of hard capture, and the crew, of course, aboard have this information on their displays, so they'll also see indication of hard capture complete. And once those two steps are done, then that's docking complete.
That's right, and we're expecting to hear some words from everybody. A pretty monumental moment. I mean, for Doug Hurley, he's returning to where he last docked almost 9 years ago on the very last space shuttle mission, now commanding the very first commercial spacecraft to deliver astronauts to the International Space Station.
That's got to be cool for them. They've mentioned quite a few times that they're best friends, our favorite dads in space, as we've been calling them. This has got to be really cool for them. It's got to be really cool for their families too, watching this.
It looks like we have another quick handover. We'll get that video back shortly. We're about 75% complete already with that retraction. Once that retraction is completed, we'll keep an eye out for the 12 ready to hook indicators. Once those are ready, those 12 hooks will begin to engage, and that'll securely attach Dragon to the International Space Station.
Yeah, so right now the vehicle confirming that the soft capture system is deployed correctly and is fully retracted. And then once the soft capture system is fully retracted, that'll set up the vehicle to put in the hard capture pins. There's 12 of those around the docking ring, and that's what creates that airtight seal between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. The volume between, which we refer to as the vestibule, is currently not pressurized. Of course, it was just exposed to the vacuum of space until literally minutes ago, about 4 minutes ago. So just waiting for the vehicle to get that.
Dragon SpaceX, ring retraction complete. Docking sequence is holding for MCS reconfiguration.
All right, so we see those ready to hook indicators are lighting up green. So we should be just about to step into those 12 hooks beginning to engage to get that secure mate between Dragon and the International Docking Adapter on the space station.
Wow, right now those two vehicles are flying together. They are attached to each other.
It's been just under 19 hours since we lifted off. We're actually at about 18 hours, 58 minutes, and 42 seconds. So we promised about a 19-hour ride up to station, and we made it just a few minutes before that. They were able to dock a few minutes ahead of schedule. We were tracking them to still take about another 10 minutes, but able to step through all of their burns about 16 minutes ahead of schedule and get us to where we are now. If you missed it just a few moments ago, that initial docking coming at 7:16 a.m. Pacific, 10:16 a.m. over on the east coast of the United States, and they were 262 statute miles flying together over the northern border of China and Mongolia. So really exciting. We're just waiting for this docking complete to be confirmed. We're expecting to hear some words, obviously, from the crew on board and all the excited teams down here. We're just waiting for this moment. And then it's time to start getting Dragon integrated into the station. There will be an umbilical that will get mated, and that'll allow Dragon to flow data and power into the station systems, and then it'll be over to the crew.
Endeavour and station at Houston on the big loop. MCS is configured. We're proceeding with hook driving.
All right, and they did a quick, so the motion control system onboard station now back under those control moment gyros, so handed over from the Russian thrusters, and Dragon now given the go to drive those hooks. We have to do that changeover of attitude control before we drive those hooks, as the Russian thrusters a little bit more dynamic in their control of attitude, and if you had a thruster firing while you were starting to drive those hooks, that could miss a line. So going over to the smoother control moment gyros on the U.S. side, now controlling the attitude on board the station, and those hooks, those 12 hooks on Dragon, about to start driving.
Right now, Dragon and ISS attached, just flying off the east coast of China, just underneath Japan. Attached to each other. We recently passed over to the orbital night, so we're on the currently the dark side of the world. And actually, we're lucky enough to see soft capture happen just as we were crossing over the Terminator line.
And if you're wondering what you're looking at, this is one of the cameras on the very outboard part of the Japanese experiment module, looking back in towards the very front part of Node 2, where Dragon is currently docked. We are in an orbital nighttime, that's why everything is so dark, but you're looking at Dragon. It is horizontal to the ground, so the hatch part is right where that green light pretty much is. You can see the nose cone still illuminated above it, and it is currently attached to an international docking adapter on the International Space Station.
And inside that capsule are Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, first astronauts to fly on a privately developed vehicle up to the International Space Station. Both test pilots got to do some fun tests today. Have a few more steps before they can actually get aboard and ingress to the International Space Station. And that's what we heard over the big loop, that transition, which allows us to then proceed with hard capture.
And we're seeing the first set of hooks, so the first 6 out of the 12 are now closed, 6 more to go.
Again, there are 12 of those along the ring. And that helps us ensure that we have an airtight seal. It is vacuum around them right now, so we want to make sure we're keeping all of that valuable life support in the vehicle. Now the combined ISS Dragon vehicle.
Meanwhile, inside the capsule, Bob and Doug also standing by for this hard capture to complete. And once we have that docking complete call, they'll be able to start stepping through a number of procedures to get them ready to move into the International Space Station. They'll get the go-ahead to doff or get out of their suits, and then they'll have some activities on the Dragon side to prepare for the hatch opening. Chris Cassidy will mainly be working on the station side to pressurize the vestibule. So as Shiv has talked about, the space between the Dragon capsule and the space station was exposed to vacuum, and even after this tight seal has occurred, we'll still be at vacuum inside. So we'll actually open up a valve to supply air from the station side into that space between the Dragon and station hatchways, and they'll get it up to the same ambient pressure that we'll have inside of Dragon and on the station itself. They'll wait for it to thermally balance out, make sure we don't have any temperature swings as we're bringing it up from vacuum. So probably from a very cold temperature up to about 72 degrees that they have in their cabin temperature on board the station, and then we'll get the hatches open.
Dragon SpaceX, hard capture complete. Stand by for docking completion.
Now that hard capture is complete, so that's confirmation of those 12 latches to create that airtight seal. Now that's complete, the umbilicals from the station side will interface with the Dragon vehicle umbilicals, and that'll provide power and communications through space station directly to Dragon. Pretty much the whole way up, Dragon's been using a combination of batteries and its solar cells pointed at the sun to make sure that it has enough electrical power for the journey up.
And we're just standing by now for that umbilical to get mated, and that's going to, again, as Shiv was just saying, start the power and data transfer between Dragon and the space station. They've been transmitting data through RF radio frequency on the way uphill, and during the final approach, this will give a hard mate, basically a wired LAN connection between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station itself, and then also being able to draw power from the station systems using those great big solar arrays that are used to generate all of the electricity for systems on board the station. And the soft capture system has been stowed. We see the umbilical starting to deploy. About 40% of the way so far, going pretty quickly. Should just take a couple more seconds until we're all the way connected. And then we should be getting that docking complete call out from the core here in Mission Control, SpaceX and Hawthorne. Standing by.
Dragon SpaceX, docking sequence is complete.
Dragon, we copy docking complete. To say that it's been a real honor to be just a small part of this 9-year endeavor since the last time the United States spaceship had docked with the International Space Station. We have to congratulate the men and women of SpaceX at Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy Space Center. Their incredible efforts over the last several years to make this possible cannot go overstated. I'd also like to thank Kathy Leaders and her team of the Commercial Crew Program of NASA. An outstanding job by everyone. Last, I'd like to thank the men and women of the National Aeronautics and Space Agency. This is an incredible time to be at NASA. 3 new vehicles to be flown, continuing mission in low Earth orbit, and then to the moon and Mars. We thank you again and congratulate you.
Dragon arriving. Crew of Expedition 63 is honored to welcome Dragon and the Commercial Crew Program to welcome aboard the International Space Station. Bob and Doug, glad to have you as part of the crew. Well done. Bravo Zulu.
We're happy. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Endeavour, this is Houston. Bob and Doug, welcome to the International Space Station. after your spectacular rendezvous and docking of the first Crew Dragon vehicle. For the first time since the retirement of the space shuttle, you have completed a historic ride to the ISS and have opened up a new chapter in human space exploration. On behalf of the flight control teams here in Houston and in Hawthorne, California, and to our SpaceX colleagues, bravo on a magnificent moment in spaceflight history and on the start of a new journey that has changed the face of space travel in this new era of space transportation. Bob and Doug, good luck, and we look forward to working with you on board.
Dragon SpaceX, Bob and Doug, we here at SpaceX are honored to have been part of ushering in this new era of human spaceflight. On behalf of the SpaceX and NASA partnership, congratulations on a phenomenal accomplishment and welcome to the International Space Station.
Well, thank you, Anna. We appreciate all the good words and everyone thanking us, but it truly was a magnificent effort by the entire team, the SpaceX team, the NASA team, and a team across America who was able to pull this off and bring human spaceflight again to our nation. Thanks for everything. Happy to be aboard.
And Dragon SpaceX, with that, ground will be enabling hardline power and comm connection shortly. You are go to doff your suits per procedure 4.012. We will be configuring your video to go external shortly, and we have one request for Bob's suit doffing when you're ready to copy.
We copy all. Go ahead for Bob's suit.
During your approach suit leak check, we noticed Bob's suit pass with a lower PSID than his previous vehicle and O&C checks. We still had plenty of margin to support you in a depress, but in order to rule out potential hardware issues, when Bob is doffing, after he opens his structural zipper, check all 3 bladder zipper heads to see if any are partially closed. It is possible that if the head is backed off slightly, that the white tooth is partially visible or a small gap can be seen between the end of the zipper head and the gasket end. Please report observations.
Copy. Bob will take a close look at his zippers when he doffs, and he'll get doffing first, so we'll let you know as soon as we see something or if we see something.
Great. Thank you so much.
Wow. So now Dragon has completed its docking sequence. There's a number of checks. That was an absolutely historic moment. And in spite of that, the ground team's getting right back to business, talking about the suit performance.
Just let us know when the interior cameras are secure.
On Dragon to
Gotta
Ground,
turn the cameras off first before we can get them out of their suits.
Absolutely. So spacecraft is now docked. They've got several tasks that they're going to need to be able to do. While we're waiting for those tasks to happen, we're actually going to take a short break. But if, in case you just missed it, the Dragon spacecraft is now docked to the International Space Station, docked at 7:16 a.m. local time.
Yep.
Bob and Doug are at the space station.
Yeah, they're there. It was just under a 19-hour journey from their launch to their docking, so pretty much right on what we were expecting. They got there a little bit early today, which was nice, as they were able to get through all those burns. But they're docked. It's going to be a little while. They have to do that vestibule pressurization, and then they'll have to do some leak checks.
Dragon on Dragon to Ground for Bob. I've got both structural zippers on my gloves lowered, and I do see white teeth visible on both sides. It looks like a full white tooth. I'll give you an update once I get to the leg zipper.
Copy. White teeth on both sides, and we'll await your next status.
So the crew right now just going through some checks of their gloves. They're about to get out of their suits. That'll be the first step for the crew on board Dragon. For the crew on board station, Chris Cassidy is going to start getting that vestibule pressurized, and then they're going to do leak checks. So they're going to be actually taking atmosphere from station, putting it into that vestibule, and then once we get all the leak checks done, things are thermally stabilized, it'll be time for hatch opening. We'll be able to see Bob and Doug get into the space station for the first time from on board the Dragon spacecraft. And again, for Doug Hurley, this is the exact port he was at almost 9 years ago when he was on the very last space shuttle mission, and now he's commanding the first commercial vehicle to dock with the International Space Station. I think that's going to do it for us in Hawthorne. We're going to give you into the very capable hands of Gary Jordan to take you through the rest of the hatch opening. We're going to be watching from here and following along. We can't wait to see these crew members on board the International Space Station. Thank you for everybody who tuned in. We hope you enjoyed the launch. We hope you enjoyed the ride uphill. We really hope you were with us every single moment from suit up until now, so you've been up for over 24 hours. But it's been an incredible experience for us to see these guys get on board the International Space Station, to watch Dragon go through the paces, to be lofted into orbit on Falcon 9. Something we've been waiting for years, seeing it come to fruition. I'm still grappling with.
Dragon SpaceX
but
on
was
Dragon
really
the ground.
incredible.
Video is
and
no
Shiva,
interior.
it was an honor doing this with you today.
Yeah, absolutely, Dan. They
Dragon copies. Thanks, Anna.
can't step on the crew. That's
Can't step
the
on
one
the
rule.
yeah.
But, there were some really great words there from all of the flight control teams about how this was a joint partnership between NASA and SpaceX. I think everyone is over the moon here at SpaceX for this. Bob and Doug have got to be excited, and now back to business to get the vestibule ready to go and then get them on board the station. So again, thank you for following us. Please continue to watch as Gary takes over for the hatch opening portion. And keep following our social media for more updates on what's happening with Hatch Open.
Over to you, Gary.
Thank you, Shiva. Thank you, Dan. What an incredible flight for Bob and Doug, lifting off just yesterday and now in space, attached to the International Space Station. Some kind words all over after docking at 9:16 a.m. Central, and a hard mate just 11 minutes later. We're still not done here. We're going to take you through the pressurization sequence and eventually hatch opening
SpaceX
of the
Dragon
International
on
Space
Dragon
Station.
to ground. Cabin mic check com.
And I hear you loud and clear on Dragon to ground. How many?
Loud and clear.
Excellent.
Good comm checks. We're still...
And SpaceX Dragon with an update from Bob. It looks like a white tooth on the leg zipper as well. We'll take a close look if we can see anything else that might have resulted in that lower leak check pressure.
Copy. Really appreciate the report. Thank you.
Teams behind me will be configuring the Dragon and the International Space Station to welcome Bob and Doug aboard. First, of course, the International Space Station attitude control moment gyros, really holding the Dragon in place through the hard capture sequence. We'll start enabling those thrusters and pressurizing the vestibule. It'll take about an hour until we're able to get the hatch open. The teams here in Mission Control Houston, Orbit 2, led by Flight Director Zeb Scoville, will be taking us through that process. Aboard the International Space Station, Commander Chris Cassidy standing by in Node 2. Right in front of that is the pressurized mating adapter. He recently opened up the hatch to introduce some of the station air and mix it, get a nice mix in there, avoiding some CO2 pockets. That hatch you see just beyond Chris Cassidy there is normally closed. He was able to open it a little bit earlier today, mix some of that cabin air, and get rid of those CO2 pockets, make sure it's all clean and ready for Bob and Doug. He closed it shortly after just to make sure no FOD or foreign objects, anything were to float in there that would inhibit any hatch opening process today. One of the next milestones for Chris Cassidy will be to open up that hatch. He's got some cameras, you see, placed within that node. We'll get some good views of the hatch opening and welcoming Bob and Doug here in just about an hour. A big moment in history today, May 31st, 2020. Just on the other side of that hatch, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley have successfully arrived at the International Space Station. Still a couple of milestones to get through. Before we can open up that hatch, it's going to take some time. First, pressurizing the vestibule in between the station and Dragon. We'll bring that up to pressure. It's going to take some time for that pressure to stabilize. Of course, the temperature within that vestibule causes a little bit of swing, so we'll just wait for that to pressurize or to stabilize before opening up that hatch. Here at Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Zeb Scoville welcoming the director of the NASA Johnson Space Center, Mark Geyer. We'll have a few other VIPs here in the room to welcome Bob and Doug once they get through that hatch. Now again, this repressurization and hatch opening process is going to take some time. You see now we're going to have some intermittent losses with the communication from the International Space Station. You're seeing now the International Space Station Flight Control Room led by Flight Director Zeb Scoville. Just a handover of some of those audio and visual communications. We'll be regaining those shortly. Might lose them intermittently throughout the repressurization process, but the teams here will be monitoring all of the procedures. Again, pressurizing that vestibule and eventually getting to that hatch opening. From right to left there, seated, you see Flight Director Zeb Scoville. It was he who was leading the teams for both the launch of Bob and Doug over at the Cape. He was leading the teams here in Mission Control Houston. You just saw the Johnson Space Center Director Mark Geyer walk off to the side. Seated next to Zeb Scoville, Joshua Kutrick. He is one of the members of the most recent class of astronauts, the class of 2017. Canadian Space Agency astronaut, went through candidate training and officially became an astronaut just recently. Again, a few milestones to get through to that hatch opening. First, the International Space Station attitude control has been successfully switched from control moment gyro only control, enabling some of the thrusters on the International Space Station. We also just received word that Dragon is successfully receiving power.
Ground ISS power connection has been established.
And there you have it. Dragon is successfully receiving power from the International Space Station.
and Dragon copies on Dragon to ground that power has been established. Just let us know when we should make a hardline comm check.
We will, Co. Thank you.
For those of you just joining us, you are getting a live look at NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, commander of the International Space Station, doing some of the prep work to open up the hatch and get ready to welcome Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station. They launched successfully yesterday at 2:22 p.m. Central Time, 3:22 p.m. Eastern, and docked successfully with a contact and capture just a little bit ago at 9:16 a.m. Central Time, 10:16 Eastern. Now, some of the milestones to get that hatch open have already taken place. First, attitude control for some of the docking sequence for the initial contact and capture. Attitude control was on Russian thrusters. That was moved to control moment gyros for hard mate, making sure that everything lined up and we got those ready-to-hook indicators green before driving those hooks. The attitude control has since been switched to enable some thrusters on the International Space Station. We did get confirmation of good power being delivered from ISS to the Dragon. Next will be to test some hard line communication between Dragon and the International Space Station.
Dragon and station. It's Houston calling on the big loop. We're prepared and getting ready to transition the comm system to hardline, at which time we're going to do a couple comm checks. We just want to make sure everybody's on board with that and aware. So Dragon first, maybe let me know if you hear this and if you're go with that plan.
Yeah, Houston Endeavor on the big loop. We had you loud and clear.
Houston Station copies and concurs.
Okay, Endeavor and Station, we have it loud and clear on RF right now. We are putting it in work now, so transitioning comm system to hardline, and we'll call you back for voice checks momentarily.
Endeavor copies.
This is Mission Control Houston. The voice you just heard was Capcom Joshua Kutrick from here in Mission Control Houston, relaying through the big loop. That's integrated communications with Dragon and the International Space Station, just taking us through those procedures until we get to hatch opening. Now, there's an umbilical connection with Dragon, connecting Dragon to the International Space Station. We did get good confirmation that power is flowing from the International Space Station to Dragon. Next, we'll be proceeding with some of the communications checks. The big loop established on the C2V2 common communications for visiting vehicle through some of the last legs of the rendezvous and docking of Dragon to the International Space Station. We'll switch that over to hardline communications, testing that out here shortly. We're going to get some good views of station today. You see Chris Cassidy working inside Node 2. Just on the other side is the hatch. That hatch is separating between the International Space Station and the pressurized mating adapter. One more hatch to go after that. That hatch opens up to the Dragon hatch with Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley on the other side. Just surrounding Chris Cassidy from this view, you can see a series of cameras. We're going to get some great views from Node 2 there on the left, a couple high-definition cameras on the right, a 360 VR camera. Part of an initiative to engage viewers and provide views that from the International Space Station that have never been seen before. We'll get to see some of those 360-degree views later after they're configured and stitched on the ground, now being recorded during this historic moment today, May 31st, 2020.
Affirmative, we are on the same page. Those steps in the execution note are all that's needed.
Copy, in work.
You're getting a live look at Chris Cassidy aboard the International Space Station. Just in front of him is that 360-degree camera. He's got cameras situated all over Node 2, pointing right towards that hatch. On the other side, we'll be welcoming Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley after pressurization of the vestibule, and we'll start beginning hatch opening after that.
Open.
Yeah, we copy MPEV open, Chris.
Another handover of communication from the tracking and data relay satellites, providing video and audio communication from the International Space Station, now integrated with the Dragon power. Still looking towards some of those hard-line communication checks. Again, we'll lose communication intermittently as the International Space Station flies 269 statute miles.
Station Houston on 2 for Chris. We're go for open on the Node 2 forward hatch.
Regaining some of that video from International Space Station, Chris Cassidy given the go to open that Node 2 forward hatch. Again, he opened it a little bit earlier today to allow some of the station air to mix into the pressurized mating adapter. There it is. Now again, there's a few more hatches to open until we are able to welcome Bob and Doug aboard the International Space Station. You're looking through the hatch into the pressurized mating adapter. There's another hatch down there through the pressurized mating adapter that opens up to the International Docking Adapter.
Houston at 3, hey Josh, there was zero on DPDT, and the Node 2 forward hatch is open.
And Chris, we copy Node 2 forward hatch open. We concur your go for the next yellow activity. That's your 1515 activity. It's step 2 in 2.102 Crew Dragon ISS arrival through hatch opening. Basically, you're going to cycle the 8-pass equalization valve.
And Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground. If desired, reference procedure 4.400 to monitor vestibule pressurization.
And copies. Small.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground. For 4.012, we've completed up to Section 5, and we've got a timer started for 1 hour.
Copy, completed through Section 5, and your suits are drying, and you have started a timer for 1 hour. With that, do we have your permission to come back on board?
Get you back on board.
We copy. We are go to come back on board. And with that, you are go to perform sections 1 through 3 of 4.400. We do recommend deferring your step 2.1 for the waste system flush until closer to hatch opening. In section 3, as you are performing your inventory, please collect all your food and water bottle trash and consolidate it into the 2 trash bags within their common bags in location 18. You will transfer the plastic bags containing this trash to ISS for disposal during a scheduled activity after ISS ingress. And do note that you are welcome to defer this inventory until after you eat your meal that is scheduled for right about now.
Okay, Anna, if you could give us 5 minutes before you guys come back on board, we do have some clothing config to complete. Understand we've got to go for sections 1, 2, and 3 of 4.400, and we will consolidate our trash into the bags provided in location 18. And we'll defer the docked waste configuration, section 2 of 4.400, until it gets closer to hatch opening.
Station, we copy 1507.
We copy, and we will wait 5 minutes before coming on board, and we'll check with you before we do so if we don't hear from you first.
Copy, ready.
Thanks, Anna.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're listening to crews on board the International Space Station and Dragon prepare for opening the hatch. You're seeing Chris Cassidy aboard the International Space Station already opened the hatch to the pressurized mating adapter just below that hatchway you see at the center of the screen here. On the other side of the hatch is the hatchway to the International docking adapter. On the other side of that, the recently docked Crew Dragon. Vestibule pressurization is underway. This will equalize the pressure between Dragon and the International Space Station. Once it does come up to pressurization, it will take some time to equalize that pressure because of the temperature difference in the vestibule. Just take some time to stabilize.
Dragon, Endeavor, it's Houston. Calling you on hardline now for a voice check. How do you read? Endeavor, it's Houston calling. Space to ground 2 via hard line now for a voice check. Do you read?
Houston, Cleveland. Dragon voice check. How do leaders? Counting 121, 122, 123, 124, 125. Houston station, space to ground 2.
And Station Houston on 2, Anatoly, we hear you loud and clear. We're going to swap a couple minor things here and try Dragon again. We're just still trying to get calm with Dragon. Stand by 1.
Dragon again. Dragon FM, voice check. How do leaders? Counting 121, 122, 123, 124, 125.
And Station Houston on 2. Everybody, we'll just stand by for a few minutes. We're going to try to raise Dragon by another means. Stand by. And Endeavor, it's Houston calling on Dragon to ground 1. We're trying to reach you via hard line. Just not sure if you're receiving it or not. Let us know at your convenience.
And Houston from Endeavor, we're hearing quite a bit of echo on the other loop that appears to be connected. It's unintelligible, but we do have you loud and clear on the Dragon to ground.
And Endeavor, Houston on Dragon to ground. Thanks for that. Very helpful. We'll take a look, and we have you loud and clear on Dragon to ground as well. So we're gonna continue to work it and try to give you a call back in the next few minutes on hardline.
Endeavor copies. Thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston, working through the steps to pressurize the vestibule. We did have confirmation that vestibule pressurization was underway. We do have power flowing from the International Space Station to Dragon after it docked for a contact and capture at 9:16 a.m. Central Time, 10:16 a.m. Eastern, just earlier this morning. A few other milestones to reach. We need good audio communication hard-lined through the umbilical where Dragon is currently docked on the other side of that hatch, providing now power, just making sure those hard-line communications are intact. Working through that as we count down towards the milestones of opening that hatch.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and in section 1 of 4.400, the tablet station state of charge are 66 for Doug's and 32 for mine.
Copy. 66 for Doug, 32 for Bob. And do we have your permission to come back on board with video now?
Yeah, go ahead and come on board. We just may have to take it down at some point, as you might imagine, but come on board.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Station Houston on 3 for Chris. Your convenience, but just an update on the comm status.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Chris, you've probably been able to tell we've run into some minor issues trying to get hardline established, so we're working that here, and we're going to be reattempting the comm checks as soon as we think we're go. I'll give you a heads up on that. And then regarding stuff, just get aheads, I was going to pass along to do the teardown from steps 3 and 4 in the approach monitoring, but I just saw it go gray, so have you done that already?
Hold on just one second. Which one was that? Maybe I fat-fingered the wrong procedure.
Yeah, no, it's subtle. So it's in the execution note for Dragon approach monitoring, as we were monitoring Dragon earlier in the day. Down in the execution note are the teardown steps.
I'm here in the cupola right now. I'll take care of it. It's not gray, but momentarily it will be.
Sounds good. And I'm also hearing on that we have done on the ground steps 1 through 4, so it's just 5 and 6 left for you in that teardown procedure.
Copy that. Rush on 3, steps 5 and 6 are complete in the teardown.
Copy, Chris. Thanks for that. And just about to hit the button and reattempt the hardline checks with Dragon.
Okay, copy.
Endeavor, it's Houston calling via hardline voice check. How do you read?
Say again.
And station standby Endeavor. This is a call for Endeavor via hardline voice check. How do you read?
Houston Endeavor, completely unreadable. It's skipping pretty badly.
And Endeavor, it's Houston on Dragon to ground. We heard your reply loud and clear. Understand we're still broken. We're working it. Thanks for the patience.
We got you, Josh. That's exactly the case. Thanks.
Dragon Dragon FM, voice check. How's the read me? Countdown. 1 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 to 5.
And station on 2 for Anatoly. Anatoly, we're hearing you loud and clear in Houston. We seem to have an issue still with COM2 Dragon, so we'll just have you stand by. We'll let you know when we're ready to retry. Thanks for your patience.
Okay, call me on Space to Ground 1, please.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground for a timeline tag up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Anna, we're managing the collection of the used water bottles and other items as well as our meal, and just looking to understand a little bit better how closely we're to hatch opening or another timeline milestone. We're kind of running to the end of the tablet here with meal 5 that started about, 25 minutes ago or so, and so just wanting to understand how much time we've got in front of us.
In Dragon SpaceX, we estimate we are about an hour
to Dragon hatch opening.
Copy that, Anna. Thanks for those words. It just helps us manage getting things done. And looks like you guys are on board. Welcome aboard, I guess, the integrated space station now, huh?
Indeed. Thank you so much. We're excited to be here.
Endeavor, Houston calling over hardline for a voice check. How do you read us now?
Houston or station from Endeavor. I'm not sure the location of that last call, but still quite a bit of skipping and unreadable.
And Endeavor, it's Houston, loud and clear on Dragon to ground. We heard your response, so we're in the same situation. We're hearing you, you're not hearing us. We have one more troubleshooting item that we're going to put in work now, so we'll give that a try and then maybe call it for the day. We'll let you know.
Endeavor copies. Thanks, Houston.
Endeavor, Houston calling via hardline for a final voice check. Do you have us now?
Houston, Dragon on the big loop. That was an improvement, but it's still completely unreadable.
and Endeavour, Houston on Dragon to ground 1. We're still hearing you 5x5. Understand it was slightly improved. Were you able to read me at all, or is it unuseful?
Yeah, it was a slight improvement, but it's still unintelligible, almost every word. There was maybe one word that you could have sort of figured out, but that was about it.
Okay, thank you for the feedback. First time, obviously, and we think we're running into some interference issues, but we'll continue to take a look.
We copy, thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston. If you're tuning in to our coverage, you're getting a live look at the International Space Station Flight Control Room. You're hearing a lot of communications from the International Space Station, both from the space station side over space to ground. NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, International Space Station Commander, setting up for the hatch opening. You can see a series of cameras scattered around, ready to capture the best views of Bob and Doug coming through that hatch. We did get confirmation just shortly that we did have good pressurization of the vestibule. It'll be about 10 minutes to perform a series of leak checks. Again, that pressure needs to stabilize. The thermal conditions make it swing just a little bit, so just waiting for that to stabilize before those leak checks are finalized. That underway within the next 10 minutes. We do have communications settled in the hardline connection between International Space Station and Dragon. You can see from the inside of Dragon now, the crew doffed or took off their suits, just getting a few things packed up before they eventually open up the hatch after that pressurization is equalized between Space Station and Dragon.
Endeavor, it's Houston calling for a voice check over the big loop. We've retransitioned back to RF, so back to RF. How do you hear us?
Houston Dragon on the Houston Dragon, a big loop. Was that comm check for us?
Yeah, affirmative, Endeavor. It's Houston. We transitioned back to RF because we still had the interference over hardline. So we're back on RF now and just want to make sure we had you.
We've got you loud and clear on RF.
Loud and clear as well. We're just going to leave it here for now. Thank you.
Here's a live look from inside the Crew Dragon. You're seeing Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley just preparing the inside of Dragon. They have doffed or taken off their suits. The pressurization between Space Station and Dragon is complete. They just need to perform some leak checks, make sure that pressure is stable before they actually open the hatch. Teams working together on the ground, International Space Station Flight Control Room and the Flight Control Room in Hawthorne to get that big loop communication configured so everyone can hear each other through this process, figured out a workaround using RF connection. This is Mission Control, Houston. If you're just joining us, you're getting a look inside the Crew Dragon. That was Bob Behnken seated on the right side, the pilot seat, or the Joint Operations Mission Commander seat for Demo 2. He and Doug Hurley, the commander of the spacecraft, just preparing the inside, putting away some trash. They just doffed their suits, and right now just waiting for the pressure to equalize between the International Space Station and Bob and Doug. Just two hatches, really, separating them from the inside of the orbiting complex. Aboard International Space Station, Commander Chris Cassidy has been outfitting Node 2. It's the first node. Once you cross over some of the hatchways, there it is. You can see some of the cameras positioned around to capture the crew coming in to the International Space Station. Much of that work completed at this point. Really, at this point, just waiting for good leak checks between Station and Dragon.
Station Huntsville, Space to Ground 3 for Chris on the ISS experience.
Go ahead on 3.
Chris, we're not seeing good connection between the SSC-25 and the camera. We're coming up on a handover, but they're looking for a reboot of SSC-25.
Reboot 25, copy.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground for inventory.
I am here and ready to copy.
Okay, Anna, we'll start with location 9 from bag 203. We removed 3 water bottles.
Copy. 3 bottles removed from bag 203.
Good read back from location 10. We removed bottles from each of bag 207, 208, so 6 water bottles in total.
And Dragon SpaceX, you were pretty broken on that call, but I think I copied 3 bottles from each bag 207 and 208. Is that correct?
That is a good read back, Anna.
I copy.
Okay. For location 11, 1 dinner from bag 317, 1 breakfast from bag 315, and 1 lunch from bag 316.
Yeah, there are several.
I copy 1 dinner from 317, 1 breakfast from 315, and 1 lunch from 316.
Folks are interested, but they're all everything that was taken has been sent down.
That's a good read back. And location 12. 1 dinner from bag 321, 1 breakfast from bag 319, and 1 lunch from bag 320.
I copy 1 dinner from 321, 1 breakfast from 319, 1 lunch from 310. And am I correct to conclude all of this includes your consumption from the lunch that you just completed?
That's correct, Anna. We've finished eating, and the lunch we just completed is a good complete list of what I've read down to you so far. The only thing we have remaining is the flush of the waste system here, and we'll do that with a water bottle and report when we do that a little bit later.
Copy. That sounds like a perfect plan. Thank you so much.
Okay, with that, that's the extent of our inventory. All else is per the packing plan.
Copy all else from per the packing plan.
This is Mission Control Houston. You've seen Chris Cassidy, International Space Station Commander, do much of the setup, but he does have 2 crew members on board, both Russian cosmonauts. Next to him right now is Ivan Wagner, rookie space flyer that was on the same Soyuz spacecraft that Chris Cassidy launched on from the Baikonur Cosmodrome just a little more than a month ago. Also on board is Russian cosmonaut Anatoly Ivanishin. This is Mission Control Houston. We are coming up on almost 2 hours since the Crew Dragon made contact and was captured by at the International Space Station's forward International Docking Adapter. That happened at 9:16 a.m. Central, 10:16 a.m. Eastern. Still working through some of those milestones, equalizing the pressure between Dragon and International Space Station, verifying some of the communications, and of course you see Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley inside, continuing to prepare the inside of their vessel before they make their way inside the orbiting complex.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground. Do you mind taking the cameras down for just a few minutes here?
We will put that in work and let you know when it's done.
This is Mission Control Houston. You heard the call from Bob Behnken, Joint Operations Mission Commander of the Demo 2 mission, taking down some of those video feeds. We're still waiting for some of those milestones to pass before actually opening the hatch. The Dragon crew continuing to get themselves ready before opening the hatch. Chris Cassidy on the other side, just preparing some of the camera views, making sure everything's set there, done even a little bit ahead of time. We do have confirmation that there is a good data connection path between Dragon and the International Space Station. Some of those checks underway next. Coming up on 2 hours since docking at 9:16 a.m. Central, 10:16 a.m. Eastern.
Space Station on 3. The SSC's been rebooted. Any success?
Hey, Chris, we see good connection between the SSC and the camera, and we're just performing the calibration now. We'll start recording shortly. Thanks for your help.
Yeah, no problem. Happy to help.
Dragon SpaceX, we have gone exterior with the cameras.
Dragon, copy. Thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're getting a look at the inside of the International Space Station. That's NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, commander of Expedition 63. Continuing to get some of those cameras configured for hatch opening. Many milestones already passed after docking at 9:16 a.m. Central, almost 2 hours ago at this point. At the time of docking, the International Space Station was on Russian thrusters. After contact and capture, was moved over to control moment gyro, stabilization and attitude control. Now back to its standard configuration of thrusters and control moment gyros. After an umbilical connecting Dragon to the International Space Station was established, we did get confirmation of good power flowing from the International Space Station to Dragon. Dragon now relying on station power. We did get confirmation of good data transmission. And of course, the teams here on the ground, both here in Houston and in Hawthorne, troubleshooting some of the communication to make sure that is ready to go prior to hatch opening. Pressurization between International Space Station and Dragon brought up to the same pressure, 14.7, the same we would find here on Earth. Leak checks are next to confirm the pressure is stabilized between the two vehicles. You see the hatch just on the other side of Chris Cassidy there. That's the hatch to the pressurized mating adapter. There's two more hatches once you go down that hatchway. One is to the International Docking Adapter, and the other is the hatch of Dragon itself.
SpaceX Dragon with a couple of questions.
I am here and ready to copy.
Hey, Anna. We show about an hour and 11 minutes since we started drying the suits, just to let you know that. And then the other thing is we can put 4.400 section 2 in work if you think we have some time before we get the hatch open.
We copy. You are go to stop drying your suits and turn off that suit fan at this time. Let me get you words on that waste system flush.
Copy. We'll shut the suit fan off now.
In Dragon SpaceX, we are about a half hour prior to hatch open, so you are go to do that waste system flush if that sounds good to you at this time.
Okay, we may give it a few minutes. If it's going to be 30 minutes until hatch opening, we may want to use it just one more time. So, yeah, we may hold off for another 10 minutes or so. But let us know if anything changes. Otherwise, we'll do it then.
Totally reasonable. Sounds like a good plan. Thanks.
And Dragon, Houston on Dragon 2 ground. We're still working comm issues. We're going to take down the big loop now. We'll maintain you on Dragon to ground. We'll call you when we have hardline back in place.
Stand by 1 second. Chris.
Dragon copies, Houston. Thanks.
Go ahead, Chris. Sorry, I was talking to Dragon.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, I'm just looking ahead at the PAO event, and I know it says video through the node 2 and space to ground 2 up and down. It would only take me about 1 minute to change back over to the encoder and go do comm the normal way that we do PAO events, if that's something that's preferred. It really is super fast, and I can get you that way in that config real quick if you need it. Later.
Copy, Chris. Yeah, copy. Thanks for that. We'll offer it up, and I'll let you know if we want to go that way.
Copy. Obviously not urgent or important, just throwing it out there.
Station Houston on 3 for Chris comm config.
Go ahead.
We just wanted to clarify from your last comments. We show it as being in the standard config, whereby you're going to be coming down over the camcorder HD mic, and we'll be going up over space to ground 2, and that's what we're intending. Did you maybe just? We might have missed your intent in your previous remarks. Is that what you had in mind?
No, I had, like we do all other PAO events, we talk, we hold the handheld microphone that is going through the clip-on mic transmitter to the clip-on, through the camera, and then the audio comes down through the encoder. That's how we typically do PAO events. So I could go back to that config if you need, super fast, or if you want to do it this way where we're talking on space to ground 2, that's fine too. I don't care. Just throwing it out there because it's different than we normally do PAO events. And just to be clear, with the configurer now is the Node 2 camera is not connected to the encoder, as you probably know. So all I would do is just plug the cable back into the encoder and switch back over to the nominal Node 2 camcorder.
And Chris, that is clear. The camera needs to be plugged into the encoder. So what you're saying is what we need. We don't know where it got swapped up, but the camera should definitely be plugged into the encoder, and audio is coming down via that encoder.
Okay, so yeah, we'll just use it on the. I guess what I was thinking is going back to one without a battery and not be dependent on the battery, and going back over to the nominal cable, which includes power. I just get a little leery about relying on these batteries.
Copy. We have Photo TV online, so we're talking to them on the phone right now. Stand by one. Station Houston on 3 for Chris. Microphone and the free float camera both connected to the encoder. Does that clear it up?
Okay, copy all. You want the free float camera, and we'll use the handheld microphone through the ATU. Copy all. No problem. I think I'm not communicating. No pun intended. But I think we're in a good config now, and I won't swap over to the nominal Node 2 camera.
Down by Chris. Station Houston 3, Chris. If you're still there, we think we still have it backwards. So I see you look. Yeah, I see in the video now. So we still have PAO on the line. Sorry for the confusion, but I think this much is clear. This morning, we moved cameras, we swapped the cameras that were connected to the encoder. What we want now, we're getting video from the free float camera through the encoder, so that's good. We're seeing it right now. What we need, just relaying here, is your lapel mic. That has to go through that new free float camera, so that your mic connects to the free float camera, and then that audio comes down through the encoder. Does that make sense?
That's the config it's in right now, and that's all perfect. The only benefit, I guess, I didn't initially make it clear is if I switch back to the normal cable and the normal camera, we're not dependent on a battery power on the camera. I just am worried that throughout this whole event, we're gonna that all of a sudden the battery's gonna go out. If I go back to the normal.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground. Now report complete with 4.012.
The benefit to this free flow camera is
complete with 4.012.
Make it all the way into the Dragon, which I don't think we could do with the other cable. So my thought was, after we do all of the ingress stuff and we switch gears to the PAO ceremony where we're standing right in front of the hatch, we could have actual power to the camera. But it's really no big deal. What I'll do is I have got a couple batteries on standby, and I'll just make sure there's a fresh battery right before we start that PAO event.
Okay, Chris, sorry it took so long, but I'm 100% with you, and copy 100% on the battery concern. The word we're getting here is we would like to run it in the config that it's in right now. We copy all on the battery config. Great idea to have a few spares nearby, but we think it's going to last throughout the whole event.
Okay, copy all.
And Station Houston on 3 for Chris. With that out of the way, you have a go when able for your 1615 activity. 1615, that's your go for steps 3 and 4 in 2.102 Crew Dragon ISS arrival.
Okay, 1615 activity, in work.
Endeavor, Houston calling on hardline for a voice check. Endeavor, Houston calling via hardline for a voice check.
Loud and clear, how was?
Hey, Endeavor, Houston, we have you loud and clear on hardline. Great news.
All congrats. Sounds like we got it at least somewhat sorted out.
Affirmative, concur. We think we might have found it interference between C2V2 and the hardline system, but we're going to keep it here for now and proceed down the timeline.
Never copies.
Houston on 3, hey, can you back me up on the PDT?
Will do, we're checking. Station Houston on 2, Chris, TPT is good. You're good to continue.
Copy, thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking at the inside of the International Space Station. What you were hearing before were just some of the audio and video checks, just making sure that everything's synced up so that we get the best views and the best audio possible for when Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley come through that hatch. We're working towards the hatch opening now. You can see Chris Cassidy down the pressurized mating adapter. That hatch will open up to the international docking adapter. On the other side is the Dragon hatch. Cassidy working through those procedures after pressure equalization was complete. Now expecting around the order of 10 to 15 minutes, maybe, until we finally get that hatch open. So we'll stand by, keep those views coming from the inside of the International Space Station to welcome Bob and Doug aboard. This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking at the live view of the inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The team here, Orbit 2 team, led by Flight Director Scoville, is working through the intricate process of making sure everything is ready to open the hatch and welcome Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station. It's been a journey so far to get to this point. More than 2 hours ago, made contact and capture with the International Space Station was the Dragon vehicle, the Crew Dragon vehicle, with Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard, 9:16 a.m. Central, 10:16 a.m. Eastern.
Dragon FM voice check. How do you read me? Counting. 1, 2, 1.
30-minute timer that you gave us a little bit earlier.
1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 5.
Here, and then give you go to come back on board.
In Dragon SpaceX, you were pretty broken in that previous call.
Here's some stations with the ground too. I don't hear Dragon.
I think you're being summoned by the Russian crew. In Dragon SpaceX, I was told to proceed with you. Can you please repeat your last?
Yeah, Anna, just wanted to double check with you to make sure you had copied our last and that we were still good on that estimated timer that you gave us for 30 minutes. It looks like we've got about 10 minutes left. So we'd like to pick up in section 2 of 4.400.
Checking.
This is Mission Control Houston. Chris Cassidy opens the hatch to the International Docking Adapter, 11:37 a.m. Central Time. Station and Dragon flying together, 267 statute miles over the South Pacific. There's a view from the camera at the forward end of Dragon.
20 minutes until Dragon hatch open, and the APAS hatch was just opened.
Again, 11:37 a.m. Central. The hatch to the International Docking Adapter was open. You see Chris Cassidy there poking his head in. That's the camera at the forward end of the Dragon. Now only one hatch separating Bob Behnken, Doug Hurley from Chris Cassidy, who you're seeing here from those Dragon views. Expected time to open that hatch is about 20 minutes from now. We'll report that time to you and expect to do a welcome ceremony at 12:15 a.m. Central Time, 1:15 p.m. Eastern. That'll welcome Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station as part of the Expedition 63 crew. We'll get to hear some words from them and have some VIPs here in Mission Control Houston to provide words to the teams that oversaw the entire mission and the crew aboard the International Space Station.
Station Houston, we copy the hatch open, no condensation, thanks.
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground, comm check.
Dragon to ground, how us?
A little choppy, how me?
You are loud and clear. We'll put section 2 of 4.400 in work.
We copy all, thank you, and please give Anatoly a call on Big Loop.
Okay, we'll call Anatoly on the Big Loop, and I'd also like to report 2 bottles of water consumed from location 9, bag 204.
Location 9, bag 204, and to confirm that was for the waste system flush.
1 for the waste system.
Chris Cassidy removing that target from the A-pass hatch docking interface.
Dragon, comm check on the big loop for Anatoly from Endeavour.
Dragon FM, voice check. How do you read me? Counting. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 5.
Anatoly, Endeavour has you loud and clear. How copy?
Copy system. They have you loud and clear.
Good to hear your voice.
Dragon FM, how do you read me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, okay. See you soon. Turning over to Houston.
And all players from Houston, that completes the comm checks. Thank you.
Copy.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. Those comm checks within the International Space Station between the Dragon crew, Chris Cassidy, and on the other side of the International Space Station, the Russian segment, Russian cosmonaut Anatoly Ivanishin completing those voice checks. You can see Cassidy continuing to outfit the hatch, just clearing the space and providing some padding and removing that docking target from the A-pass hatch.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead and Dragon to ground.
So I copy that the waste system flush is in work, and 2 more bags were consumed from location 9, bag 204, and that includes the water used for the waste system flush. Is that all correct?
From bag 204, one of which Bob is in the process of consuming, and the other will be for the waste flush. That is correct.
Perfect. Thanks for clarifying. And secondly, do we have your permission to come back on board with video?
Negative. We're going to need about 2 minutes. We're just wrapping up ops here right now.
Copy. 2 more minutes. We will await your confirmation.
Thank you.
Still getting views from the infrared camera that's located right at the center of the Dragon hatch, looking at Chris Cassidy, International Space Station Commander, outfitting that hatch, getting ready for Bob and Doug to arrive. You're hearing communications over Dragon to ground. That was Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley on the other side of that hatch, inside the Crew Dragon vehicle, finishing up their operations on the inside for that hatch opening, expected in about 10 to 15 minutes. Again, it's been a process to get to this point. Just about 2.5 hours ago, docking to the International Space Station was Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the first commercial American vehicle to dock to the International Space Station with crew aboard. Again, we're expecting about 10 to 15 minutes to open up that hatch One more hatch separating Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley from the inside of the International Space Station. Still looking at Cassidy doing some of the prep work for that hatch. We'll get some great views that Cassidy set up over the past few hours to capture this historic moment today. Be sure to stay tuned in at 12:15 p.m. Central Time, 1:15 p.m. Eastern. We'll start a welcome ceremony officially welcoming Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station to join the Expedition 63 crew.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground.
Go ahead.
Anna, you're clear to come on board.
Copy. Clear to come on board, and thanks for your patience with the comm. We are in an orientation that's creating some blockage to receive your comm on Dragon to ground.
Yeah, we figured that was it. No problem. That's part of the deal.
Chris Cassidy giving a wave, eagerly awaiting Bob and Doug to come aboard. Just behind him, you see Anatoly Ivanishin and Ivan Wagner, Russian cosmonauts of Expedition 63 standing by. We'll be able to come aboard Dragon here in a sec, get some views from the Crew Dragon. We're in a short handover of those communications from the International Space Station. Video and audio should be regaining them momentarily. Anatoly Ivanishin in the foreground there. Chris Cassidy continuing the prep work for opening up the hatch there. Again, the pressurized mating adapter hatch you see there in the foreground is open. The APAS hatch to the International Docking Adapter is open. Just one more, and that's the hatch of Dragon, the Crew Dragon vehicle.
Houston Station, space to ground 2. Station is ready for Dragon hatch equalization.
Station Houston copies. Dragon call ready when you're able.
Houston, Dragon, go ahead.
And Dragon, Houston, just looking to confirm that you're ready for hatch equalization.
We are ready as long as SpaceX is ready.
Okay, station and Endeavour, stand by for equalization. We're putting it in work. Expected equalization time, 4 minutes.
Station copies.
Endeavour copies.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're continuing to equalize the pressure of that last hatch. Behind that hatch is Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the Crew Dragon spacecraft. We are moments away from opening the hatch and welcoming them aboard the International Space Station. This is Mission Control Houston. If you're just tuning in, we are standing by for confirmation of the hatch opening between the International Space Station and the Crew Dragon. There's the hatch to the Crew Dragon. Seeing Doug Hurley through the glass on the other side. And there's Bob Behnken. Still equalizing that pressure between the Crew Dragon and International Space Station, just moments away.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop. You are go for hatch opening per the decal, followed by the remaining actions in your procedure 4.400.
Dragon copies, go for hatch opening and remaining steps in 4.400.
And with that, the hatch is open 12:02 p.m. Central Time, 1:02 p.m. Eastern. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley opened the hatch to the International Space Station after launching from American soil on a U.S. vehicle for the first time in 9 years, the first time ever for a commercially built spacecraft. If you're just tuning in, the hatches are open between Dragon and the International Space Station. International Space Station Commander Chris Cassidy now talking with Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken aboard the Crew Dragon spacecraft. That hatch opened at 12:02 p.m. Central, 1:02 p.m. Eastern.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop. The hatch is open in 5.54.400. How copy?
I copy. Hatch is open. Great to hear. Thanks.
And SpaceX Dragon in 5.9, we're going to exit out of 4.400 and transition to 2.102 Crew Dragon ISS arrival through the hatch opening.
I copy. With that, I understand you are complete with 4.400 and will follow along with you as you transition to the ISS procedure.
This is Mission Control Houston. The crew of Demo 2 just performing a few closeout duties. The hatches are open. They were open 12:02 p.m. Central Time. We're moments away from the Dragon crew aboard Demo 2 to enter the International Space Station. It'll be the first time that Americans will enter the International Space Station on a rocket launched from U.S. soil, built by an American company. The first time ever Americans will enter from a commercially built spacecraft.
Station Houston on Space Ground 2 for Chris. When you're able, we're just looking for a quick voice check on the mic.
Station Space Ground 2, go ahead.
Chris, we were hoping we could voice check the mic just before starting the PAO event.
Okay, copy that.
Houston Dragon on the big loop, and step 6.1 of 2.102 IMV duct installation is complete. Go for IMV fan activation.
Houston copies, go for IMV fan activation, that's in work.
If you're just tuning in, you're getting a live look.
Station Houston on two things. Chris, we did hear you over the PAO side of things. That was a good voice check. We might ask you for one more. And then for the Dragon crew, you also have a go for 6.3. That's opening the location 23 and checking for debris.
Dragon copies 6.3 in work.
If you're just tuning in, you're getting a live look. On the left of your screen is a look inside the Crew Dragon on the Demo 2 mission. On the right, the International Space Station. Bob Behnken.
Dragon on the big loop. We are ready for 6.4 and section 4 of the LIO instructions.
And Station, we copy. Dragon crew, you are go at 6.4.
In work.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're getting a live look at the inside of the International Space Station, losing video communication from the International Space Station. It will only be momentary. We'll have those views back to see Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley enter the International Space Station. When they do, it'll be the first time that humans will enter through this hatch for the first time in 9 years.
Dragon, so we had to get had to load the procedure from my iPad and hand it into them, so that's what took a little longer.
We copy, Chris. Station Houston on 2 for Chris. When convenient, PAO requests an additional voice check through the mic. And Chris, we're not hearing you in MCC. We are apparently getting it through to PAO. Just stand by. Chris, PAO is working comm reconfig. I'll call you if we're ready for another check.
Houston and SpaceX Endeavour in 6.5 LIO cartridges sealed and installed.
SpaceX copies.
Station Houston on 2 for Chris. We wanted you to confirm that the mic is in channel 1. It needs to be in channel 1. A thought here is that it could have been bumped over to 2. And Chris, we see you trying. We're still not hearing you in MCC. We're working on it. And Chris, nothing in MCC. We see you trying. The word here is that as long as that is in channel 1, any problems past that point are on our end, so we're looking into it. We'll be right back to you. Station Houston, we're ready for another voice check through the mic. Station Houston, we have you loud and clear through the mic. Thank you.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop in 7.1.
SpaceX here.
Okay, Anna, in 7.1, it appears that the ABV inner Bravo is open, as well as the PPRV ISO valve.
I copy that AVV inner Bravo appears to be open, as well as PPRV ISO valve.
Go ahead and cycle them to close if you're good with that call.
Yes, we are good with that call and appreciate the status. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. If you're just tuning in, hatches were open at 12:02 p.m. Central Time. We are moments away from Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley entering the International Space Station. Again, this is Mission Control Houston, moments away from Bob and Doug entering the International Space Station. Shortly after they enter, we will conduct a welcome ceremony. There will be VIPs here in Mission Control Houston, Ficker 1.
Looks like they're all closed visually now. We are in 8.3 for both SpaceX and Houston. Dragon arrival configuration is complete.
SpaceX copies. All valves appear closed visually now, and arrival configuration complete. Excellent to hear.
Houston copies. And with that, Endeavour, welcome to the International Space Station. Please come aboard.
Endeavour copies with pleasure. We'll be there in a second.
We have Bob Behnken from SpaceX Demo 2 mission entering the International Space Station. Followed by Doug Hurley.
Station Houston, we see you, and it's a great-looking photograph. So thanks for that. Stand by one. We'll call you when we're ready for the event in the next few seconds. Got a whole bunch of very happy and grateful people making their way into MCC right now.
Demo 2 crew now aboard the International Space Station. They entered at 12:22 p.m. Central Time. The station at the time was 262 statute miles over Turkmenistan. Crew all gathered in front of the cameras at the Node 2 forward end of the International Space Station. Just behind them is the hatchway to the Crew Dragon on its Demo 2 mission. We're standing by for a welcome ceremony. We'll have VIPs here in Mission Control Houston ready to greet the crew.
And station, we're just about ready. Stand by. All right, station, it's Houston on Space Ground 2. Confirm that you are ready for the event.
Houston, this station, we are ready for the event.
Copy that. And sir, Administrator Bridenstine, welcome to MCC. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is the NASA Administrator. Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear, sir. Welcome to the space station.
Thank you, Chris. It's good to see you. And welcome to Bob and Doug. I will tell you, the whole world saw this mission, and we are so proud of everything you have done for our country and, in fact, to inspire the world.
We sure appreciate that, sir. It's obviously been our honor to be just a small part of this. We have to give credit to SpaceX, the Commercial Crew Program, and, of course, NASA. It's great to get the United States back in the crewed launch business, and we're just really glad to be on board this magnificent complex.
Well, we have some VIPs with us here, and I'm sure they have some questions that they'd like to ask you, but I have one of my own before I turn it over. And I just wanted to find out if you guys got any sleep on your way up there the last, I'd say, I got 19 hours. Did you guys get any sleep?
Yeah, I think a lot of folks in Hawthorne were asking the same question, sir, but we did get probably a good 7 hours or so opportunity for sleep, and I did succeed at sleep, and Doug did as well. So the first night is always a little bit of a challenge, but the Dragon was a slick vehicle, and we had good airflow, and so we had a excellent evening, and just excited to be back in low Earth orbit again.
Amazing. Well, one of the people that is here with us today is Senator Ted Cruz, and of course he's a huge advocate of America's space program, and he's been somebody who has helped us so much as we transition from one administration to the next administration. And the reason missions like this can have success is because of continuity of purpose. And Senator Ted Cruz was a leader on a bill called the the NASA Transition Authorization Act. And because of that, we have had a lot of political support, and we're very grateful for his leadership. Senator Cruz, would you like to say a few words?
Well, congratulations, gentlemen. The eyes of the world are upon you, and everyone is proud of you. All of America is watching you, and today and yesterday represent big, big days. We're looking at a decade since we've had American astronauts launched on an American ship from American soil. And I can tell you, I sat with my wife and kids in our living room watching on TV yesterday, and I suspect we did what just about everyone watching did, including both of you. We just held our breath as it took off. And we're glad to see you've landed safely. We're glad to see you've docked. And so let me ask you, that Dragon is an amazing vehicle. How does she handle?
It flew just like it was supposed to. It was we had a couple opportunities to take it out for a spin, so to speak, once after we got into orbit last night, and again today about 20 minutes before we docked. And my compliments to the folks back at Hawthorne and SpaceX for how well it flew. It is exactly like the simulator, and we couldn't be happier about the performance of the vehicle.
What do you guys hope to accomplish in your time on the International Space Station?
Well, while we're on board the space station, of course, with the new spacecraft, we do hope to put her through her paces, and so the good ship Endeavour is going to get a lot of checkout over the next week or two here, and hopefully we'll be able to declare her operational, and Doug and I will be able to take some burden off of Chris and his crewmates, Ivan and Anatoly, so that we can keep the space station operating at its peak possibilities. So we're looking forward to contributing any way that we can, and like I said, trying to keep space station as productive as possible.
As a country, we're in the midst of a tough week. We're seeing protests, we're seeing a lot of anger, we're seeing violence. And I have to say, this launch and y'all's docking is a powerful inspiration of what we can do when we come together, of the power of unity, the power of ingenuity. And so I guess the last question I would ask you is since you have the opportunity to address, in particular, all the young people in America, what would you tell them in terms of what we can do when we can come together?
You know, that's a great question. 9 years ago, just about exactly 9 years ago, we docked with Atlantis on STS-135, the last flight of the Space Shuttle program, a 30-year program. And folks at SpaceX, folks at NASA, the Commercial Crew Program put their heads together and worked diligently year after year, making sacrifices, working hard. And then 9 years later, American launch capability was restored, and this is just one effort that we can show for the ages in this dark time that we've had over the past several months to kind of inspire, especially the young people in the United States, to reach for these lofty goals and work hard and look what you can accomplish.
Thank you, gentlemen. God bless you.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. We have another very special guest here that represents the Johnson Space Center. And, of course, it's my good friend from the House of Representatives, Dr. Brian Babin. And I want to be clear, he also was a big part of the NASA Transition Authorization Act, which gave us the continuity of purpose to make this happen today. So, gentlemen, here is Dr. Brian Babin from the state of Texas.
Thank you. It's great to be with you guys. I was at the launch yesterday. I just want to say a huge congratulations. And, you know, there was a thunderstorm that blew in about 30 minutes or 45 minutes or so before liftoff. and it was in doubt there for a minute, but it was just an enormous achievement. I just want to say thank you for you guys. Really appreciate what you're doing for America, and the crew that's already been up there, Chris, and your two fellow Russians. To give you a great big thank you as well. I have a son who was a Navy SEAL, and I want to thank you for your service there too, Chris. And also, I would like to just see what I know you've said that the craft, the Dragon, handled very well, but I want to see how it compares with the space shuttle. If one of you would address that, I would appreciate it.
Well, thank you, sir. It certainly has been a long endeavor for us and our namesake spacecraft. We're proud to have her on board the International Space Station after all that the teams around the country and across America have done to get us here today. As far as a comparison with the space shuttle, both Doug and I took a few minutes while we were accomplishing the approach and docking to, in our spare time, talk a little bit about it. We were surprised a little bit at how smooth things were off the pad. The space shuttle is a pretty rough ride heading into orbit with the solid rocket boosters. And our expectation was, as we continued with the flight into second stage, that things would basically get a lot smoother than the space shuttle did. But Dragon was huffing and puffing all the way into orbit, and we were definitely driving or riding a Dragon all the way up. And so it was not quite the same ride, the smooth ride, as the space shuttle was up to MECO. A little bit less G's, but a little bit more alive is probably the best way I would describe it. Anything else, Doug?
No? Sounds good.
Bob, what is MECO?
Sorry, I have to apologize for actually using the term MECO. It's a little bit confusing between the space shuttle and the Dragon vehicle. So it's a main engine cutoff is what MECO stands for. Those happened at different times in flight for the two vehicles. For the space shuttle, that was when you were all the way in orbit. For Dragon, that was just a little bit after 2 minutes. And then we had the single engine cutoff for second stage when we achieved orbit. So that time under the single engine under Dragon with one engine was more of an experience than the shuttle was for that 6.5 minutes or so that we were under that second stage motor.
Well, I would just like to say, in fact, Doug, did you have something you wanted to add there? I met your mother and father yesterday, Doug, and great folks. They're very, very proud of their son.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Hopefully they enjoyed the launch. I know for parents, it can probably be pretty nerve-wracking for them to experience a launch. This was their third, so I'm glad everything went okay, and hopefully it was a good show. We haven't obviously heard or seen any video yet, but we're looking forward to seeing the launch replayed sometime.
I can assure you that it was a great show. It was one of the treats of my lifetime, I would have to say, and many other folks that were sitting there looking all across the country and even the world. And I can tell you, as Senator Cruz said, we've gone through some really, really rough times over the last few days. And to have that successful launch, the public-private partnership between NASA and SpaceX, and you guys being so well-trained and having it go off without a hitch was a tremendous blessing for our country. And I can't tell you how many emails and communications I've gotten from people that who were so disturbed by what's been going on, transpiring around the country, to have the great news and the wonderful liftoff and everything going without a hitch. So I just want to say God bless both of you. Thank you so very much. Bless the rest of you folks up there as well. We thank our Russian partners. And Thank you, Chris. Y'all are all in our prayers, and we're looking forward to seeing you successfully complete your mission and back on safely on Earth. God bless.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and just so you guys are aware, the show was in fact spectacular. The ratings on NASA TV beat everyone else. Not just some of them, it beat all of them, and that includes, just so everybody is aware, the whole world saw this. It trended #1 on Twitter. It was the #1 thing talked about on social media in general. This was an amazing moment, and it represents a transition in how we do space flight from the United States of America. NASA is not going to purchase, own, and operate rockets and capsules the way we used to. We're going to partner with commercial industry for access to low Earth orbit, and those partnerships are going to enable our providers to get customers that are not NASA and drive down our costs. And we're going to have numerous providers that are competing on cost and innovation and safety. And we're going to have more access to low Earth orbit than ever before. And this business model, now that it's been proven on commercial resupply of the International Space Station, now commercial crew to the International Space Station, this model is going to apply, and I know Senator Cruz has this near and dear to him, when we go to the moon. And of course, when we go to the moon, it's going to be done because of the great people here at the Johnson Space Center and so many other centers across the United States of America. But when we go to the moon, we're going to land on the surface of the moon with commercial landers. And of course, we're very proud of the Commercial Lunar Payload Services Program being managed right here out of the Johnson Space Center as well, so that we can take small payloads to the surface of the moon. And all of this is leading up to an amazing day where we have humans living and working for long periods of time on the surface of the moon, but doing it with a purpose. And that purpose, of course, is to go to Mars. Humanity is going to explore more and be able to go further than ever before because of the public-private partnerships. We all know that if the government is creating the demand and the government is creating the supply, we will always be limited. But when we have partners that are interested in exploring commercially and doing the things that are necessary, to get capital investment, then we're all going to end up better. So I want to just say the whole world saw this. This is a new era in human space flight, and we are so grateful for the service of not just our 2 astronauts that embarked on this mission, but the 100,000 plus people that participate in it, in this mission, everything from the suppliers to the main contractors, to the NASA team, the SpaceX team. What an amazing day for our country and, in fact, for the world. I'm going to turn it over for a second to my deputy, Jim Morehard, who's been a great deputy at NASA.
Gentlemen, congratulations. You know, Jim's mentioned going to the moon. And yesterday and today, one, you've inspired the Artemis generation, which is our next generation. And that's what this is about. It's really bringing the children that we've got and our grandchildren forward so they'll be the ones that are going into deep space. This is the dawn of a new era, and we just thank you for being at the beginning of it. Thank you so much.
It was absolutely our pleasure, but it's just a huge team effort across the board from SpaceX to NASA that made this all happen. We were just the lucky guys that got to fly the rocket yesterday.
I have a question for Chris Cassidy. Our crew here decided to be about 3 days late. You got to work them overtime, I presume, now to get them caught up on all the activities that they missed out on. Any plans for them?
Cleaning.
Well, the day they missed out on was a good one for them to skip. It was Saturday house cleaning, but I took care of it for them. We'll catch up next weekend. But in all seriousness, we've got a few things to take care of tonight. Make sure we're all safe and we know the plan in case something bad happens. And then we're looking forward to some operational stuff later in the month. Maybe we'll get outside and do some spacewalks. And our efforts in these coming weeks will be in that effort. So we're all super excited to have 2 more crewmates to the Expedition 63 team.
Awesome. And of course, here in Houston, this is the home of the astronaut office, and the Johnson Space Center is led by Mark Geyer, and I'm going to turn it over to Mark for a few comments.
Thank you, Jim. Hey, it's great to see all of you there. Good to see you, Bob and Doug. I know we talked a few days ago. You look a little taller than I remember you. And but I also want to thank Anatoly and Iman and of course Chris for what you guys have been doing since you all arrived. And I know there's been a ton to do, and you've been really busy, and I appreciate that. So I also like this visual of our international partnership. We have had a tremendous partnership with Roscosmos, and we will continue to do so. But it is nice to see crew arrive from this side of the space station. So that was pretty cool after 9 years. I did have one question for Chris, though. What might you do to ensure that Bob and Doug stay longer? Do you have any strategy there?
Well, we'll slow down the rate of which I'm eating food, and maybe we can stretch out our consumables a little bit. But that's a great question. We'll have to come up with some conniving scheme here in the next few days.
All right, thank you. Thanks, guys. Look forward to greeting the 3 of you eventually back in Ellington after your work is complete. Thank you.
And of course, Mark Geyer has an amazing deputy, Vanessa Weish, if you'd like to come and say a few words.
Thank you, Jim. Hi, guys. You look really good. I just want to say on behalf of everybody here, we just want to thank you. It was an amazing launch, and we love seeing the docking. You guys all look really good. Just thank you for all that you're doing, and we can't wait for you to return, but not too soon. Station wants you to get a lot of work done, so looking forward to all of that. But thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Vanessa. We appreciate that.
All right, we also have with us Steve Jerzik, who is the Associate Administrator for the agency. For people who don't know what that is, that, of course, is the Chief Operating Officer of the agency. But he also ran the flight readiness review for this mission. He did really an amazing job, and I can't say enough about his leadership at the agency. Steve, if you'd like to say a few words, ask a few questions.
Hey guys, it is just great to see you all on the station. I can't tell you how my adrenaline shut down when you guys opened the hatch. I mean, I've just been on edge ever since yesterday, and the weather cleared. I can't tell you how great it's been to see you on station. It has been a team effort. I felt like the last 2 years I've kind of been part of the team, working through issues, and it's been a heck of a year and a half with Demo 1. And the in-flight abort test, and working through issues like parachutes and the escape system, and I just could not be more proud of the team for getting to this point. It's amazing, and you obviously have been part of that. I really appreciate you all showing up in Washington, D.C. at our reviews, and because the last thing we do at those reviews is look at you all, because you guys are the risk takers, and make sure you're okay with where we are and where we're headed. So I really appreciate that. I really appreciate your active participation in that. And I could not be more, like I said, more proud of the team, and congratulations. And it is awesome to see you guys on station.
Well, thank you, sir. We're just proud to be a part of the team that got to bring spaceflight back to the Florida coast. I appreciated the comment earlier that it was nice to see a vehicle come to the forward portion of the space station, but I'll tell you what, that's the only way Doug and I know how to do it. So thanks to the team for providing it to happen our way. We appreciate that.
Well, Bob and Doug, just so you're aware, I'm being given the wrap signal. Doug, did you have something to say before we wrap it up here?
Oh, no, sir. We're just happy to be here, and Chris is going to put us to work, and hopefully we will fit in and not mess too many things up.
I have no doubt that you guys are going to do amazing work. I just want you to know the president came to the launch and the vice president came to the launch. About half the cabinet was at the launch. We had members of Congress and members of the Senate from both sides of the aisle. And this was an amazing moment of unity for the nation. It was an amazing moment for the whole world to look up. In the midst of the coronavirus pandemic and some other challenges, we were able to have this very, very special moment where we could all look at the future and say that things are going to be brighter tomorrow than they are today. And you and the NASA team and the SpaceX team gave us that opportunity, and for that we are so, so grateful. I would also be remiss as the NASA administrator if I didn't promote what comes next. And of course, this is the beginning. We are now launching to low Earth orbit again, but we will soon be going to the moon. We will be going to the moon sustainably with commercial partners and international partners. We're going to use the resources of the moon to learn how to live and work for long periods of time. Ultimately, we're going to take all of that knowledge and we're going to go to Mars. And of course, this time when we go to the moon, we go with a very diverse, highly qualified astronaut corps that includes women, which is why we call the program Artemis, named after the twin sister of Apollo, and she, in Greek mythology, was the goddess of the moon. This is the beginning. There is so much more to come, and I'm glad that our representatives of the Johnson Space Center are here because we're going to be asking them to fund this project. And what an amazing day that you guys have given us. So thank you from not just me and the people here, but from the United States of America and people all around the world. I'm more popular on Twitter than I've ever been, and it's because of you guys. Thank you.
To the crew on the International
Thank you to all
Space
of you.
Station.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Chris, we ask that you just hold your position for a few minutes. There's, of course, a number of photos we'd like to take. And then a quick note for those down here in the room. To Senator Cruz, Congressman Babin, Administrator Bridenstine, Director Geyer, and all of our distinguished visitors, thank you for your participation in today's historic event, and thank you for the leadership that has enabled it.
Station, this is Houston ACR. Thank you. That concludes our event as we count down to 20 continuous years of humans living and working on the International Space Station.
That concludes our coverage of the SpaceX Demo 2 mission in conjunction with NASA. On behalf of all the teams that participated in this mission, from Hawthorne to Houston to Mission Control to the Kennedy Space Center, this is Mission Control Houston.